Every day, this little monk listens to his master and brings mung bean cakes to the cave behind the mountain. The master says this is where their ancestors practiced, yet for so long, the boy has never seen anyone here. Feeling very hungry, the little monk can only shout loudly, "Ancestors, please give me a piece." If no one answers, I'll take it as permission to eat. Not receiving a response, the little monk thinks about his master's round belly. Could it be that the master has secretly eaten all the mung bean cakes, and there are no ancestors here at all? With that thought, he happily eats the mung bean cakes. Suddenly, the entire cave collapses with a loud rumble, shaking him with fear. After a while, when the dust settles, he looks at his hand and realizes that the piece of mung bean cake has fallen to the ground. The little monk clutches his head in regret. "Oh no, my cake." Seeing the delicious cake on the ground, his heart aches, and tears flow down his cheeks as he laments, "Why didn't I just take a big bite earlier?" At that moment, a young man with white hair appears beside the little monk. "This piece of cake is no longer edible," he says. The little monk looks back in shock, and then his face turns angry as he points at the man and shouts, "You bad person, give my mung bean cake back." The little monk uses all his strength to wave his tiny arm, wanting to seek justice, but the man stops him with just one finger. Calmly, he said, "That is clearly my cake." The young monk looked at him in confusion, then walked around to observe closely. "Could it be that you are the old ancestor?" He also asked in bewilderment, "Are you a disciple of Juyu Temple?" The boy proudly crossed his arms and introduced himself respectfully, "I am Wu Chen, the 107th generation disciple of Juyu Temple." The old ancestor at this moment held his head in nostalgia. "It's been over 500 years, and the Juyu Temple I founded has grown strong to the 107th generation. Wu Chen then slapped him with reality. "Actually, it's not that strong, old ancestor. Right now, there are only two of us, me and the master at Juyu Temple." He immediately turned to stone in disbelief. Just then, a girl with a beautiful soul rushed over and hugged him tightly, crying, "Help me, there's a snake, there's a snake." With a figure like this, based on his experience, she was definitely not a bad person. However, he still awkwardly called out, even though he was handsome, the young lady should still maintain a bit of modesty. But his face of enjoyment was noticed by the young monk, addicted and yet shy. Wu Chen turned around and spotted a small snake rushing towards them. Without any unnecessary movements, he grabbed its head and put it into his bag, his face beaming with joy. "Today we get to eat snake meat, hee hee." Master was hugging a girl and was startled. "You are a monk, kid." The girl was also confused and ran over to ask, "Aren't you afraid of snakes?" Wu Chen replied, "Snakes are delicious, why should I be afraid? I'm not afraid of you either, because you're also very delicious. This kid is quite something, right, bro?" The girl could only hold her head in helplessness. "Where did you learn to flirt, kid?" Then she introduced herself as Yi Bing, from Hang City. "I came here to find Wu Yuan from Juyu Temple, do you two know him?" Wu Chen quickly answered, "That's my master. I can take you to find him." Yi Bing curiously pointed at him and was introduced by Wu Chen, "That's our old ancestor." She immediately panicked, "What old ancestor is so young? Could it be that the male god I was hugging before is actually an old man?" Recalling what her grandfather had told her a few days ago, "As long as you can invite an expert out of the mountain, you will definitely gain many benefits." Given her granddaughter's love for handsome men, her grandfather could only say, "He is the most handsome man I have ever met." Back to the present, Yi Bing curiously asked Wu Chen, "Is your master handsome?" Leaving the kid dumbfounded, if considering in Juyu Temple, perhaps he ranks second, does that count as handsome? Yi Bing was left speechless by this little monk. At the same time, at the foot of the mountain, a luxury car stopped. The door opened, and a man stepped out, his gaze fixed on the ancient Juyu Temple atop the mountain. He was Yang Guo from the tourism group. He had tried several times to acquire this piece of land, but the abbot had firmly refused each time. Behind him, a confident man stepped forward, speaking with an arrogant tone, "This is simple, just demolish the temple and it's done." Yang Guo shook his head in warning, "That old monk is not to be underestimated. Last time I brought 5 people, and he defeated us all." The man scoffed, "Hey, don't compare me to those useless guys. I am La Bao, the 5th-ranked fighter of the Iron Armor Gang." Saying that, he raised his hand, lifting a massive rock and hurled it straight at the temple. At the top of Ji Shi Mountain, Jiyu Temple remained peaceful. Thanks to Wu Chen's guidance, Yi Bing and he had reached the temple. As they entered the courtyard, Wu Chen hurried off to find the master, leaving Yi Bing standing there. The old ancestor quickly left to find something to eat. Wu Chen rushed in to report, "Master, the master has exited." Wu Yuan remained seated, causing the boy to panic. "Is he dead?" Suddenly, the old master woke up and asked, "Is the food here?" Wu Chen sighed in relief, "Oh, thank goodness, I'm still alive." The old master opened his eyes wide. "Where is master?" "Where?" Then he hurriedly stepped outside. There he saw Yi Bing standing there, and suddenly a strange object appeared, making both of them widen their eyes. Yi Bing exclaimed, "Are you kidding me?" It was the gigantic stone created by La Bao, hurtling straight towards them, likely to flatten the entire temple. Yi Bing cried out, clasping her hands in prayer, "This is it, I'm still single." Wu Chen turned pale with fear and pointed at the stone, "Master." The old monk protected Wu Chen, saying, "Stand behind me," and then gathered energy in his hands. Wu Chen hid in the monk's robe, clinging tightly to the master's leg. Beneath them, a formation appeared, and Wu Yuan activated the protective formation to defend against it. The meteorite collided with the formation, temporarily being blocked. But soon after, the formation shattered, and the old monk was also pushed back. Wu Chen anxiously supported the master, "Are you okay?" On the roof, their master was sitting and eating mung bean cake. Just as he took a bite, he looked up and saw the meteorite rushing towards him. "Hey, hey." He only used one finger while eating and said, "Could you not disturb me?" The meteorite was right above him. With one finger, he gently supported the rock. Lightning surrounded it, and then the rock exploded. He leisurely finished his bite of cake. After the explosion, the meteorite was reduced to fragments. Yi Bing looked at the debris under her feet and asked Wu Chen in confusion, "Did master create this?" Wu Chen, unaware of anything, excitedly reached out towards Wu Yuan, "Master, you're amazing." The boy grabbed the corner of master's robe, his eyes full of admiration. But clearly, it wasn't the old man who did it. Yi Bing asked Wu Yuan, "Are you Wu Yuan?" The old man replied slowly, "I am Wu Yuan." "May I ask who the donor girl is?" Yi Bing was utterly disappointed. "It has nothing to do with the term, handsome guy, at all. Grandpa tricked me again." The two masters looked at her pained expression, completely bewildered. Wu Yuan suddenly remembered and turned to Wu Chen, "Right, where did you say master was?" The boy looked around, "That's right, where is master?" "He was just behind me a moment ago." At that moment, master finally landed on the ground. Wu Chen hurriedly tugged at the old great master's robe, "Master, ancestor, master." Wu Yuan turned around and, seeing him, rushed over with both hands raised, ready to pay his respects. Wu Yuan pays respects to the ancestor. Before he could finish his sentence, he was tightly grabbed by the collar, pointing to his throat, implying, "No more formalities, give me water, water." He choked because he ate the mung bean cake too quickly. Yi Bing opened a bottle of Coca-Cola and handed it to him. Without caring what it was, he gulped down half the bottle in one go, his eyes suddenly lighting up. "What is this? It's so delicious." He looked just like a child. Yi Bing didn't know that he had never drunk soda before and found it very strange. Wu Chen, seeing him praise the taste, also wanted to try. "Master, I want some too." The boy also took a big gulp. This kind of drink is like opening up heaven. Before he could rejoice, it was snatched back by him. Wu Chen pleaded, climbing over the master, "Leave me some, don't drink it all." Wu Yuan remained vigilant, having noticed a guest arriving. La Bao leisurely climbed the steps, saying to Yang Gu, "Don't worry, Jiyu Temple has definitely been flattened by now." Yang Gu hurriedly thanked La Bao, while boasting as he had just managed to crawl up to Jiyu Temple. Both were astonished, their jaws dropping. The scene was nothing like they had imagined, nothing had changed here. What had changed was La Bao's meteorite, which had shattered. The old monk was still there, completely unscathed. Yi Bing also glanced in their direction. Yang Gu was sweating at the sight. "La Bao, you can't be, you said it would definitely be flattened, right? What's going on now?" La Bao also didn't understand what had happened, but seeing the old monk, he regained his confidence. He explained to Yang Gu, It seems that the old monk activated some kind of formation to hold the stone back, but he has already exhausted his strength. He stepped forward to intimidate. Old monk, hand over your Juyu temple, or else my martial arts will flatten this place. While threatening, he raised his arm, clearly pushing too hard, wanting to engage in a martial arts duel right away. The two men closed in on each other, La Bao's face full of provocation. Meanwhile, Wu Chen was rolling on the ground, crying and throwing a tantrum at the master. Why did you drink it all without leaving a single drop? He held the water bottle in his hand, unable to contain his emotions. It was so delicious, I couldn't resist. Yi Bing crossed her arms. I don't understand why you are fighting over food meant for children. No one is paying attention to La Bao, who is causing a scene. He feels offended and insists on being heard. At this moment, Wu Chen notices someone standing at a distance. Upon recognizing Yang Gu, the boy points and calls out, it's that bad guy from last time. Yang Gu threatens the old monk, I'll give you half a minute to think, either you leave on your own, or we will break in. Wu Yuan calmly says to Wu Chen, did you not always want to learn the Juyu fist technique? Pay close attention. Wu Chen anxiously reaches out towards the master, your body. La Bao is eager to fight. Wu Yuan gathers his energy. The Juyu fist technique was created by Master Yi Juyu and is extremely powerful. I initially planned to pass it on when you were a bit older, but perhaps this is the last opportunity. His words sound like a farewell before departure. Yi Juyu recognizes the name, the Juyu fist technique. Isn't that the fist technique you once demonstrated? La Bao, filled with some strength, charges forward, and with a leap, cracks the ground beneath him. He rushes in, intending to strike the old monk with his fist. Wu Yuan raises his hand to meet the challenge, but just as their hands are about to touch, the old man unexpectedly changes direction, moving beneath him, using the fist technique aimed at a sensitive spot. But he managed to dodge it. Yi Bing and Wu Chen were left speechless. Yi Juyu, sitting nearby, assessed the situation. The movement was correct but a bit slow. La Bao noticed the weakness, leaped high, clasped his hands together to gather strength, and then struck with all his might at the back of the old monk. Wu Chen shouted, Master. The old monk lay flat on the ground. La Bao stood in front of him, demanding the Juyu temple. Despite his serious injuries, Wu Yuan was not easily swayed. Seeing the old man was too stubborn, La Bao said, then go die. His foot was about to stomp straight onto Wu Yuan's face. As it was nearly touching the old man's face and he was unable to resist, both Yi Bing and Wu Chen were tense. But no, he was not going to have it his way. Yi Juyu used his foot to block La Bao's leg. What are you trying to do? Planning to kill my disciple? Wu Chen was overjoyed. Master, you're here. Grateful to have his master save him, Wu Yuan thanked him as well. He turned to Wu Chen and told him to take the master to rest. Yi Bing assisted in taking the old monk inside, while La Bao attacked him. A punch from La Bao came swinging, but he only needed to tilt his head to evade it. Initially, La Bao laughed confidently, but soon his expression changed, so fast. The man had vanished from his sight. At this moment, his hand had reached a sensitive area. Actually, I just want to teach my own technique again. The Juyu fist technique must be used like this. The egg broke, causing La Bao to become deformed. He rolled on the ground, feeling the pain. Yi Juyu dusted off his hands, while the Yi Bing group gaped, not knowing if they had seen it clearly. Yang Gu witnessed La Bao being knocked away by him and felt frightened. How is that possible? He is the 5th-ranked expert in the Iron Armor gang, yet he couldn't withstand a single move from that guy. Wu Chen, his eyes sparkling like small stars, looked at Yi Juyu with admiration. Master is really impressive. La Bao lay on the ground, angry, gripping a few blades of grass tightly. Getting beaten like this is really annoying. Yi Juyu lazily yawned. The old monk respectfully clasped his hands together. I pay my respects to the master. He tossed a pill to Wu Yuan. No need for formalities, this pill is for healing, take it. La Bao stood up, pulling out something, squeezing it tightly in his hand, releasing a purple light accompanied by small bolts of lightning. It turned out to be a hammer. Unable to win in a fair fight, he resorted to using a weapon. Yang Ji's mouth dropped open as he saw La Bao carrying the hammer on his shoulder. This is a level D superpower weapon, it sounds quite powerful. La Bao held the hammer tightly, leaping up from behind to ambush Yi Juyu. But he was kicked away by him. The kick wasn't too strong, he just flew off the peak, back to the foot of the mountain. His hammer spun in the air and finally fell into his hands. This hammer is really ugly. Yang Gu was quite cowardly and trembled at the sight. Then, he left the mountain as fast as he could, the glasses he dropped were probably no longer needed. In his mind now, the mountain is full of monsters, otherwise, who could do that? Yi Bing said, it seems that hammer is a level D superpower weapon. Wu Chen, filled with thousands of questions, asked, Sister, what is a level D superpower weapon? She explained, a superpower weapon is a weapon that can give people super energy. The kid still had a lot to learn, so what is super energy? She was left speechless. Yi Bing pointed at him and the old monk, asking Wu Chen, aren't they superpower wielders? Wu Yuan quickly clarified that she misunderstood. They practiced martial arts, not the superpower she was talking about. So she misunderstood. Yi Juyu turned the hammer over and over, evaluating it. Finding nothing special, he threw it to Wu Chen. The kid was very happy to have a weapon, indeed, children are easily satisfied. Yi Bing remembered her grandfather saying that after superpowers emerged, martial arts gradually declined as they could not compete with superpowers. Why was it not as she knew now? Wu Yuan finally had the chance to ask Yi Bing about her visit. Is there a reason the donor has come to Juyu Temple this time? Wu Yuan asked, but Yi Bing seemed to have forgotten her main purpose. She hurriedly introduced herself, my name is Yi Bing. My grandfather is Yi Tianli. Wu Yuan was surprised, the donor is Tianli's granddaughter. Is your grandfather still well? Meanwhile, Wu Chen was busy playing with the new hammer in his hands. Yi Bing shook her head, her grandfather was not in good condition. She had come to invite the monk for help. The old monk agreed immediately, even though he hadn't seen her grandfather for a long time. Wu Chen swung the hammer up and slammed it down on the ground, shouting, Wu Chen bong bong trui. A layer of mist appeared, and the boy and the master stood watching the result. A small whirlwind approached Yi Bing and Wu Yuan, lifting the old monk into the air. Wu Chen found this weapon really powerful. Yi Juyu also showed interest, saying, I didn't expect weapons could be used like this. Wu Chen refused to let him see, saying, no, it was given to you, you can't ask for it back. Yi Bing reminded, aren't you two going to save him? Wu Chen suddenly jolted, shouting, Master, hurry and save the master. Yi Juyu retracted the hammer, causing the old monk to fall from above, creating a loud thud. Yi Bing helped the old man up, while Wu Chen rushed over to check on him. Wu Yuan painfully said that the old man wouldn't die, just needed to rest for a while to recover, this old bone was truly concerning. He looked at the hammer, which had a gem attached to it, murmuring, this aura feels familiar, like the monster from that year. Yi Juyu and Wu Chen escorted Yi Bing down the mountain. She walked ahead, with Wu Chen sitting on his shoulders following closely behind. The two boys had tricked two super strong bodyguards down the mountain, and Yi Bing felt she had accomplished something great. The two of them each held a bottle of Coca-Cola, drinking joyfully as if living in a world of bubbles. To speed things up, Yi Bing promised that if they got down the mountain before dark, she would reward the two with another bottle. Yi Juyu and Wu Chen's eyes sparkled. Full speed ahead, running like the wind, leaving her far behind. But wait, that's wrong, the mission is to bring her down the mountain, so why am I going ahead of her? At the same time, in a corner of Ji-Shi Mountain, La Bao was gravely injured. Someone approached him, and he was startled and surprised to recognize this person. After 3 hours, Yi Bing finally leaned on her cane and dragged herself out of Ji-Shi Mountain as dusk fell. When she saw the other two, they were leisurely starting a fire, and Yi Juyu was eating an apple. Thinking about what had just happened, she felt even angrier, but ultimately, due to exhaustion, she sat down on the ground. She was too tired to go any further and had no strength left to be angry. This place was still a 3-hour journey from Hang City. She regretted letting the driver leave early, now she had to suffer alone. Yi Juyu drank a lot of soda and kept burping. Wu Chen, carrying a large hammer on his back, asked Yi Bing, where are we going next? She could no longer walk and decided to find a tavern to stay for the night and figure things out later. She opened her phone and found a nearby tavern, immediately feeling uplifted, signaling for the other two to follow. Seeing the resting place, she was as happy as a blooming flower. The fatigue had lessened significantly. At least I can rest at the tavern, she thought. Yi Juyu and Wu Chen found it strange. Just a moment ago, she was too tired to move, but now she's so enthusiastic. Wu Chen curiously asked Yi Juyu, Master, why do we need to find a tavern after sleeping for a night? Yi Juyu had no idea what a tavern was. She probably just wants to drink. Upon arriving at the tavern, the sky was getting dark, and the inside was quite crowded and chaotic, with many pickpockets around. Everyone was armed with knives and swords, and they didn't look friendly at all. The door creaked open, catching the attention of the patrons, who all became alert. As they entered, everyone could only see a girl accompanied by an ordinary young man and a child. Yi Bing approached to greet them, stating that they wanted to rent a room. A short-haired woman, holding a half-finished cigarette, who looked like the manager, asked her which sect she belonged to. Yi Bing was surprised. Sect? I don't belong to any sect. But we just want to rent a room. What does that have to do with anything? Yi Juyu happily introduced that they were from Juyu Temple. The woman had never heard of Juyu Temple, so she waved them away, saying, this place only serves the superpower sect. Wu Chen and Yi Juyu were struck like lightning, feeling as if they had been slapped in the face. Haven't you heard? So you've really fallen this far. Yi Bing slammed the table. It's not that we won't pay, why won't you rent to us? A blade was pressed against her neck, and the one holding the knife warned, little girl, don't you understand? A figure appeared behind them, saying, this place is booked by them today. Guo Lei pressed the knife against Yi Bing's neck. The sharp blade could easily hurt her if she wasn't careful. She was frightened. If it's booked, then fine, but why resort to violence? He moved closer to her, intimidating her. Anyone who came to this place was armed with a knife. If she wanted a room, she could stay with him. It turned out he had ulterior motives towards her, with thoughts as disgusting as his face. A hand grabbed Yi Bing's, and Yi Juyu pulled her out, immediately switching positions to help her escape danger. Due to the rapid movement, Guo Lei hadn't noticed and asked, need to reconsider? He stared in surprise. When did you change into someone else? How did a woman become a man? His expression was quite remarkable. An aura emanated from Yi Juyu that frightened him, resembling a ferocious beast. Under the pressure from Yi Juyu, Guo Lei fell to the ground. The group accompanying him immediately sprang into action, drawing weapons, with knives and swords aimed at him. At this moment, someone spoke up, stop it. It was Kai Dui, the innkeeper. Guo Lei, you haven't forgotten the rules of my place, have you? He leaned down, I apologize, Kai shopkeeper, this is just a misunderstanding, it's them. He intended to shift the blame but was signaled to be quiet by Kai Dui. Upon realizing the misunderstanding, Kai Dui expressed his apologies and introduced himself as the owner of the establishment. I hope everyone can forgive the misunderstanding earlier, he said with a look of regret. Yi Juyu appeared indifferent, but Yi Bing could not let it go easily. You call it a misunderstanding when he held a knife to my throat, she questioned, her voice filled with anger. Kai Dui could only bow his head in apology and offered to give them a luxury room, with the room fee covered by him. Although still annoyed, Yi Bing reluctantly accepted, at least they had a place to rest. Kai Dui ordered the ant who had chased them away to show the guests to their room. She seemed displeased but had to obey the order. No one knew that Kai Dui had noticed the hammer on Wu Chen's back. Especially the sparkling spirit stone attached to it. When they reached the room, Yi Bing suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to request 2 separate rooms because she was too focused on the argument. The ant coldly replied, there's only 1 room left, if you don't want it, then forget it. Yi Bing was angry at her attitude but had no choice. Seeing Yi Juyu and Wu Chen naively opening the room door, she silently sighed, oh my, do I really have to share a room with these two? Fortunately, the luxury room was quite spacious and well-equipped. Yi Bing decided to sleep in the inner room, while the other 2 would sleep in the living room on the condition that they wouldn't step into her room. Wu Chen excitedly jumped onto the sofa, while Yi Juyu lay down and began to think, the people downstairs are not ordinary, why are they gathering here? He wondered but couldn't find an answer, so he used his divine consciousness to probe the surroundings. As the divine consciousness spread, he unexpectedly discovered Yi Bing's figure preparing to take a shower. Yi Juyu blushed, his heart racing, and quickly withdrew his divine consciousness. Downstairs, the group that had just caused trouble was discussing, and one of them asked Guolei, "Boss, is there a problem with those guys today?" According to him, Yi Bing and Wu Chen were both ordinary people. As for Yi Juyu, he is difficult to predict. Guolei finished his beer and said, "He seems to have some strength, not someone easy to deal with. I hope his target is not like ours." After that, he ordered, "We will depart according to plan." Guolei stood up, deciding not to rest anymore. Their target was the spirit stone that had just appeared on Jishir Mountain, which excited him greatly. However, he did not know that his plan had been discovered by Yi Juyu. Yi Juyu withdrew his divine consciousness, opening his eyes with a puzzled expression, "Spirit stone." At night, Yi Bing gently opened the door and peeked into the room. Everyone was fast asleep. She tiptoed in, but suddenly a voice startled her, "Hey, you came at the right time." It turned out that Yi Juyu had woken up. Yi Bing awkwardly pointed outside, I'm going to hang out the laundry." Yi Juyu asked her if she knew about the spirit stone. Yi Bing was confused, huh? Meanwhile, at Jishir Mountain, the members of the Manhwa gang were advancing deep into the forest. The leader shouted loudly, "Hurry up, what has appeared this time is very likely the black spirit stone. If we get it, the Manhwa gang will rise to a new level." On a high branch, a woman with green hair is sitting, biting a piece of meat in her hand and smiling. Black Spirit Stone is the blue spider Yang Yi, the third member of the Iron Armor gang. She sits cross-legged, looking down at the group of the Manhwa gang, murmuring, "I heard the quality is good here." Accompanying her is La Bao, the fifth member of the gang. He asks, "Black Spirit Stone, are we going?" Yang Yi stands up and laughs. "The black spirit stone is much rarer than the purple spirit stone. In our Iron Armor gang, only the boss owns one. Do you think we can miss out on this?" Saying that, she jumps down to the ground. La Bao continues to ask, "What about the thief of my spirit stone?" Yang Yi replies, "Don't worry, he won't get away. I'll go report to Dai Xiong." Back in the room, Yi Bing turns to Yi Juyu and wonders, "Don't you know about spirit stones?" Yi Juyu points to the hammer on Wu Chen's back, "Is it this?" Yi Bing explains, "About 500 years ago, spirit stones appeared in the world. They have a four-pointed star shape, purple in color, and are found within the bodies of monsters. Later, people discovered they provide enormous power to humans. Spirit stones are divided into three types, purple, black, and red. Purple spirit stones are often used to craft superpower weapons. Like Wu Chen's hammer. I've heard that the black spirit stone can grant a person superpowers instantly, but I've never seen one." Yi Juyu pondered, "It must be related to the monster from 500 years ago. The black spirit stone, huh? Let's go take a look." Yi Bing turned back into the room, but Yi Juyu had disappeared at some point. She shook her head and yawned, "Forget him, I'm going to sleep." She turned and walked away, the door slamming shut. Just a moment later, the door opened again, and a shadowy figure stepped inside. Wu Chen was still sound asleep, drooling. He grabbed the storm hammer and held it up to the moonlight for a closer inspection. "This is definitely a spirit stone." Meanwhile, the Manhwa gang had arrived at an open area. According to the intel, the target is right ahead. Suddenly, a strange noise came from the bushes. Guolei took notice, "Humph." Then a fierce beast appeared. He quickly struck the beast's back, causing it to cry out in pain and fall. Just then, another footstep echoed. Guolei was surprised, "Huh? Who's that?" Yang Yi sat on a tree stump, propping her chin up, smiling charmingly, "Thank you for leading the way." Guolei realized her intentions, she wanted to steal the spirit stone. He rushed forward, shouting, "Want to die?" Yang Yi drew her weapon from her crossbody bag, swish. She parried Guolei's attack and countered with satisfaction. Guolei was hit and fell down. 3 hours earlier, in a small town near Jishir Mountain. At the dining table, someone asked, "Hey the brother, is the story you just told true or are you just drunk and rambling?" The brother's face turned crimson as he grinned lewdly, "Do you doubt the words of the King of Intelligence? I saw the star beast carrying the black spirit stone at Jishir Mountain with my own eyes." He declared loudly, "I sold this news to the Manhwa gang." A traveler at the next table heard every word clearly. After hearing this, everyone believed the information and rushed outside to check for the Black Spirit Stone. Hurry, let's go see. The old man Yi Tianli chuckled softly, a bead of sweat running down his cheek, thinking to himself, Shi Mountain is in chaos now. The traveler stood up, adjusted his hat, and walked past the drunken man. Hey, where did everyone go? The dagger at his leg flew out, whoosh. The drunken man fell down, a long gash on his back. The traveler Luo Di left with a swagger. In the present time, the group of people in the bar had gathered at the place where the Manhwa gang was standing. Above, a person was already standing ready. What's going on? Yang Yi asked suspiciously, stroking her chin. All the members of the Manhwa gang have been killed, why do others still know about the Star Beast? La Bao threw a man to the ground and ran over to listen. Alright, it's the one who sold the information to the Manhwa gang. He got drunk and leaked the news. Yang Yi anxiously twirled a lock of hair. You're back, where is Dai Xiong? Boom. Something shot down from the sky near where Yang Yi was standing, kicking up a cloud of dust. It was the person she had just asked about, the fourth officer of the Iron Armor gang, Dai Xiong. The three of them stood looking down at the situation below. Yang Yi said with a smile, humph. This time we have enough people, but the leaked information is indeed a problem, it seems we have to fight. La Bao thought about the time he fought with Yi Juyu and worriedly thought, I hope that guy doesn't show up again. In a nearby forest, a traveler stood in contemplation, looking ahead. In the bushes, a group of armed people cautiously approached him. One shouted, Hey, kid, you're here to find the Star Beast too, right? Luo Di ignored him and walked away. Noticing he was being ignored, the man grew furious, raised his gun toward Luo Di, and shouted, Hey, I'm talking to you. Luo Di remained silent. The man sneered and asked, Mute, huh? Bang. The bullet fired. He turned around, snarling, then go to hell. The bullet shot straight at Luo Di. Whoosh. Luo Di's figure blurred and faded like an illusion, the bullet passing through and striking a tree trunk instead. The loudmouth was horrified, sweat dripping down his face. Since when had Luo Di already closed the distance? A knife flashed across their necks before they could even react. Luo Di swiftly sheathed the blade, adjusted his hat, and walked away calmly. Behind him, the two men collapsed heavily to the ground. Glancing around, Luo Di muttered, This place will do. He set his backpack down, rummaged inside, and pulled out a satellite device. Placing it on the ground face up, tick-tick, the sound of a signal scan rang out. It projected a spinning circular pattern. Luo Di leapt into the air as a sound wave spread across the entire area. Members of the Iron Armor gang approaching the edge of the wave froze. What's this? One muttered. Yang Yi replied, A Star Beast summoning artifact. Looks like an expert has been drawn here. La Bao frowned, worried, the Star Beast summoning artifact. Isn't this the favorite toy of the Jin Shouji organization? Yang Yi, uninterested yet intrigued, replied, it really is Jin Shouji. This is going to be interesting. Let's go over there. Above, Yi Juyu clasped his hands behind his back, using his divine consciousness to scan the surroundings. He chuckled lightly, looks like a lot of people have come. The sound wave from the Star Beast summoning artifact had caught Yi Juyu's attention. Humph. A dark shadow perched on a tree branch, birds flying chaotically in the sky. Where Luo Di sat, a large shadow loomed over him as a monster appeared. The beast swung its front legs, creating a golden magical circle. It slammed down where Luo Di was sitting, sending earth and rocks flying in all directions. Luo Di jumped up, narrowly avoiding its attack. He leaped onto a nearby high branch and drew his dagger. The star beast roared, its sound wave attacking in Luo Di's direction. Nearby, the Iron Armor gang members had rushed over. It's a star beast. Yang Yi looked up at the branch where Luo Di stood and recognized, they really are from Jin Shouji. Luo Di stood contemplatively on the branch, not knowing what he was thinking. The guy La Bao below disdainfully commented, this brat has even broken his sword. It seems that Jin Shouji's people aren't that impressive after all. With a whoosh, Luo Di suddenly found that it had disappeared into thin air. La Bao was confused. Luo Di rushed towards the giant star beast, raising the broken sword towards him. Under La Bao's bewildered gaze, Yang Yi sternly shouted, "You fool!" At that moment, from the break of the sword in Luo Di's hand, a blue lightning bolt flashed, reconstructing the broken part of the sword. Yang Yi explained that his sword was not a broken sword, but a superpower weapon of level S, a true 100%. Luo Di swung the sword, and the lightning spread throughout the space. Even from thousands of miles away, one could still feel the terrifying power of the sword. The lightning shot straight up into the sky, creating a violent shockwave. La Bao stood frozen, sweat pouring down, stammering, really strong indeed." After the fierce attack, Luo Di landed on the ground. The Iron Armor gang group finally realized his identity. He was one of the 10 fingers of Jin Shouji, Traveler Luo Di. Above where everyone was standing, a different group of people appeared. They were not afraid and dared to eye the prize. "Look over there, it's a star beast," they shouted, "kill it, take the spirit stone." Yang Yi's face darkened, angrily throwing out a jar of green powder. A stream of toxic gas emanated from it. A star beast is something that lowly creatures like you dare to covet. The green powder spread everywhere. One of the group managed to realize, what is that? Immediately, the whole group collapsed without understanding what was happening. A green spider jumped out from their bodies. Yang Yi turned to Luo Di, "Dai Xiong, it seems they are not willing to give the star beast to us." The ground shook once again. Everyone was startled and amazed. What is that? The star beast that had just been defeated stood up, looking even stronger than before, letting out a deafening roar. Its roar created a terrifying sound wave. Luo Di raised his hands in front of him, trying to block the horrifying roar. "I can't believe it, how is this possible?" Yang Yi also raised his hands to shield himself. "This star beast seems different from the last time they encountered it." Noticing the situation, Yang Yi suggested, "Hey Luo Di, it seems you can't do anything either. Or should we cooperate to eliminate it first and then continue fighting?" Luo Di turned around, his sword no longer emitting blue lightning but now blazing with fire. He walked forward, adjusting his hat with one hand. "It's up to you." Luo Di jumped high, and Dai Xiong also channeled energy into his fist. Yang Yi leaped up, and a pair of shimmering blue butterfly wings appeared behind her. Luo Di's sword slashed a path of fire, and Dai Xiong's fist struck directly at the star beast. Yang Yi unleashed countless metal energy projectiles from above. Boom! The attack created a violent shockwave that spread throughout the area. La Bao stood outside, facing a cloud of dust. Did we succeed? The people inside stared in disbelief, as if they had just witnessed something beyond imagination. The spot where the star beast had stood was now just a heavily devastated area, deeply cratered, with no trace of the star beast left. "It's run away." Yang Yi exclaimed in panic, "Hurry, chase after it, it hasn't gone far." Yi Juyu had just landed, brushing off the leaves stuck to his clothes when the star beast charged towards him from behind, intending to grab him. Yi Juyu lightly touched the star beast's hand, causing it to freeze in confusion. Boom! A light touch from Yi Juyu sent the star beast crashing against the rock wall. The star beast lay motionless, and the rock wall cracked open. Yi Juyu stood there unconcerned, holding a leaf. Is it a stray cat? The star beast lay injured, creating a large trench from where it had flown. Yi Juyu approached. "This is the star beast they were talking about." He touched the star beast and retrieved a spirit stone. After the spirit stone was taken, the star beast gradually returned to its original state. Yi Juyu held the spirit stone up to the moonlight. It seems this is what caused the star beast to transform. While Yi Juyu was examining the spirit stone, a pair of high heels appeared behind him. How dare someone steal from the Iron Armor gang? The group from earlier had caught up, each with a different expression. Luo Di said, "This is our spirit stone." Yang Yi angrily shouted, "Don't interrupt." Her face darkened. "You brat, the spirit stone is not something everyone can touch. Hand it over now." Yi Juyu turned around. La Bao panicked, pointing at Yi Juyu and stammering, It's him. The one who stole the storm hammer is him." Yang Yi's face changed color. That's perfect timing, quickly hand over both the storm hammer and the spirit stone." Yi Juyu ignored her, scratching his ear, I don't want to. Yang Yi was so furious that she felt a fire burning inside her, gritting her teeth, you want to die. Yang Yi took out her weapon, the gun's muzzle gradually gathering power. She shot straight at Yi Juyu. La Bao, standing beside her, reminded, be careful, he's very strong. Boom. A loud explosion sounded. Yang Yi smirked triumphantly, humph, can't withstand a single blow. Luo Di was startled and turned his head, Yang Yi's face turned pale, sweat streaming down her cheeks. Ha! Yi Juyu saw Yang Yi's weapon and curiously asked, what is this? Luo Di restarted his sword, glancing at Yi Juyu, since when has this guy been around? Yi Juyu snatched Yang Yi's weapon, grinning, let me borrow this for a bit. Yang Yi was angry but also scared, sweat pouring down her body, this is bad, I can't move. Who is this guy? Behind Yi Juyu, Dai Xiong was rushing in, throwing a punch. Bang! A loud explosion echoed, rocks flying everywhere. Whoosh! Through the mist, Yi Juyu had been waiting all along. He pointed the weapon he had just taken from Yang Yi at Dai Xiong, aiming directly at his face. Yi Juyu appeared to be very interested. He took aim and thought to himself, this should be the spot. Then he pulled the trigger. A powerful blast from the weapon shot out, creating a strong wind that kicked up a cloud of dust. After the shot, Yi Juyu quickly jumped onto a nearby high branch to observe the situation. As the dust settled, the image of an injured Dai Xiong emerged. Nevertheless, Dai Xiong remained steady, turning his head to search for Yi Juyu. He held Yang Yi in his arms, his gaze alert and directed toward Yi Juyu. Yi Juyu sneered, mischievously tossing away Yang Yi's weapon, wow, this thing is just weak. As he spoke, his attitude suddenly changed, humph. Luo Di appeared right in front of him, holding a sword with a cold expression. Luo Di swung his sword towards Yi Juyu, but unexpectedly, a golden shield surrounding Yi Juyu blocked the attack. Yi Juyu glanced at the spirit stone on the hilt of Luo Di's sword, thinking to himself, another spirit stone, huh? Suddenly, a strange sensation pierced through his mind. Without hesitation, Yi Juyu threw a straight punch at Luo Di's face. Luo Di was knocked back several meters, the sword flying out of his hand. Yi Juyu approached the sword, but suddenly he was startled and turned his head. A strange aura appeared, and he quickly dodged. It turned out to be Kai Dui, a member of Jin Shouji, who had once stolen the storm hammer. Kai Dui was dragging the bound Wu Chen along, sneering, Luo Di, it's the first time I've seen you in such a pathetic state. Wu Chen looked at Yi Juyu, tears welling in his eyes, crying out for help, Master, save me, this owner is a bad guy. Yi Juyu laughed, holding his belly and blushing, pointing at Wu Chen, haha, Wu Chen, how did you get caught? You're too weak. Wu Chen shouted angrily, stop laughing and save me quickly. Kai Dui sneered, his voice full of menace, hey, it seems you two don't quite understand the situation, do you? Luo Di beside him touched his neck and reminded, he's very strong, be careful. Kai Dui slung the storm hammer over his shoulder and lifted Wu Chen, I know, but this little monk is important to you, isn't he? Yi Juyu suddenly vanished from Kai Dui's sight, leaving him wide-eyed in shock. In an instant, both the storm hammer and Wu Chen were in Yi Juyu's hands. Kai Dui gritted his teeth, filled with surprise, so fast. Wu Chen looked up at Yi Juyu, tears ready to fall, crying, Master, they are bullying me. Yi Juyu gently stroked Wu Chen's head, saying, the disciples of Juyu Temple cannot cry easily. Wu Chen obediently nodded, wiped his tears, yes. Kai Dui spoke from behind, brother, we from Jin Shouji do not want to be your enemies, but the spirit stone in your hand was discovered by us first, we hope you can return it. We will reward you. Yi Juyu turned to look at them with a cold gaze. Yang Yi, worried, spoke hastily, the storm hammer belongs to us, please return it. Yi Juyu smiled lightly, you guys are quite impressive. Unfortunately, I have a use for this spirit stone, so I cannot give it to you. Saying that, he turned and waved his hand, so I'm sorry. Kai Dui replied sharply, it seems you have forgotten someone. Before Yi Juyu could understand, Wu Chen tugged at his sleeve, worried, Sister Yi Bing is still in the inn. Kai Dui smiled smugly, this place is at least 5 kilometers from the inn, and the inn is filled with my people. If you do not hand over the spirit stone, you will never see that girl again. Yi Juyu's gaze hardened, his voice cold. I hate it most when someone threatens me. Kai Dui held the remote and scoffed, if you don't believe me, you can try it. At a distance of 5 kilometers, no matter how fast you are, you won't make it in time to save anyone. Yi Juyu emitted a sound wave to search the dorm room. Inside, Yi Bing was trembling, using a blanket to cover herself, facing the thugs with knives. Yi Juyu was unsure of his expression, but he knew the black spirit stone could provide superpower. He smirked, gripping the spirit stone tightly in his palm and placing it against his chest. The power of the spirit stone spread out, enveloping him, whoosh. The person who was next to Wu Chen vanished without a trace. Wu Chen looked around, extremely confused, searching for Yi Juyu. Just 2 short seconds later, from the sky, Yi Juyu reappeared, his expression cold, holding Yi Bing in his arms. Yi Bing, who was wrapped in a towel, also had no idea what was happening, her face showing a bewildered expression with a big question mark. The members of the Iron Armor gang who witnessed this scene looked as if they had been struck by lightning, their eyes wide and mouths agape in disbelief. It can't be, they exclaimed. In the dorm room, the thugs had been knocked out. Lying motionless on the floor, Kai Dui angrily pressed the signal connection machine repeatedly. The beeping sound rang out as he looked up, his eyes filled with suspicion. Teleportation. Luo Di recalled the scene when he confronted the star beast containing the black spirit stone, where he had witnessed similar abilities. So the star beast can disappear in the blink of an eye, that is indeed the power of teleportation. Kai Dui turned to command Luo Di, quickly report to the boss. We must obtain this spirit stone. Luo Di nodded, adjusting the hat on his head. Meanwhile, Yi Juyu smiled, wrapping his arms around 2 people. All right, I don't have time to play with you guys. He said. Then, in the blink of an eye, he vanished before everyone's eyes. Kai Dui stood under the tree, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He bent over, resting his hands on his knees, gritting his teeth, his face darkening. Who the hell is he? In the darkness, on top of a high power pole, a few birds perched silently. In the glowing red eyes of one bird, an image of a quiet small path appeared. From the alley, a girl rushed out in panic. The young beautiful girl was wearing a uniform. Her long hair was neatly tied up on top of her head. She was running while continuously glancing back, her face full of fear. Suddenly, a shadow fell before her. She looked forward in terror, where a young man with a wicked expression was blocking her path. He wore a vest, his shirt wide open, licking his lips hungrily. Got you. His hand grabbed the girl's head, pushing her backward. Desperately, she screamed, no, don't. As the man pressed down, he was completely unaware that a giant puppet had appeared behind him. The puppet raised its fist high, and with one blow, it sent the man flying away, crashing hard into the wall. The force was so strong that it nearly brought the wall down, dust flying everywhere. From atop the wall, an observer spoke up, hurry up and go. The girl finally regained her senses, let out a cry, and ran away from the terrifying puppet. The one who had spoken was another girl. She raised her hand, releasing several dark currents, smiling, another decent vessel, young master will surely praise me. Those currents, under her control, infiltrated the body of the man who had just been knocked down, transforming him into a fabric puppet. The girl sitting on the wall revealed her true form. She was youthful, wearing a short dress with the title Jin Shouji. She skillfully manipulated the red strings with both hands, her mouth constantly complaining. The young master has not appeared for hundreds of years, when we meet again, I will definitely scold him to death. At that moment, she glanced warily. From outside the alley, a figure was approaching, pulling down a baseball cap to obscure his face. The boss quickly jumped down from the wall, merging with the puppet. The newcomer silently faced the strange puppet. He slightly bowed his head, looking up from under the brim of the cap as if assessing. Then, he knelt on one knee in greeting. Luo Di pays respects to the boss. The boss inside the puppet coldly asked. What is it? Luo Di reported. Boss, the spirit stone containing teleportation powers has appeared. Upon hearing this, the boss smiled with satisfaction. In the city of Huaxia country, Hang City, a city with closely built houses and tall buildings. Yi Juyu, Yi Bing, and Wu Chen stood in front of a magnificent villa. Yi Bing cheerfully introduced. Here we are, this is my house. Wu Chen stared in amazement. This house is huge, even bigger than Juyu Temple. Yi Juyu stood behind. The expression was not overly dramatic, yet it couldn't hide the surprise when gazing at the villa. Follow me. Yi Bing led the way across the spacious courtyard with a fountain and a meticulously maintained lawn. Yi Juyu glanced around, evaluating the architecture and quietly noted, the changes are significant, completely different from 500 years ago. Meanwhile, Wu Chen was curious about everything, constantly asking, is this fun? The soccer field, the beautiful flowers, the small garden, the smell of barbecue, the barbecue area, and there's even a beach and a swimming pool inside. Suddenly, a man called out from the corner of the yard, Yi Bing is back. It was Yi Tianming, Yi Bing's older brother. He stood at the door, arms crossed, assessing Yi Juyu and Wu Chen. Who are these two? Yi Bing replied without hesitation, they are guests I invited. Yi Tianming nodded, are they here for the exchange event? She nodded, yes, that's right. Yi Tianming looked at the two, no sign of any superpower. Just ordinary people. He curiously glanced at Yi Juyu, who had now entered the house and was surveying the room filled with bookshelves. Perhaps I didn't see the essence of the matter. Could that be a type of superpower weapon? Yi Tianming's gaze was fixed on the storm hammer that Wu Chen was carrying on his back. He observed the three people touring the house, then turned to ask someone in front, what do you think? Behind the wall that Yi Tianming was leaning against, there was another man with spiky hair and a tall stature. He quickly responded to Yi Tianming, that is a D-level superpower weapon. Yi Tianming immediately ordered Kai Di, a level 2 superpower wielder, to investigate their identities. Kai Di quickly acknowledged, understood. The battles between superpower wielders are incredibly diverse, ranging from strength against strength to the use of elements in combat and even sword fights. Yi Bing painted a picture of the matches in the tournament while explaining, the friendly matches between superpowered forces are an annual event held every 3 years in Hua Xia country. In the friendly tournament, superpowered forces that achieve high rankings will receive more resources and power for the next 3 years. Yi Juyu understood Yi Bing's intention immediately. He calmly confirmed with her, so you want me to participate in this friendly tournament? Meanwhile, Wu Chen, sitting beside them, was still engrossed in exploring his hammer. Yi Bing quickly confirmed and explained further, that's right, because my family is a superpowered clan, also considered a superpowered force. This year's rule is that each participant can bring one additional external member. Yi Juyu remained with his arms crossed, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, only asking in return, are you saying that all superpowered forces nationwide will participate? What about the cultivating immortal sects? Yi Bing was slightly taken aback but still explained, cultivating immortal sects. I've heard my grandfather mention some very powerful ancient martial sects, but I've never seen them in reality. Upon hearing this, Yi Juyu propped his chin on his hand, frowning in thought, could it be that they all disappeared after that incident years ago? Yi Bing, unaware of his thoughts, cheerfully offered a tempting condition, that's right, if you agree to participate, I will pay you a handsome reward. She even pointed to a shelf full of Coca-Cola, besides the reward, you can have as much Coca-Cola as you want. An illusion of both teacher and student lounging around, sipping Coca-Cola, popped into their minds, and without hesitation, they agreed immediately, all right, I agree. Yi Bing joyfully jumped up to hug Yi Juyu, that's great. At the same time, in Yi Tianming's room. He was seriously sitting and writing something. Kai Di walked in from outside and announced, it's confirmed, those two, he is indeed a member of the ancient martial sect. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianming stopped writing, skeptically snorted, ancient martial sect, can there still be people from the ancient martial sect deceiving others at this time? Kai Di continued, that superpower weapon must belong to the Iron Armor Gang, I don't know why it ended up in their hands. Yi Tianming frowned and ordered, you go test their strength, don't let them deceive Bing and I. As night fell, the large villa of the Yi family was illuminated by wall lamps. Inside, Yi Bing was wearing a simple short dress, holding a bundle of spiritual herbs, and knocking on Yi Juyu's door a cup and hugged his head with tears in his eyes. Yi Juyu reminded him, I still have to refine pills, pay attention, this is a subject that must be learned in cultivating immortals. Saying that, he rubbed the storage bag, and a wisp of smoke escaped from it, gathering on the ground before Wu Chen's astonished eyes. From the mist, the shape of a cauldron gradually emerged. But when the smoke cleared, Wu Chen's surprise took a huge hit. Because standing before them was a very shabby and tattered cauldron. Wu Chen couldn't believe it and pointed at the old cauldron, asking, "Master, can you really refine pills?" Yi Juyu raised his hand to cover his mouth, avoiding eye contact and slightly defensive. "I haven't used it for 500 years, I didn't expect it to be so old. Well, I'll just make do for now." Saying that, he dropped the bundle of spiritual herbs into the cauldron, waved his hand to create a line of fire, igniting the space inside the cauldron, and began the pill refining process. Outside the window, Kai Di was sitting on a protruding branch, looking puzzled at the situation in the room. He wondered aloud, could it be that he wants to refine pills like those self-proclaimed ancient martial sect people? Inside the room, Yi Juyu happily announced to Wu Chen, "It's almost done." The boy looked at him with adoring eyes. Yi Juyu gently waved his hand, and from inside the cauldron, a billowing cloud of black smoke rose up. Suddenly, a loud explosion shook the space. While Yi Juyu remained calm, the pill-refining cauldron shattered into pieces, smoke and flames bursting everywhere. The explosion startled Wu Chen, who was surrounded by dust and sparks. He shouted to Yi Juyu, "Master, it exploded again." Outside, Kai Di stood on the high branch, coldly observing the situation in the room. He smirked slightly and said, "It seems I don't need to intervene to investigate anymore." Then, he gently jumped down to the ground, hands in his pockets, turned his back and walked away, simultaneously concluding, "The lady is looking for a useless person." In the room, the dust gradually cleared. Yi Juyu stood there calmly brushing off his shoulders, while Wu Chen still trembled, sitting on the floor. Yi Juyu looked at the blue and yellow pills in his hand and nodded slightly. 2 beauty pills, 2 restoration pills, not bad, not a waste of medicinal materials. He glanced at the remnants of the cauldron and sighed softly, "It's a pity that the cauldron is too old. The exquisite cauldrons of the past have been exposed to the rain for too long. If I had known, I should have kept one." At the same time, Kai Di had returned to Yi Tianming's room to report. He sneered and said to Yi Tianming, who was sitting at work, "The lady is inviting a useless person. He only knows how to refine worthless pills and even blew up the living room." Yi Tianming coldly nodded, his eyes filled with anger. "If that's the case, then drive him away." The next day, at the large villa of the Yi family, Yi Bing had just woken up. She raised her hand to cover her mouth as she yawned, her eyes still hazy. Yi Tianming approached from a distance. Smiling lightly, she announced, "Bing and Grandpa is calling for you to come over." Yi Bing was a bit surprised but had no doubts. She nodded, "Now. Wait for me to change first." She quickly changed into her usual uniform, pulling on her shoes. Before leaving, she turned to say goodbye to Yi Tianming, who was sitting on the sofa. "Brother, my 2 guests will be here soon, please entertain them when they wake up." Yi Tianming nodded, "Got it." Yi Bing closed the door behind her, leaving Yi Tianming sitting still on the sofa. Kai Di appeared behind Yi Tianming, reminding him, "Lady knows you sent those 2 away, she will probably make a fuss, right?" Yi Tianming was not very concerned. He picked up his phone to check the competition list and casually said, "It doesn't matter. This tournament's participant list cannot be wasted on those con artists." Kai Di smiled smugly, understood. Meanwhile, Yi Juyu was sitting cross-legged on the roof of the villa practicing. He opened his eyes, sensing the spiritual energy in the world, and frowned slightly. The spiritual energy is much less than before. What is happening? Inside the room, Wu Chen was doing push-ups, drenched in sweat. Yi Juyu suddenly appeared in front of him. Wu Chen stopped, stood up to wipe the sweat off his forehead, and asked, "Master, where have you been?" Yi Juyu replied briefly, "Cultivating." Wu Chen's eyes lit up, excitedly asking, "Master, when will you teach me to cultivate?" Yi Juyu hesitated slightly, changing the subject, "Come on, Wu Chen, let's go somewhere." Wu Chen immediately summoned the storm hammer. The 2 of them stepped out of the room together. After walking a few steps, a fragrant smell wafted towards them, causing both to stop. At the dining table near the window, delicious breakfast dishes were still steaming. Yi Tianming and Kai Di were sitting there enjoying their meal. Wu Chen looked at the food with longing eyes. Yi Juyu greeted, "Good morning." But Yi Tianming acted as if he didn't see them and continued to drink tea. Wu Chen ran to the table, intending to grab some bread. But a pair of chopsticks flew from the other side, aiming to hit his hand. Yi Juyu quickly stopped it, casually saying, "I'm sorry, let me get you another pair." Yi Tianming coldly said, "It seems I haven't said that there isn't any food for you two here." Yi Juyu didn't argue, turned to Wu Chen, and said, "Wu Chen, they don't want us to eat, so let's just leave it to them." Wu Chen nodded sadly, spitting out the piece of bread he had in his mouth. Yi Tianming looked at the bread soaked with saliva and nearly spat out his tea. Yi Juyu arrogantly turned around, "Let's go, Wu Chen, it seems we are not welcome here." Kai Di was so angered by Yi Juyu's disdainful attitude that his fists trembled, his eyes glaring as he watched the two of them leisurely walk out of the room. Unable to contain himself any longer, he slammed his hand on the table and stood up, roaring in anger, "I will go kill them." Yi Tianming immediately spoke in a deep voice to stop him, "Wait a moment." Outside, Yi Juyu and Wu Chen had left the villa. Wu Chen was still puzzled by his master's attitude and looked up to ask, "Master, they bullied you, why didn't you teach them a lesson?" Yi Juyu comfortably stretched, looking down from above, and smiled as he explained, "Wu Chen, remember, those who do not threaten me do not deserve my attention. Unless..." Wu Chen jumped up, sitting proudly on Yi Juyu's shoulder, and asked affectionately, "Unless what?" Yi Juyu merely smiled, finishing the sentence, "Unless I am unhappy." Hearing this, Wu Chen frowned, puffed out his cheeks, and said, "Wu Chen doesn't understand. Never mind, it's up to the master. Where are we going now?" Yi Juyu looked up at the deep blue sky and replied, "To find my fly sword." As the two of them walked and chatted, Wu Chen asked, "What about Sister Yi Bing?" Yi Juyu calmly answered, "I will explain it to her later." In the villa, Kai Di was still angrily questioning Yi Tianming, "Why didn't you kill them?" Yi Tianming did not rush to answer. He quietly took Wu Chen's saliva-stained plate of bread and threw both the plate and bread into the trash. Then he casually turned back, crossed his legs, and reassured Kai Di, "Don't be impatient, we have more important matters to attend to right now." Kai Di nodded and asked, "Have you made a choice for ladies' external list?" Yi Tianming took a sip of tea and asked back, "Have you heard of the Jin Shouji organization?" Kai Di frowned, slowly recalling, "I've heard rumors that their main goal is to collect spirit stones. The organization has 10 members, all of whom are extremely powerful superpower wielders." Yi Tianming nodded, "That's right, the weakest among them is also a level 3 superpower wielder." Kai Di asked cautiously, "Are you suggesting we invite them to help us in the battle?" Yi Tianming confirmed, "Exactly. This organization is unlike other superpowered forces. They are only interested in spirit stones and do not participate in friendly tournaments. If we can invite them to help us, Yi family could achieve a high ranking." Kai Di was still worried, "But I heard this organization is very mysterious and hard to find." Yi Tianming confidently replied, "Don't worry, I have contacted one of them, and when the time comes, we will go meet them together." Meanwhile, Yi Juyu and Wu Chen stood in front of a large gate. A red advertising banner hung above it, "Unparalleled Sword Rooster, Headquarters of Fried Chicken." The spiritual item was a chibi golden chicken, wearing a red cloak and holding a sword raised high. Wu Chen innocently pointed at the chicken and asked, "Master, is this the fly sword of yours?" Yi Juyu shook his head, "Fool, of course not." Wu Chen sighed and asked, "Then why did you bring it here?" Yi Juyu looked around and explained, "Qianlu Pedestrian Street, over 500 years ago, this was the sect Wu Jian founded by me, but according to my speculation, they are no longer here." Wu Chen helplessly said, "Isn't it obvious?" Then suddenly remembering, the kid exclaimed, "Wait. Aren't you the master of Juyu Temple?" Yi Juyu replied calmly. "Juyu Temple is just one of the many sects I founded." Wu Chen immediately changed his attitude, excitedly asking, "So where are they all now?" Yi Juyu replied slowly, "It's been many years, I don't know where they went, we'll just have to look for them gradually." He stood in the bustling street, feeling lost amidst the vibrant scenery. Looking around, everything had changed so much that it reminded him of his old friends from years ago. "I wonder how they are now, are Yu Luo and Jiao Jiao still alive?" While he was deep in thought, suddenly a girl with high blonde hair approached, cheerfully inviting, "Dear guests, our shop has just launched a new flavor of fried chicken, please come and try it." The two of them simultaneously looked at the girl standing in front of the unparalleled Sword Rooster shop, dressed in an outfit similar to that of a maid, holding a plate of fragrant fried chicken, continuing to entice, "Please give it a try." She winked and introduced, "Currently, we have a buy one get one free promotion. For only 20 yuan, you can get 2 large portions of fried chicken." Yi Juyu, upon hearing this, felt as if struck by lightning, snapping out of his craving. He quietly asked Wu Chen, "Do you have any money?" The kid shook his head, crossing his arms to indicate he had no money at all. Yi Juyu rubbed his forehead and sighed, thinking to himself, "It seems I have to find a way to make some money." Without hesitation, he grabbed Wu Chen by the neck and pulled him along, ignoring the kid's protests and the surprised gaze of the chicken seller. The two of them walked down the road, watching couples happily enjoying their food. Finally, Yi Juyu couldn't help but call out to Wu Chen, who was walking ahead. He looked at the hammer on the kid's back and bluntly asked, "That hammer of yours must be worth quite a bit, right?" Wu Chen immediately understood his intention, hugging the hammer tightly and replied cautiously, "No way, this is mine, I won't sell it." Yi Juyu didn't push, his eyes scanning for ways to make money. Suddenly, he spotted an old man selling antiques, and an idea flashed in his mind. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Got it." A worn wooden sign with the words "Selling top-quality pills" quickly appeared. The two of them sat by the roadside, in front of them were several pills they had just refined the day before. Wu Chen asked doubtfully, "Master, do you think anyone will buy them?" Yi Juyu confidently replied, "Years ago, my pills were famous throughout the cultivating immortals world, and all the sects were competing to buy them. But times have changed." An hour passed. Wu Chen yawned repeatedly. 3 hours later, the kid had dozed off. 5 hours later, Yi Juyu also took the opportunity to meditate. An old man selling antiques passed by and advised, "Kid, no one is going to buy your scam products." Yi Juyu frowned, "This is not a scam." The old man shook his head and walked away. While Wu Chen was drawing circles on the ground out of boredom, a gentle voice suddenly rang out, "Excuse me." A pretty girl named Yi Shini appeared, politely asking, "Can I take a look at the pills you two have?" Yi Juyu happily presented a beauty pill, introducing, "This is a beauty pill, which helps maintain a golden appearance for 10 years. Yi Shini picked it up to examine it, astonished by the dense spiritual energy in the pill. She suggested, "You two should follow me, I know a place where this pill can be sold." Meanwhile, at Yi Tianli's house in the forest, Yi Bing had just returned and called out loudly, "Grandpa." Yi Tianli came out of the house, cheerfully asking, "Bing and you're back. Has the expert I mentioned been invited yet?" Yi Bing recounted, "I couldn't invite the old monk, but there is someone called a master currently at our house." Yi Tianli was taken aback. "Master of Wu Yuan? Hurry and take him to meet him, he is a true cultivator." Yi Bing was also surprised and curiously asked him, "Cultivator? Grandpa, are there really cultivators in this world? Didn't everyone say that the ancient martial sects cannot compete with the superpowered forces, and that cultivators are all frauds?" Yi Tianli gradually regained his composure, resting his hands on the armrest to steady himself after feeling dizzy from standing up too quickly. He calmly explained to Yi Bing, "The ancient martial sects you mentioned are actually the sects cultivating immortals from ancient times. They are very mysterious. However, I have met true cultivators, they are not frauds. You should quickly take me to meet that master." Yi Bing gently approached, supporting her grandfather's arm, reassuring him, "Don't worry, Grandpa, they are at our home." Meanwhile, Yi Juyu had followed Yi Shini to a large gate with an ancient style. Above, the sign, "Starry Sky Trading Market," shone magnificently. Yi Shini walked ahead and turned back to explain, "This is the largest strange item trading market in Heng City." Yi Juyu tilted his head slightly and repeated, "Strange item." Images of bizarre things like skulls flashed through his mind. Vacuum toys, talismans, and buffalo skulls with massive horns. Yi Shini seemed to guess his thoughts and hurriedly explained. "Simply put, this is a place to trade items that ordinary people cannot possess. Most of the items here are related to superpower wielders." The two walked along the wide paved road, flanked by buildings with ancient architecture. Ishi and I glanced at Yi Juyu, skeptical. But I see you don't look like a superpower wielder. He smiled slightly in response. I am just like you. Ishi and I was surprised, covering her mouth as she asked again. Could it be that you are also a cultivator? She chuckled softly, thinking to herself. It seems I have met a senior. I must seize this opportunity. If I can learn a few powerful spells, that would be amazing. Yi Juyu turned to look at Ishi and I, who was happily following behind, her face radiant like a blooming flower. Wu Chen walked beside him, looking up at him with a puzzled expression. Ishi and I suddenly noticed the hammer on Wu Chen's back and pointed, asking. Senior, is this a superpower weapon? Yi Juyu nodded in confirmation. That's right. Ishi and I gently reminded. In this market, the crowd is mixed, and there are many superpower wielders. The best superpower weapon should be put away, lest others notice it. Yi Juyu found the advice reasonable and took out the storage bag, smiling at Wu Chen. Wu Chen, give me the hammer, and I will store it for you. Ishini's eyes lit up in surprise, exclaiming, Senior, you have a storage bag too? My master said this is a treasure only powerful cultivators possess. Wu Chen obediently handed the hammer to Yi Juyu, but his face still showed a hint of regret, but I want to wear it. Ishi and I gently explained from the side, don't you both know that a super weapon can be stored in a cocoon bag? Both teacher and student looked at her in surprise, their eyes filled with questions. Ishi and I sat down and took the hammer from Wu Chen's hands. She placed her hand on the hammer's nose, and a wave of energy spread from where she touched it throughout the hammer. In an instant, the hammer shrank down to the size of a large battery. Wu Chen's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, so cool. Ishi and I handed the transformed hammer back to Wu Chen, instructing, when using it, just press firmly on the cocoon bag. Yi Juyu looked at the shrunken hammer in Wu Chen's hand, feeling a sense of amazement. 500 years have passed, and everything has changed so much. Ishi and I led the two of them to the front of a tall building. The exterior door was built with two curved roofs, mimicking the architectural style of ancient city gates. Ishi and I then introduced to them, Senior, this is the largest trading market in Heng City. Your pills can be sold here. In front of the gate, a long table was set up to welcome guests. Behind the table, a man was lying back on a chair, engrossed in his phone. While Ishi and I was enthusiastically encouraging Yi Juyu about how his pills could be sold for a high price, a gruff voice suddenly interrupted the conversation. Wait a minute. The man who had been lying back was now sitting up, blocking the entrance, his eyes still glued to his phone, and asked in a domineering manner, What are you doing? Ishi and I paid little attention to the guy's attitude, maintaining a polite and calm demeanor as she replied, We would like to participate in the auction, could you please guide us? The young man glanced at her, suspiciously repeating, You want to sell something? Ishi and I remained calm in front of Yi Juyu and explained, Yes, we have a few pills we want to sell. The young man looked at her and suspiciously asked again, Pills, then broke into a not-so-friendly smile. Request, let me see it first. Our place is a high-end auction house, not just any trash can be sold here. Ishi and I detected the contempt in his words and immediately frowned, asking, Why do you say that? The young man extended his hand towards her, firmly repeating, If you don't show me the item, I won't let you in. That's the rule here. Although angered by his dismissive attitude, Ishi and I patiently presented a beauty pill. The young man took the pill and silently assessed it, but soon after, he disdainfully flicked it away, exclaiming, What nonsense is this? That outrageous action infuriated Ishi and I. She spoke in a low voice, You. Yi Juyu, standing behind, remained motionless, simply reaching out to catch the pill that had been flicked away. He twirled it in his fingers and commented with a tone of contempt, Indeed, you don't know how to appreciate quality. The young man immediately became furious, shouting, What did you say? Yi Juyu ignored him, glancing back. A luxury car stopped in front of the auction house. A man dressed in traditional attire with long hair neatly tied back, wearing rimless glasses, held a white fan and waved it lightly, exuding an elegant and refined aura. That is Chen Kai-chi, the young master of the Chen family. Chen Kai-chi looked at the tense situation between Ishi and I and the young man, frowning as he asked, What's going on? The young man quickly snitched, Kai brother, you came at the right time, these people want to auction a pill. Hearing this, Chen Kai-chi scolded, "How many times has Chen Qiu taught you? Guests must be treated properly." Then he turned to Yi Shi and I, smiling, "I'm sorry, my subordinate doesn't understand, please come in with me." Chen Qiu still wouldn't give up, whispering to Chen Kai-chi, "But Kai brother, they are clearly scammers." Chen Kai-chi said nothing, just raised his hand to signal him to stop. Chen Qiu, dissatisfied, kept his eyes on Yi Shini's group as they followed Chen Kai-chi inside. Suddenly, Yi Shi and I turned around and stuck out her tongue to annoy him. Chen Qiu was angry but had to let it go. Inside the auction hall, Yi Shi and I, Yi Juyu, and Wu Chen were invited by Chen Kai-chi to sit on the sofa in the waiting area. "This is our reception area, you can rest here," he maintained his polite smile, fanning himself and speaking courteously. "A specialist will come shortly to assist you with the auction items. I still have things to attend to, so I beg your pardon for not staying any longer, please feel free to continue." When he was about to leave, Ishii and I suddenly called out, "CEO Chen, please wait a moment." Chen Kai-chi looked at her and smiled politely, "Is there something else you need, miss?" Ishii and I raised her eyes to him and made a suggestion, "We are auctioning this beauty pill, would you like to take a look? You might need it too." Chen Kai-chi asked with interest, "Do you too want to sell it to me directly?" Ishii and I held out the beauty pill, "Just take a look first." Chen Kai-chi examined the pill closely. Ishii and I intended to introduce its effects, but he quickly interrupted, "No need, the scent is quite pleasant, but I don't need this pill for now." He handed the pill back and encouraged, "My staff will come by later to take care of you. Once it's on the auction, anyone who needs it will surely buy it." With that, he decisively left, ignoring Ishii and I calling after him, "CEO Chen." Ishii and I helplessly sat back on the sofa, explaining to Yi Juyu, "Senior, there are very few cultivators now, and not many understand pills. I'm afraid it won't be easy to sell at auction." After a moment of silence, the girl's gaze shifted towards Yi Juyu, who was sitting cross-legged in a 5-character style beside her. She gently encouraged him, "If the benefits you mentioned are true, I am sure many people would be willing to buy it." But right after that, she suddenly felt a headache, resting her chin on her hand and sighing with frustration, "But how can we make people believe in its real effectiveness?" Yi Juyu nodded in agreement, rubbing his chin in thought alongside her, "You're right, let me think about it." Just then, a middle-aged female employee dressed in a jade green cheongsam walked in, politely greeting them, "Hello, everyone. Do you have any items you would like to sell?" Seeing this woman, Yi Juyu suddenly felt delighted, an idea flashing in his mind, "I have a way." At the same time, in another room, Chen Kai-chi entered with a cheerful expression, greeting the person sitting in the room, "Yi brother, you finally made it. I've invited you so many times, and now it's finally successful." In the room, Yi Tianming was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, leisurely sipping tea. Beside him was Kai Di, who was always alert, looking outside. On the tea table in front of them was a complete tea set. Yi Tianming smiled in response. "Chen brother was just joking, how could I possibly miss your auction?" Chen Kai-chi sat down on the opposite sofa, smiling warmly, "You see, it's still the auction that invited you here. We should really meet more often." Yi Tianming didn't want to prolong the conversation and quickly got to the point, "The friendly tournament is about to start, everyone is busy, who has time to gather? Chen brother should tell me what's special about this auction." Chen Kai-chi poured himself a cup of tea, skillfully dodging the question, "This time there are many good items. As for the specifics, Yi brother will have to wait for the auction to start and see for yourself." Yi Tianming was not easily dismissed, he lifted his cup of tea and asked directly, "I heard there's a spirit stone." Chen Kai-chi took a sip of tea and replied candidly, "Yi brother's intelligence is truly impressive, I won't hide it from you, there is indeed one piece." Yi Tianming looked at Chen Kai-chi with a polite gaze, "The trade connections of Chen brother really make me admire you." Finally, he received the confirmation he needed. Yi Tianming stood up to say goodbye, "The auction is about to start, I'm heading to the hall now." Chen Kai-chi did not stop him and cheerfully replied, "Look at you in such a hurry. All right then." After that, he clapped his hands to call someone from outside and ordered, "Someone, lead Yi brother to the hall." The person called was a pretty staff member, dressed in a fitted office dress. She smiled politely and said, "Please follow me, gentlemen." The two followed her out of the room. As they reached the door, Kai Di whispered to Yi Tianming, "Young master, you go ahead, I need to use the restroom." Yi Tianming, without suspicion, nodded, "Go ahead." Chen Kai-chi remained in the room waiting. When he heard a knock on the door, he said, "Come in." The person who entered was Kai Di. He knelt on one knee and saluted, "Subordinate pays respect to young master." Chen Kai-chi accepted the salute and ordered, "Sit down." He lifted his teacup and asked, "What's going on? Speak up, what is Yi Tianming planning recently?" Kai Di did not hide anything, recounting Yi Tianming's plan. He wants to invite people from Jin Shouji to assist the Yi family in participating in the friendly tournament. Chen Kai-chi was not surprised and calmly sipped his tea. Jin Shouji, I see. The auction hall was a vast space, lavishly decorated with bright lights and a giant screen on the high platform. The neatly arranged rows of seats indicated the large scale of the event. Wu Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this place is amazing." Yi Juyu, Yi Shi-ni, and Wu Chen were sitting in the audience seats. Yi Shi-ni excitedly introduced, "Senior, this auction has a lot of great items, you can see if there's anything you want to buy." Wu Chen innocently chimed in, "Sister, we don't have any money, even a fried chicken can't be bought by us." Yi Juyu didn't hold back, lightly tapping Wu Chen's head, "You've said too much already." This action made Yi Shi-ni cover her mouth to suppress a laugh. In the front row, when Kai Di turned to Yi Tianming, a pair of legs in blue high heels also appeared on the auction stage. The host who just appeared was an auctioneer named La Hen. She was a beautiful woman, dressed in an elegantly designed blue evening gown. Under the dazzling lights, she raised her hand to warmly greet all the guests present in the auction hall. "Greetings, everyone, welcome to our Starry Sky auction house." Two familiar figures entered, the third officer of the Iron Armor Gang, the Green Spider Yang Yi, and the fourth officer, the heavyweight La Bao. They chose a seat at the back of the auction. Yang Yi heard rumors that a spirit stone was going to be auctioned this time, so she brought La Bao along to see if they could steal it. If they couldn't retrieve the storm hammer, their boss would definitely not forgive them. La Bao, with his arms still in a cast, said to Yang Yi, "You've seen his strength for yourself. He's completely helpless. I hope you can say a few words to the boss on my behalf." Yang Yi nodded, "But your identity needs to be clarified quickly." La Bao scratched his head, still shuddering at the thought, he really is a monster. Right now, the spirit stone for teleportation is already in his hands, so using force to steal the storm hammer is out of the question. Yang Yi thought for a moment, a teleportation spirit stone, with such power, will surely attract attention quickly. The host interrupted, "I hereby announce that the 87th Starry Sky auction house officially begins." Yang Yi turned to La Bao, "Alright, stop thinking about it, let's participate in the auction first." The young master Chen Kai-chi approached his brother Yi Bing, "Yi Tianming, I must say, it's bold to auction this spirit stone. Perhaps only brother Chen from Hang City would dare to do this." Chen Kai-chi opened the fan in his hand, displaying a refined demeanor. "Yi brother is joking, it's just a purple spirit stone, nothing that can't be sacrificed. Over the past few years, the frequency of star beast appearances has been increasing, and I believe that spirit stones will become more abundant in the future." He then leaned in and whispered to Yi Tianming, "Your Yi family also has quite a few treasures hidden away, right?" After saying this, he smiled and returned to his seat, as if he intended to eye the treasures of the Yi family. La Hen began with the first auction item, the beauty pill. She held a vial in her hand, containing 2 pills from Yi Juyu. Yi Tianming scoffed, "Chen young master, is your high-end auction really selling this kind of scam?" Chen Kai-chi was not angry, "It's just an appetizer." "Yi young master, don't rush, there are better items behind this one." Shi-ni said to Yi Juyu, "I've heard that the auction will have better items as it goes on. They consider our pills to be the least valuable already." He didn't mind because soon they would regret it. Yang Yi, sitting behind, looked disdainful. La Hen read the introduction of the pill. The effect of the beauty pill can help a person instantly restore their golden appearance and maintain it for 10 years. Yi Tianming laughed loudly and said to Chen Kai-chi, "Your auction house is getting worse, starting to talk nonsense again." Chen Kai-chi waved his hand to call someone over, instructing his subordinate to tell La Hen to stop. La Hen, standing on stage, also wondered if this introduction was incorrect. A female staff member came to her and whispered in her ear, and then Chen Kai-chi's subordinate came to inform her. Soon after, La Hen continued the auction. It was also her first time seeing this pill, and she thought everyone would surely doubt the miraculous effects being advertised. Her boss, CEO Chen, was also worried that this would deceive people, so he had requested to stop the auction of this item. An impatient audience member shouted, "What more do you have to say? Hurry up and bring out the next item. This is clearly a scam." La Hen raised the pill jar and continued, "However, we received a message from the mysterious seller, who agreed to use one pill to demonstrate its effects for everyone." Chen Kai-chi mouthed to La Hen, "What's going on?" Then, a middle-aged woman stepped onto the stage. La Hen handed her a pill in front of the entire audience. The woman swallowed the pill. In an instant, her wrinkled skin became smooth and firm. When she opened her eyes again, she had returned to her 20s. The entire hall, including Yi Tianming, Chen Kai-chi, Yang Yi, and Le Bao, was astonished. Does such a thing really exist in this world? La Hen was no exception. Could this be real? The woman who had just tried it looked at herself in the mirror, almost moved to tears. She glanced at the man sitting next to her, looking lazy. Although she had anticipated it, seeing the effect with her own eyes was still surprising. La Hen continued with his work, beauty pill, incredibly effective, starting price 500,000. Immediately, Yi Tianming raised the price to 1 million. An old man held up a sign for 1.2 million. Yang Yi, excited, exclaimed, "Is there really such a powerful pill?" She had to join this bidding war, 2 million. Others couldn't let this bargain slip away. The price of the pill continues to rise to 2.5 million. The young master of the Yi family raised the price again, 3 million. Chen Kai-chi looked up at the stage, where the pill was being fought over by the entire hall. This effect is truly astonishing. Just now, when I saw that girl present the pill, he should have bought it immediately. Now it's too late to regret. Chen Kai-chi suddenly remembered the seller, and looked around to search for him, seeing that he was still standing there. When he realized that both Yang Yi and Yi Tianming were participating in the auction, he felt somewhat more at ease. Yang Yi was determined not to give up, raising the price to 4 million. Yi Tianming also refused to back down, continuing to push the price up to 5 million. Chen Kai-chi observed Yi Tianming competing for the item on the auction floor. If he snatched the pill right now, it would be too obvious, so he decided to wait until the auction was over before asking if they had any other pills. After that, he discreetly took out his phone to send a message. He thought of a way to keep the seller engaged, and he must wait until the auction ended before approaching them. On the display screen, the pill was priced at 5 million, with the purchase code 002. The host shouted, 5 million once, 5 million twice. Yang Yi angrily felt that Yi Tianming was really annoying for competing with her. 5 million 3 times, sold. The gavel struck down, the buyer was confirmed. Congratulations, Yi brother. Yi Tianming asked Chen Kai-chi about the origin of the pill. Although the auction house kept customer information confidential, Yi Tianming spoke up. He could respond, I accidentally obtained this pill, it wasn't brought by any customer. Yi Tianming looked at him with a sneer, thinking to himself, what a seasoned player. At this time, Yi Bing and her grandfather had returned home. She helped him sit down on the chair and told him to rest for a while in the living room. Then she went to call Yi Juyu and Wu Chen. She asked the servant if her 2 guests had had breakfast, but the servant replied, they have already left. Why have they left? Where did they go? The servant hesitated to speak. Yi Bing was anxious to know. The servant bowed his head and recounted, it was the young master, I saw the young master was uncomfortable with them and ordered them to leave. Yi Bing couldn't believe it, how could this happen? The auction continued. The second item was the red lotus ice heart flower. This flower has a powerful detoxifying effect and is regarded as a superb elixir, with a starting price of 200,000. This flower resembles a lotus, with pink outer petals but a heart that blooms with ice, hence the name red lotus ice heart flower. This item caught the attention of Yi Juyu. She said, if you want to buy this flower, you can use the 5 million from the pill that was just sold. Because all transactions will be settled after the auction ends. Yi Juyu immediately bid 1 million. She and I couldn't stop him and could only shake her head and sigh, that's just the master's style. Everyone turned to see who had placed such a high bid, including La Bao. She and I lamented, you don't need to raise the bid that much, just an increase of 100,000 would be enough. This flower doesn't have many buyers. But this is a third-grade spiritual herb, and he believed it was worth that price. La Bao noticed Yi Juyu and became tense, reporting to Yang Yi, who also turned to look. After verifying the information, Yang Yi instructed La Bao to inform their boss and the people from Jin Shouji, saying there was no need to search, they had come to them. This time, she would definitely catch him. La Bao followed the order, pulled out his phone, and tried to call Jin Shouji's group but couldn't get through. Yang Yi found him really foolish and told them to monitor Yi Juyu first, wait until the auction was over, then spread the news that a teleporting spirit stone had appeared in Hang City. The people from Jin Shouji are always madly pursuing spirit stones, they will definitely not miss this opportunity. La Hen shouted, 1 million times 3, finalized. Congratulations to this gentleman for purchasing the red lotus ice heart flower. Yi Juyu felt very satisfied when he saw that no one was robbing him. She and I muttered, you raised the price to 1 million, it's strange that no one is robbing you. She advised him to save money, as refining pills was certainly not easy. Yi Juyu thought about the process of refining pills, which was indeed very difficult, and it even caused his old pill furnace to explode. She and I agreed, therefore, you must use your savings, that spiritual herb can be bought for just 500,000. Yi Tianming noticed that Yi Juyu was also here, but why was he here? He asked Chen Kai-chi if he was a friend of his, but Chen Kai-chi confirmed that he did not know them. Yi Tianming naturally asked that, could it be that he knew that person? Yet Yi Tianming said that Yi Juyu was a fraud from the ancient martial sect. Chen Kai-chi secretly scoffed in his heart and said, it seems that the auction needs to strengthen its screening of participants in the future. But in his mind, he cursed Yi Tianming's ignorance countless times. The person he called a fraud was actually the great elder of refining pills who had just produced the pill he had bought. Yi Tianming suddenly remembered that the pill earlier was not Yi Juyu's, right? But it couldn't be. Kai Di said that Yi Juyu's refining had even blown up the room. It can't be you. The auction continued, with most items related to superpowers. After purchasing the red lotus ice heart flower, Yi Juyu did not buy any more items. La Hen brought out the final item, pulling back the curtain. It was indeed the purple spirit stone. Inside the display case was a diamond-shaped spirit stone. Yang Yi had been waiting for it for a long time, and now it had finally appeared. Yi Juyu was becoming increasingly suspicious of it. According to La Hen's introduction, the purple spirit stone could be crafted into a superpower weapon. After a simple test, the energy within this spirit stone was still very abundant, with a starting price of 20 million. This figure felt like a mountain pressing down on Yi Juyu. He did not expect it to be so expensive and quickly retracted his hand from the bidding paddle. At this moment, she and I began to explain some knowledge about spirit stones to Yi Juyu. The market value of the purple spirit stone ranges from 30 to 50 million. Although there are differences in quality, there is no clear classification. The ability to craft it into a weapon largely depends on the skill of the craftsman. If it is refined into an S-grade superpower weapon, its value could increase several times. Meanwhile, the D-grade superpower weapon, although the weakest, still holds a higher value compared to the raw purple spirit stone. Yi Juyu's gaze revealed ill intentions as he looked at the hammer that Wu Chen was holding. The boy sensed this and instinctively turned to hide his belongings. The crowd was scrambling for the spirit stone. Yang Yi raised the bid to 25 million, and others continued to push it up to 30 million. Yi Tianming, with his big spending style, shouted a bid of 50 million. Yang Yi was furious, glaring at Yi young master like a puffed-up hedgehog, who had continuously snatched away her opportunities. On stage, La Hen spoke up to the auctioneer, 50 million. This gentleman has bid 50 million, is there anyone who wants to bid higher? La Bao was anxious, not knowing what to do. Yang Yi also had no choice but to give up since going beyond 50 million would yield no profit. However, this auction was not entirely in vain as they had found someone whom their boss would be very pleased with. With no one left to compete, La Hen closed the bid at 50 million and announced, congratulations to Mr. Yi for purchasing the spirit stone. At the end of the auction, the staff handed Yi Juyu a check. Your pills sold for 5 million. After deducting a 3% selling fee and 1 million for purchasing the Red Lotus Ice Heart flower, you are left with a total of 3.75 million. The staff invited you to check and receive the Red Lotus Ice Heart flower you purchased. Yi Juyu, inexperienced in life, did not know what a check was. He asked Shi Ni, "Is the money all in here?" Shi Ni smiled and confirmed, saying that he could take this check to the bank to withdraw the money. Yi Juyu did not know what a bank was, but fortunately, Shi Ni was there to guide him. Meanwhile, the staff held him back because someone wanted to see him. The door to the room opened, and the person who entered was none other than La Hen, the host of the auction earlier. She introduced herself and asked if Yi Juyu had any other pills. Shi Ni thought that La Hen wanted to buy the beauty pill, a pill that could maintain the most beautiful appearance for 10 years, which would surely captivate any woman. However, the beauty pill was sold out. La Hen believed that they still had other pills and, if possible, she wanted to collaborate. Shi Ni appeared sulky because they had previously refused to sell. La Hen explained that she was not representing the auction house, but rather she was an individual who wanted to collaborate. She handed Yi Juyu a business card and said that she could help him sell pills for the highest price. Yi Juyu took the card and read through the information. This girl seems ordinary, has no bad intentions, and is a good person. He happily agreed to let La Hen become his personal manager. Shi Ni wanted to stop this, but Yi Juyu had decided to trust La Hen. At that moment, Chen Kai-chi walked in, still holding the hidden fan. As soon as he saw La Hen, he appeared displeased but still greeted Yi Juyu and Shi Ni. He asked if they still had pills, but Shi Ni turned away and said that they were out of stock. Chen Kai-chi reached out and grabbed Shi Ni's shoulder, making her unhappy. He suggested a collaboration, but Shi Ni refused. La Hen stepped forward and said that if Chen Kai-chi wanted to buy pills, he should talk to her. Chen Kai-chi showed his displeasure and threatened La Hen with a sensitive video. He pushed La Hen to the ground and called in 4 bodyguards to surround Yi Juyu and Shi Ni. Chen Kai-chi sat in a chair, holding the fan, and asked in a threatening tone, "Can you two discuss business now?" He forced them to choose between cooperating with him or with La Hen. Shi Ni was worried about how to handle this situation, but Yi Juyu was extremely annoyed. He moved closer to La Hen. Earlier, she had agreed to be his manager, so from now on, no one had the right to bully her. He reached out to help La Hen stand up, tears streaming down her face. For some reason, at that moment, she felt a strange sense of reassurance, something she had never experienced before. As he ignored his presence, a bodyguard approached from behind, intending to attack. But when his hand touched Yi Juyu's collar, it suddenly stiffened. He screamed in agony, his eyes rolling back in pain. Inside the arm that no one could see, all the joints were shattered. Chen Kai-chi was surprised. Could this be the ability to enhance flesh and skin? Then, 2 others rushed into attack, but Shi Ni and Wu Chen blocked them. Shi Ni used the cloud palm technique to knock one away. Wu Chen used the Wu Chen pounding mace to strike the leg of the remaining one, creating a whirlwind that sent them spinning several times before they collapsed on the ground. Watching his 4 men being defeated, Chen Young Master couldn't sit still. Chen Kai-chi angrily closed the fan, believing their choice was foolish. Another person named Zhao Hu, a level 2 superpower wielder, seemed more formidable than the previous ones. Chen Kai-chi ordered the assassination of Yi Juyu, instructed to keep the 2 girls, and had no intention of letting Wu Chen go, deciding to kill him as well. Zhao Hu complied with the directive. Outside, La Bao and Yang Yi were waiting. La Bao was quite confident, but Yang Yi couldn't get in touch with their leader, so they could only follow Yi Juyu for now. La Bao had spread the news, hoping to attract some people. The more chaotic Hang City became, the more opportunities they had. In the auction house, Zhao Hu saw Wu Chen holding a superpower weapon and decided to deal with the boy first. As he charged, Wu Chen used his pounding mace to defend. A tiger's paw emerged from the hand of the superpower wielder, his body resembling a predator tiger, with sharp claws and piercing eyes. Chen Kai-chi smugly declared, "Zhao Hu is a peak level 2 superpower wielder, your level D superpower weapons cannot defeat him." Zhao Hu's claws nearly grazed Wu Chen. The boy raised his hand to shield his eyes. But in that moment, everything seemed to stop. Wu Chen squinted and saw Zhao Hu turning his head back. Yi Juyu was holding his leg, throwing him through several walls, leaving him flattened on the ground. The next one to suffer was Chen Kai-chi. He hadn't reacted in time when Yi Juyu's hand was already in front of him. He immediately grabbed his head and slammed it down onto the ground to rearrange his facial bones. He had been at his peak for 500 years, how could this guy think he could reach that level? Yi Juyu took out his phone and asked Shi Ni, was that image just now a video? Shi Ni said it was a video and could be deleted, but she wasn't sure if it was saved elsewhere. He searched for the video, intending to delete it to ensure there was nothing left to threaten La Hen. But from behind him, a purple tail sprouted, aiming to attack the two girls. Yi Juyu noticed, grabbed the fuzzy tail, and pulled it back. Chen Kai-chi's body was lifted off the ground, and his face and limbs began to change. It turned out the tail had grown from within him. Another one sprouted from behind him, looking very strange, frightening Shi Ni. The two tails, like vines, attacked them, sucking flesh and blood. Shi Ni became the first target. Yi Juyu quickly caught her, avoiding danger. The place where Shi Ni had just stood was no longer in its original shape. Fortunately, he arrived in time, otherwise, Shi Ni's fate would have been like that of the floor. She asked him in panic, is that a superpower? Yi Juyu raised his hand in front of her, protecting Shi Ni, this is not a superpower. A stream of golden light formed in his hand. Chen Kai-chi was devoured, no longer in human form. One of his eyes was damaged, his tongue elongated like a lizard, and he shot a long tail towards Yi Juyu. He formed a pyramid shape with both hands, casting the heavenly locking seal. This technique was powerful, directly countering Chen Kai-chi's tail, piercing through and shattering it, causing a shockwave throughout the auction hall. Outside, Yang Yi and La Bao were gaping in astonishment. Yi Juyu, along with La Hen, Shi Ni, and Wu Chen, teleported outside. Young Master Chen was dead, and the crowd panicked, fleeing to report to the family master. Zhao Hu woke up after the earthquake, the sudden collapse left him stunned. When he discovered Chen Kai-chi lying motionless among the rubble, his body no longer intact, Zhao Hu was shaken to the core. He hurriedly reached out his trembling hand to check the man's breath. Not sensing any life, he was terrified and stepped back. Yi Juyu was still lost in his thoughts, the aura just now couldn't be wrong, it was exactly like 500 years ago. I need to verify this immediately. Zhao Hu shouted, you killed him. Do you know who he is? Zhao Hu's reaction made Yi Juyu even more suspicious, this person is definitely human, no doubt about it. So what was that aura just now? Zhao Hu transformed into a half-human, half-beast, and that image appeared in Yi Juyu's mind. Could it be the ability granted by the Spirit Stone? Then where did this come from? I need to clarify this. Zhao Hu completed his transformation and looked at Yi Juyu, a mere ordinary young man who had killed his young master, and he surely couldn't escape. He raised his claws to attack, but Yi Juyu simply slapped him away. Zhao Hu flew 8,000 miles away. His trajectory destroyed quite a few buildings, demonstrating just how terrifying the power of that slap was. Yang Yi and La Bao, witnessing this, were both horrified, unsure whether to continue watching or retreat immediately. After reaching a consensus, the two quickly fled. Shi Ni turned back and discovered they had vanished. Yi Juyu stepped forward to examine the corpse. He extended his hand, and a stream of purple gas rose up, the flesh transforming into purple spirit stones. They even had a semblance of consciousness, trying to escape, but Yi Juyu used his magic to pull them back, almost within his grasp. But just as Yi Juyu was about to seize them, they suddenly evaporated, disappearing without a trace. Looking at his empty hand, Yi Juyu thought, indeed, that aura is exactly like the monster from 500 years ago. Shi Ni reminded him to leave quickly, this person is the grand young master of the Qin family, his father, Qin Xiong, has great power and will definitely seek revenge on you. This was something Yi Juyu had caused, and he would bear the consequences himself. In fact, they didn't need to follow him, this matter didn't concern them. Shi Ni didn't like him saying that, aren't we from the same faction? La Hen, his manager, wouldn't run away. Wu Chen, innocent as well, would follow his master. In the sky, a flying sword glided by, with a young man sitting on it, seemingly a member of Xian Ming. Clearly, he sensed the aura, but now he saw nothing. He landed in the ruins just as Yi Juyu and his companions were about to leave. He hurriedly called for them to stop. Yi Juyu turned his head, unexpectedly discovering that he was a cultivator at the Foundation establishment realm. He carried a fly sword on his shoulder, one hand in his pocket, with a jade pendant at his waist, and asked, "Did you see any monsters earlier? Or has anything strange happened here?" Shi Ni had just opened her mouth to say, "Earlier," when he interrupted her, "Let me guess, the houses in this area have collapsed and you must have witnessed some terrifying events, right? Then you were scared, but the monster ran away." Everyone was silent at this guy's actions, and no one had time to say anything. He noticed that Shi Ni was also a cultivator at the third level of Qi refining. Shi Ni was at a loss for words with him. She hadn't been able to say a single word since he arrived. He smiled and apologized, introducing himself, "I am Lu Qingfeng, the head deacon of Xian Ming." Shi Ni appeared very excited upon hearing this name. Yi Juyu asked, "What is Xian Ming?" Shi Ni then explained further, after the appearance of spirit stones, superpower wielders emerged, and the sects cultivating immortals have gradually decreased. Currently, most of the sects cultivating immortals have joined Xian Ming. However, Xian Ming is very mysterious, and very few people know where they are. I have only heard my grandfather mention it, but I have never actually met anyone from Xian Ming. Lu Qingfeng noticed that Shi Ni was knowledgeable and suggested that she join Xian Ming. Upon receiving this proposal, Shi Ni's eyes lit up. Could she really go to Xian Ming? Lu Qingfeng confidently affirmed, "Of course, Xian Ming welcomes all cultivators, everyone here can come." He examined each person. La Hen and the little monk showed no signs of spiritual energy fluctuations. Xian Ming only accepts those who have acceded to the sect to refine qi. His gaze shifted to Yi Juyu. There are some spiritual energy fluctuations, but the realm is unclear, perhaps they have just acceded to the sect. But it was fine, as long as everyone was interested in cultivating immortals, they could come to him, and he would lead them to Xian Ming. None of the four could interrupt Lu Qingfeng's story. He talks too much. Just as he was about to say something else, his phone's ringtone rang. His ringtone was also peculiar, "Love you, single, go to the lonely shore, love you, strong and firm, not a ghost," a ringtone like no other. It was his senior sister calling. Lu Qingfeng answered the phone, "Hello, senior sister." The voice on the other end was not very friendly, loud enough to almost blow him away. "Lu Qingfeng, what are you doing? Haven't you reported in yet?" He spoke quietly, "Senior sister, I'm tracking a strange aura that appeared in Heng City." The senior sister continued to ask, "Have you caught it yet?" "I just arrived and am investigating." "Then forget it, no need to investigate further. Immediately head to Deming Mountain, strange activities have been detected there. Your senior sister is also on her way there." Lu Qingfeng immediately became serious, standing straight like he was at a flag-raising ceremony preparing to sing the national anthem. "I will set off immediately." The senior sister cautioned him carefully, "Don't casually involve people in Xian Ming, recruitment is not your responsibility." Lu Qingfeng intended to say more, but the call was already disconnected, leaving behind a cold disdain. He sighed, realizing that nothing could escape the notice of his senior sister. He had an important mission that needed his immediate attention. If anyone wants to join Xian Ming, give them this card and tell them to find him at Mist Lake Green Mountain. He tossed a card to Yi Juyu, which had a phone number written on it. Then he flew away on his sword, leaving Shi Ni watching him with longing eyes. When will she finally be able to own a fly sword of her own? Yi Juyu held the token in her hand, thinking about Xian Ming. "Let's go check it out, maybe there will be a clue about the person we are looking for." Shi Ni was eager to head to Mist Lake Green Mountain immediately, but first she needed to find a quiet place to rest. Yi Juyu intended to refine some pills. La Hen suggested, "Everyone follow me, I know a very suitable place." She led them to a luxurious villa. In another room, the sound of a wine glass shattering echoed. A man knelt down to report to the master, while a girl sipped her wine. Chen Xiong, the father of Chen Kai-chi, received news of his son's death. His face was filled with rage. "Who harmed my son?" According to the report, the culprit was a member of the ancient martial sect. Chen Xiong gritted his teeth, ancient martial sect. He was at the peak of anger and hatred, that was my son's life. Jin Shouji and Xue Zhu noticed that the situation had changed, cooperation with Chen Xiong could not continue. She gently picked up her umbrella and intended to leave, but Chen Xiong held her back, making a new proposal, 5 spirit stones. Under the condition that Jin Shouji takes revenge for my child. Xue Zhu, who initially appeared to be an elegant lady, suddenly revealed a face like a demon. This deal is done. Chen Xiong wanted all of Jin Shouji's people to act, but 5 spirit stones were only enough to invite 5 people. However, 5 people were sufficient. Her figure vanished behind the door. Chen Xiong sat with his face in his hands, crying, then ordered his subordinates, not only should Jin Shouji act, spread the news offering a reward of 100 million for anyone who captures the murderer of my child. The subordinates immediately complied. As night fell, at the Jin Shouji base, Xue Zhu returned to report to the boss. The boss of Jin Shouji concealed himself in the form of a puppet, 5 purple spirit stones. It's worth making a trip, and I'll also grant him the ability to teleport. Xue Zhu was unsure who to take along. The puppet stood up and walked towards her. Luo Di and Kai Dui are downstairs, Wu De is on his way back, but we still lack one person, so the boss will go along. In another place, under a clear sky at the foot of a building, Fan Exile, La Hen's boyfriend, paced back and forth, making calls and checking his watch, but no one answered. Finally, he heard La Hen's voice. In front is my house. La Hen led Yi Juyu, Shi Ni, and Wu Chen to the apartment she bought herself. The apartment has a balcony, ideal for refining pills. Shi Ni admired La Hen, knowing that this area costs between 50,000 and 60,000 square meters. La Hen smiled lightly, 1 pill sells for 5 million, this house is just equivalent to 2 pills, and I had to work hard for 6 to 7 years to buy it. She noticed Fan Xian standing in front of the apartment waiting for her. Shi Ni saw La Hen's strange expression and asked about it. La Hen felt disappointed when she saw him. Before she could say anything, Fan Xian loudly scolded her, do you know how many calls I made? Why didn't you answer? La Hen coldly replied, not only today, but I also won't answer in the future. She walked past him, but Fan Xian grabbed her hand and asked, what do you mean? La Hen shook his hand off, that video was given to Chen Kai Chi by you. Don't pretend you don't know, only you could have recorded that kind of video and given it to someone else. She didn't want to see him again and demanded that he leave. Fan Xian mocked her pain, believing he was right for giving the video to Chen Kai Chi. He thought La Hen worked for Chen Young Master just to seduce him. La Hen pushed his hand away and gave him another slap. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Fan Xian, you are nothing but trash. He lost his dignity and was about to attack her, but received an even harder slap from Shi Ni, causing him to fall to the ground. Shi Ni grabbed his collar and pulled him up, intending to teach him a lesson, but La Hen intervened. In the end, they walked away. Yi Juyu sensed that Fan Xian might cause trouble, so he drew a small seal and attached it to his chest. Fan Xian held a grudge, saying, La Hen, just wait. At Yi Bing's house, Yi Tianming returned, carrying a gift bag. He intended to find his sister to show off his new gift but saw their grandfather sitting there. Yi Tianming greeted him. Yi Tianli nodded in response. Yi Bing was still sulking because he had chased her guest away. Yi Tianming thought he had done nothing wrong and sat down on the sofa to drink a glass of water. He did not trust them, believing that Yi Juyu was just a fraud. Yi Bing countered, he is the cultivator that Grandpa told me to invite. Yi Tianming absolutely did not believe it. He put down the glass of water and mentioned that today he had indeed encountered something miraculous. Yi Tianming bought a pill for his sister. Witnessing the miraculous pill turn a middle-aged woman back to her 20s, he hurriedly took out the vial containing the pill. The girl carefully observed the pill and handed it to her grandfather, affirming, this is indeed the pill refined by the master. Yi Tianming was stunned when he heard her say that this pill was made from ice spiritual herb. It's the ice spiritual herb that I gave to him, he exclaimed, choking on water, unable to believe his ears. Yi Tianli picked up the pill and examined it closely, then scolded Tianming for causing a disaster. Fan Xian, after being beaten, had to be hospitalized. While being bandaged by a nurse, he unexpectedly saw the bounty information for superpower wielders featuring Shini's image. Recalling their meeting at La Hen's house, he quickly stood up, ignoring the bandaging, and called to report that he knew the whereabouts of the culprit. At Chen Xiong's house, the information was immediately transmitted, gathering superpower wielders interested in the reward at that location. Chen Qiu reported to Chen Xiong that Jin Shouji's people had not yet arrived. Chen Xiong was anxious to get in touch but could only wait. Other superpower wielders appeared impatient. Xia Long, an S-level superpower wielder, doubted whether Chen Xiong truly relied on Jin Shouji. Xia Yi is also an S-level superpower wielder, agreeing with Xia Long. The two are confident that they can help Chen Xiong catch the target. Suddenly, the bell rang, and Xia Long asked in surprise, "What was that sound?" Outside the window, a flock of crows flew by, drawing attention. As the crows broke through the glass door, their feathers fell. In an instant, both Xia Yi and Xia Long were killed swiftly and accurately. Xia Long didn't have time to say a word. Chen Xiong was surprised to notice another person who had appeared out of nowhere. Wu De, the left thumb of Jin Shouji, sat by the door with his beloved crow. Chen Xiong anxiously asked who Wu De was and what he wanted. Xue Zhu appeared to reassure him, "I'm sorry, CEO Chen. Someone spoke without consideration and needed to be taught a lesson." The 2 lives lost were her way of teaching. Accompanying her were Luo Di, Kai Dui, and the puppet leader. Wu De approached Kai Dui, and seeing that there were enough people, Xue Zhu decided to take action. The sunlight was glaring, and Fan Xian said seriously, "Follow me." Wu Go, a level 1 superpower wielder wearing sunglasses, asked, "Are you sure that person is at your girlfriend's house?" Fan Xian confidently replied, "I saw it with my own eyes. Catching them will earn us a reward of 100 million, and we will split it." Wu Go nodded, preparing to get to work. "You have informed the Chen family, so their people should arrive soon." Fan Xian grinned wickedly, "Therefore, we must make haste. Providing effective clues costs only 1 million, but catching them will yield 100 million. In another place, Yi Juyu was tense, frowning. Both he and Wu Chen were intently resting their chins on their hands, looking down. On the floor were 3 branches of flowers, their petals resembling precious diamonds. Wu Chen pointed at the flowers and asked, "Master, your pill refining furnace is broken, how are we supposed to refine pills now?" Yi Juyu pondered, "I forgot about the furnace explosion." Finally, he sighed, rubbing his head helplessly, "It seems I have to make a trip to Xianming first, they should have high-grade pill refining furnaces there." Suddenly, Ishi Ni walked in, holding a towel to dry her hair, cheerfully saying, "Sister La Hen, your bathroom is really nice. It's the first time I've taken a bath in such a big bathroom." La Hen brought in a plate of fruit, smiling warmly, "Isn't it great? I love taking baths and have high demands for bathrooms, so I bought a place with a large bathroom." She placed the fruit platter on the table and invited everyone to eat. Hearing this, Yi Juyu and Wu Chen instinctively looked at each other. Yi Juyu suddenly shouted, "Got it." Then, he tossed the 3 flowers into the pot and waved his hand to cast a spell, causing the fire in the pot to blaze up. Ishi Ni anxiously asked, "Senior, are you sure you can refine the pill like this?" La Hen explained, "As long as the fire is controlled properly, it can be done." The fire grew larger and then suddenly shrank, leaving only smoke and 2 red pills with swirling patterns on them. Yi Juyu confidently held one up, making everyone gasp in admiration. La Hen was astonished that the miraculous pill was created this way. He handed the 2 pills to La Hen, saying, "This is a detoxification pill, capable of neutralizing most poisons in an instant. Please help me sell it." La Hen looked at it happily, "If it's for a special occasion, its price will be sky high. Just leave it to me, I will definitely help you sell it for the best price." Yi Juyu suddenly stopped smiling, leaving everyone confused. Suddenly, he shot straight up into the air, causing everyone to panic. What on earth is happening? In a tense atmosphere, Xue Zhu appeared to meet Chen Xiong. He immediately asked, "Where is your boss?" Xue Zhu gently held the umbrella and smiled, replying, "CEO Chen, don't be in a hurry, isn't it still 10 minutes until the appointment?" Chen Xiong propped his chin on his hand, showing impatience and threatening, "You better not make any mistakes. Suddenly, a flock of black crows flew towards him from nowhere. The subordinates shouted in panic, "Boss, be careful." From among the crows, Wu De appeared, his face covered, wearing a straw cloak, and in an instant, he pressed a bright red sickle against Chen Xiong's neck. Xue Zhu calmly said, "CEO Chen, we only have a cooperative relationship, we are not your subordinates, so please watch your words." Chen Xiong was a bit hesitant but still tried to negotiate, "I am also party A, don't you want more spirit stones?" Hearing this, Xue Zhu waved his hand in satisfaction. Wu De quickly retracted the sickle and slowly approached Chen Xiong, disregarding the anger of the subordinates. Just that one action made Chen Xiong cough nervously in fear. His face turned pale, determined that he would make these people pay. Zhao Hu whispered in his ear, "Boss, that guy is very strong. Now we still have to rely on Jin Shouji's people to catch him, so let's not get angry for the time being." Chen Xiong glanced at the clock, there were 8 minutes left until the operation began. Wu De was sitting in a tree, while Luo Di and Kai Dui were below. Xue Zhu calmly closed her eyes. There was movement in the grass, and she opened her eyes to see who had arrived. The others looked somewhat frightened, and a spatial vortex appeared, causing Xue Zhu's subordinates to panic. Yi Juyu stepped out of the space, and both sides were astonished, shouting, "Is it you?" Zhao Hu quickly pointed, "Boss, that's him. He killed the young master." Chen Xiong angrily slammed his hand on the table and ordered, "Catch him for me, I will slowly torture him." Kai Dui, terrified, gritted his teeth and broke out in a cold sweat, thinking that he wasn't the con artist Yi Bing had invited, was he? Damn it, it seems he has deceived both me and Yi Tianming. Wu De raised his hand, and a flock of black crows swooped down towards Yi Juyu. He calmly waved his hand, and immediately the crows fell to the ground. The other guy was very surprised. Kai Dui said to Xue Zhu, "He is very powerful. Luo Di and I once fought him, that teleporting spirit stone was taken by him." Xue Zhu grinned sinisterly, "So it's you." Chen Xiong pulled out the walkie-talkie and ordered, "All superpowers, head to the Golden Sand Park immediately." Master warily observed the crowd behind him, he was completely surrounded but showed no signs of fear. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, silent. A tall, scarred man confirmed with Chen Xiong that capturing Yi Juyu would earn a reward of 100 million. Chen Xiong gritted his teeth and declared, "Capture him alive, and I'll add another 50 million. Second-tier superpower, Dai Lu, licked his lips excitedly, making money these days is really easy. A red-haired girl approached with a detector, hesitantly saying, "CEO Chen, are you sure you're not mistaken?" This girl was Xia Xing, a second-tier superpower wielder. She disdainfully placed her hands on her hips and said, "The electric wave oscillation isn't even at level 1. Dai Lu was even more determined to get that money. He placed his hand on the ground, and a green wave spread out. It quickly reached Yi Juyu, but he stood on that wave, his expression showing no fear, and nothing happened. Seeing this, the two men stood there in shock, "How is this possible?" Xue Zhu laughed and said, "As expected, it's him." At this moment, Yi Juyu was floating in the air with his hands clasped behind his back. Not even touching that wave. Dai Lu wondered, flight ability? It's truly rare. But how can a level 1 superpower wielder like him use his abilities so skillfully? Xia Xing confirmed that the measuring device was functioning properly. Dai Lu turned and said, "No matter if he's in the air, I'll leave it to you." Xia Xing quickly spread her black wings behind her and confidently said, "The sky is my territory." Immediately, she soared into the air in front of Yi Juyu. She dove in, using her legs to create a massive explosion. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. Yi Juyu only used one hand to counter her attack. He calmly observed her wings, animal transformation ability, and the ability to alter objects as well, all thanks to the power of the spirit stone. Still in the air, he seriously raised his hand, gently grasping her ankle, immobilizing her. He then tossed her aside, and she landed, creating a blinding explosion. Dust flew everywhere, and Dai Lu picked her up in his arms, commanding, "Let's go together." Yi Juyu remained unfazed, immediately raising his hand to create a formation, "Then let's deal with this all at once." The golden circle he created began to grow larger. The blinding light radiated strength everywhere. Wherever it went, it swept away the enemies. All of them were drawn into the circle. Finally, he brushed his hands off with satisfaction. Done. The old men saw the situation was dire, their faces drained of blood. He stammered, where did they go? Yi Juyu continued to create a floating sphere in his hand, saying, a good place. Xue Zhu remarked, at first glance, they don't seem to be superpower wielders. Suddenly, feathers began to float around him. The masked man let a giant crow flying in. He snatched the man's weapon and casually made a few basic moves. Each part of the crow was instantly severed. Before he could understand what had just happened, a loud crash echoed, and it was a final farewell. He held the scythe in his hand, complimenting, this looks even cooler than Wu Chen's hammer. The man trembled, trying to stand up. As he lifted the scythe, the ice began to melt. When he plunged the scythe into the ground, sharp shards of ice suddenly erupted. He quickly stepped back, and Xue Zhu grinned, praising, quick reaction there. The two floated in the air. Surrounded by the ice wall, Xue Zhu stood behind him. Kai Dui said to Luo Di, I heard that there is a snow woman in Jin Shou Ji who can change the weather in an instant. Unexpectedly, it's her. It's rumored that she once single-handedly defeated 3 level 4 superpower wielders and killed all 3 of them. Chen Xiong smugly thought to himself, Jin Shou Ji is indeed reliable, at this rate, capturing him will be as easy as turning over my hand. She commanded, end it. The snow spell was immediately cast, and Yi Juyu was frozen all over. She raised her hand to her mouth and smiled, but before she could revel in her success, he spoke, finally, there is a worthy opponent. She was startled, he had created a large fire circle around them. She gritted her teeth in annoyance, using her fan to cover her face. Fire and ice clashed, and all the ice melted under the heat. She was horrified, how is he still unharmed? Suddenly, he appeared behind her, placed a hand on her shoulder, and swiftly took the umbrella from her hand. Red threads wrapped around her waist, pulling her away. At that moment, a giant puppet appeared. She was stunned, thank you, boss. He grunted, and from his eyes, one could see the puppet charging towards him. A loud explosion echoed in the sky, and his face darkened. Suddenly, a small girl rushed over and hugged him tightly, crying and saying, young master, you're finally back. Yi Juyu smiled gently, stroking the girl's head, it's been a long time, Jiao Jiao. Everyone was astonished. Luo Di's eyes widened, constantly thinking, so this is what the boss looks like. Chen Xiong spoke up, hey, why is boss Jin Shou Ji hugging that guy? What's going on? Xue Zhu was even more shocked, her face pale, covering her mouth, realizing he was the young master that her boss had mentioned. Jiao Jiao continued to cry, for 500 years, Jiao Jiao has missed the young master so much, I don't want to be apart from the young master anymore. He comforted her, all right, we won't be apart anymore. Then, he patted her head and asked, is there any good news from the 3 of you Luo? Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, Kai Di, Zhao Hu, kill them. Hearing this, they immediately ran away, ignoring Chen Xiong who was reaching out, are you kidding? You want us to face half of Jin Shou Ji? They were terrified, sweating and shouting, I don't want to die. Jiao Jiao wiped her tears and, with a sinister smile, ordered, don't let them escape. Luo Di heard the command and swiftly blocked Kaidi's path. He, want to run? Wu De and a group of black crows had also managed to corner Zhao Hu. At Xue Zhu's feet, there was nothing but cold ice. A familiar figure stepped in front of Chen Xiong. He was terrified, his face drained of blood, and shouted, you can't do this. I've already spent 5 spirit stones. I'll double the price, just kill him. Xue Zhu leaned her umbrella against the icy ground and gently said, CEO Chen, it's over. Returning to La Hen's home, she placed 2 pills into a wooden box and asked Yi Xian'ai, who exactly is he? To be able to use a pan to refine pills, it's truly miraculous. She admiredly replied, I only know that the senior is very powerful, but with such skills, he must be a great character of legendary fame. Wu Chen raised his hammer in agreement, master is certainly powerful. Suddenly, a loud explosion occurred, blowing the wooden door off. The 2 turned back in panic. Fan Xian had brought a man in black. La Hen angrily said, it's you. Fan Xian laughed and pointed, Wu Gu, capture them. Waiting for that guy to come back, of course, I will be tied up and helpless. Wu Gu smiled wickedly, holding the hammer, thinking to himself, getting this 100 million is really too easy. Wu Chen and Yi Shi Ni stood in front of La Hen. She cursed, you scoundrel, scum, don't even think about getting away with this. Wu Chen rushed forward, raising the hammer. Wu Gu tensed up, his clothes in tatters, quickly transforming into a wolf to scare them. He swiped with his sharp claws, and Wu Chen stepped back to dodge. La Hen and Wu Chen fell painfully to the ground, and before they could regain their composure, he jumped up with a powerful punch, quick as lightning. Yi Shi Ni used a palm strike against him, but unfortunately, with just one punch, he knocked her away. She painfully landed on the ground before the worried eyes of the other two. They looked fearfully at the person in front of them. Fan Xian put his hands in his pockets, smirking. After Shuizhu finished dealing with things, he turned to report to his boss. Jiao Jiao raised her hand to introduce, from now on, all actions of Jin Shouji members will follow the young master's command. Everyone replied in unison, yes, we pay our respects to the young master. He smiled awkwardly, thinking to himself, this girl is still just like 500 years ago, always able to gather a bunch of talented people. Suddenly, he discovered something. Jiao Jiao had just linked arms with him and was about to speak when he interrupted her. Jiao Jiao, come with me to handle a few matters. He soared up once again, to the astonishment of those left behind. The two men on the other side were gritting their teeth. Wu Gu sensed something, and his body immediately stiffened. Jiao Jiao and Yi Juyu teleported right in front of them. Wu Chen clung to his leg, crying out, Master. Yi Shi Ni also looked at him joyfully, Senior. Suddenly, in front of Fan Xian's chest, there were flashes of golden light, and he struggled but couldn't move. Jiao Jiao covered her mouth with her hand, laughing as she asked, is it the enemy? She suddenly laughed eerily, wanting to rush forward. All she had to do was wave her hand, and the threads immediately tightened around the enemy, rendering them immobile. She turned to seek his permission, young master, may I capture them? He agreed, and she relaxed her hand, crossing her arms. The house was suddenly filled with screams. Chen Kai-chi, who was severely injured, slowly opened his eyes. He painfully clutched his chest, trying to stand up. Dark Shadow Dragon King, a level 6 superpower wielder, stepped on one person and disdainfully said, Jin Shouji, is this all the strength you have? He looked at Chen Kai-chi, number 11, you have awakened too. Chen Kai-chi struggled to speak, this body is severely injured, help me find a place to heal. The Dark Shadow Dragon King turned away, trouble is coming, follow me. He carried Chen Kai-chi on his back and flew away. Lu Qingfeng and his senior sister approached on their swords, landing near a person lying motionless. The senior sister also slowly moved closer. Lu Qingfeng carefully checked to see if the person was still alive. Information appeared indicating that this person was named Luda, one of the right-hand members of Jin Shouji. The senior sister held an iPad, revealing further, we can kill him, but what level of monster is he after all? Lu Qingfeng slung the sword over his shoulder, looked at the corpse in front of him, and asked, Luda of Jin Shouji? Is he a right-hand member? The senior sister nodded in confirmation, the right-hand members of Jin Shouji are much stronger than the left. I met Luda once, his strength far exceeds mine. She sat down to observe more closely, from the wounds on the corpse and the energy fluctuations we measured, it is highly likely that it was caused by number 3. Lu Qingfeng rubbed his chin in doubt, if it really was number 3. So the strength of those monsters is beyond what Jin Shouji can confront. So whose fluctuation I measured is it? According to the news from the headquarters, that guy is also heading this way. He suddenly realized, clapping his hands together, ah, I see, the two of them must have met. Senior sister, if they gather together, it's very likely that the one I tracked down has just awakened. The senior sister looked up and said, can I say a few words? Lu Qingfeng shyly scratched his head, inviting her to continue. Actually, your analysis is not wrong, the person you are chasing is very likely to have just awakened. We still don't know much about their awakening process, but one thing is certain, they are related to the Great War 500 years ago. Moreover, their numbers are increasing. Lu Qingfeng asked again, I remember that Shui Master Pavilion captured one before, right? Master, did they find out anything? The senior sister crossed her arms and shook her head, not really. The order from above is to pursue and investigate these monsters. No information should be overlooked. But if Lu De is also dead, then the strength of these monsters is beyond what we can handle. We should report back to the master first. Lu Qingfeng raised his hand, and the talismans from his hand covered the corpse on the ground. He hurried over to lift the body, holding a sword in one hand and carrying the corpse on his shoulder, then turned back to say, Senior sister is right, let's go back to Xianming first. Kai Dui was sitting smoking in front of a tall apartment building, with Wu De in the tree and Luo Di at the base of the tree. Kai Dui said, I didn't expect that little guy to be the young master of the boss. Luo Di was also surprised that the boss was a beautiful young girl. Kai Dui glanced over and asked, are you really willing to be a subordinate to that little guy in the future? We don't even know what kind of background he has. Luo Di held something in his hand and replied, I have no problem with that, as long as I can continue using this weapon, it doesn't matter who I follow. He then looked up to ask Wu De, what do you think? Wu De replied, that guy is stronger than the boss, following him will only bring benefits, not harm. Kai Dui extinguished the burning cigarette on the stone slab and threw it away. Actually, I still don't understand why the boss doesn't allow us to use black spirit stones but only permits the use of purple spirit stones. Luo Di explained, of course, the boss has her own intentions. We just need to follow along. Kai Dui asked further, so based on what can the right-hand people use the black spirit stone? If this continues, the distance will only grow. He angrily walked away, now there was suddenly an unknown young master appearing out of nowhere. He joined Jin Shouji precisely for the spirit stone, if he couldn't get it, he would have to withdraw. Suddenly, Xuezhu came over with an umbrella, startling him into turning back. She glared at him menacingly, if you dare to leave, I guarantee that in the next second, you will turn into ice shards. Kai Dui immediately became fearful, thinking, her spirit stone ability is too strong. Xuezhu continued, Jin Shouji does not allow traitors. If you want to leave, go tell the boss yourself. After that, she closed the umbrella and walked away, leaving Kai Dui confused and alone. By the way, you guys got this wrong. Our right-hand members are not superpower wielders but cultivators. As she spoke, she turned her face back with a sharp gaze. Kai Dui and Luo Di immediately widened their eyes in astonishment. At La Hen's house, Yi Juyu was extremely tired, being hugged on each side by Wu Chen and Jiao Jiao. She looked at them with a pitiful expression. Jiao Jiao doesn't want to be away from the young master. Wu Chen also spoke up, I don't want to be away from the master. Yi Shi and I, feeling uncomfortable, drank water and observed. La Hen stepped forward to ask her, startling her and causing her to spit out water, what's wrong? Are you jealous? She shyly denied quickly, not at all. Yi Juyu said affectionately, it's been 500 years, and you're still so childlike. He patted her head to comfort her, all right, haven't we met again now? I promise I won't suddenly disappear anymore. Hearing this, she smiled softly like a child being coaxed. La Hen looked shocked this time, hardly believing that this was the infamous Jin Shouji that people ran from upon hearing his name. He spoke in a deep, warm voice, that's right, how have you all been living for the past 500 years? Do you know where the Yu Luo are now? She lowered her head, her expression sad, and sighed, during that great battle, almost all the cultivators took action. The four of us followed the young master's orders, dividing to support the other sects cultivating immortals. When the final battle took place, I used the golden escape to hide underground to save my life. That was also when he charged towards the giant monster following the light. When she woke up after the cliff, everything was in ruins. In front of her was the modern world. She continued, her voice full of emotion, after I returned, the world had completely changed. I lost contact with Yu Luo and the others. He nodded and said, their strength is formidable, they surely have a way to survive. She recalled, her voice somber, in tattered clothes, I walked through the bustling streets in the rain. After returning, I began searching for people. But nearly all the sects had vanished. I had nowhere to go. Then, I avoided contact and practiced for nearly 100 years in a desolate mountain region. He asked about Jin Shouji. She explained gravely, after the cultivators disappeared, spirit stones and superpower wielders appeared rapidly on Earth. I found it strange, so I began to investigate, but alone I had limited capabilities. So I chose some subordinates and established Jin Shouji. He asked worriedly, do you suspect the appearance of spirit stones is related to the monster from that year? She replied seriously, it's not a suspicion, it is certainly related. But I'm not sure if the appearance of spirit stones is coincidental or... She hesitated for a moment and then continued, or if someone is orchestrating it from behind the scenes. He asked, have you found any useful information yet? She nodded, yes. Over the past 2 years, I discovered a problematic place. He asked, which place? She confidently asserted, Association of Superpower Wielders. Suddenly, a noise rang out, and La Hen volunteered to check it out. She looked through the peephole and quickly reported, it's people from the Association of Superpower Wielders. The senior sister cautiously said to Lu Qingfeng, someone is coming. The two hid behind a large rock, carefully observing. 2 women approached, and she frowned in confusion, Association of Superpower Wielders. Lu Qingfeng said, senior sister, these 2 are not ordinary, they seem to be officials from the Association of Superpower Wielders. The senior sister replied seriously, I wonder if they are here because of us. Let's observe the situation for now. Qingfeng, eager for a fight, said, in my opinion, these guys like to cause trouble. Let's have a fight with them, I love fighting with superpower wielders the most. Lu Sha, an official from the Association of Superpower Wielders, spoke up, looks like they haven't gone far. Ying Wang, another official from the Association of Superpower Wielders, raised her hand to her nose, there's the smell of cultivators again, this is indeed troublesome. Lu Sha smiled sinisterly. She immediately spread her hand, and a red rose appeared in the palm. From there, a formation was activated, and the rose petals flew towards the senior sister. The senior sister anxiously shouted, this isn't good. Lu Sha smiled mysteriously, I've found it. The rose petals suddenly became sharp and rushed towards them. Qingfeng quickly drew his sword and sliced through each petal. He placed the blade on the ground, and the 2 of them were cautious. Lu Sha said, aren't you exposed now? Ying Wang crossed his arms and laughed, it seems like you are just 2 lackeys. Qingfeng angrily pointed at them and shouted, I am a young elite member of Xian Ming. Who are you? Ying Wang confidently replied, Xian Ming. What a joke, this world no longer needs cultivators like you. Behind him appeared a gigantic black crow, its eyes glowing red with the word, death. It charged quickly towards Qingfeng with a dark source of magical power. Qingfeng swiftly performed the Clear Mind Sword formula. A wave of green swept through, scattering leaves everywhere, striking the crow and causing a massive explosion. In the thick smoke, Qingfeng worriedly coughed, senior sister, are you okay? The senior sister approached you, placing a hand on your shoulder while holding a talisman in the other hand. I'm fine, these 2 are very strong, let's retreat. She raised the talisman, covering one eye, and it transformed into a blinding golden light. Then, the 2 floated within a large invisible sphere. On the ground lay the corpse that had been wrapped in talismans earlier. Ying Wang sighed, these cultivators are indeed top-notch at escaping. Scene change, La Han was opening the door for someone to enter the house. Ishi and I wondered, what do the people from the Association of Superpower Wielders want? Standing outside the door were 2 individuals wearing black glasses, their expression serious. Jiao Jiao whispered, it seems they are just the lowest-ranking members of the Association of Superpower Wielders. Not a cause for concern. La Hen asked, do you have business here? The man replied, there were signs of a battle here earlier, and we are required by law to investigate. Jiao Jiao approached with a black card, saying, they are with us. He examined the card closely, Jin Shouji, you are the leader Jin Shouji. She coldly confirmed it. He nervously returned the card to her with both hands, I understand now, I will report back to the association. The woman holding the device asked, do you have any superpower wielders who are not registered? According to our investigation, there is an unnamed aura fighting on the side of the association, Jiao Jiao replied. That's right, there are some who haven't registered yet, I'll have them come to register later, she said, adjusting her glasses. You must already know the rules of the association, so we won't trouble you any further. Without hesitation, they immediately left. Jiao Jiao turned back, her gaze lingering on the astonished faces of the others. Yi Juyu spoke up, we are not superpower wielders, but we still have to register at the Association of Superpower Wielders. She stepped closer to him, her voice gentle yet firm, young master, this world has changed completely. She lifted the white curtain, just a small clash, and the people from the Association of Superpower Wielders appeared immediately. She looked out the window, her eyes following the figures of the two people, saying, all superpower wielders must register with the association, otherwise, they cannot freely use their powers. Then, she pulled the curtain back down, her voice lower, moreover, they are not as simple as they appear. She sat down in a chair and continued calmly, the two from earlier have at least reached level 2, equivalent to the refined chi stage in our realm. But this is just the lowest ranking member in their association. Yi Juyu then asked, so how powerful are their higher-ups? He moved to sit next to her. She raised her hand, her eyes full of thought, not very clear, but with my abilities, I definitely can't compete with them. But now that you are back, perhaps the situation will be different. However, I suggest that until my suspicions are confirmed, we should still act according to their rules. He patted her head, making her blush, all right, I'll listen to you. Ishi Ni spoke up, my grandfather once warned me not to use any skills related to cultivating immortals in front of the Association of Superpower Wielders, or we would get into big trouble. Yi Juyu asked, what about Xian Ming? Don't they care about this? She sighed and shook her head in frustration, Xian Ming is too mysterious. No one knows where they actually are except for internal members. The only path for cultivators now is to join Xian Ming. He lightly hummed, interesting. 500 years ago, all cultivators saved the world together, but now they are being ostracized like this. Jiao Jiao chimed in, so we must definitely clarify this matter. La Hen spread his arms wide. But entering the Association of Superpower Wielders is not an easy task. The friendly tournament of those superpower forces is also organized by the association, perhaps we can start from there. Yi Juyu recalled the girl with purple hair, resting his hand on his chin, speaking of this, I remember someone invited me to participate before. Jiao Jiao nodded, the friendly tournament is indeed a good breakthrough opportunity, but we need to discuss how to proceed in detail. She wrapped her arm around his, speaking in a sulky tone, oh, if only Yu Luo were here, she excels at these things, but I'm not very good at them. He pinched her cheek, smiling lightly, I plan to go to Xian Ming to see if there's any news about Yu Luo, we will definitely find something. Suddenly, the phone vibrated. Jiao Jiao reached for it, looked at the screen, and froze. It was a message from Yuan Tai, boss, Luda is dead. She stood still, gripping the phone tightly. Yi Juyu asked, what happened? She replied, one of my subordinates was killed, I need to go check it out. He wanted to go with her, and she immediately agreed. Ishi Ni and Wu Chen also wanted to follow. Yi Juyu waved his hand, everyone knows the strength of Jiao Jiao's subordinate. Anyone who can kill them must be very powerful. Now everyone is still weak, just stay here and wait for me to go. The two listened, feeling aggrieved but said nothing. Yi Juyu and Jiao Jiao quickly disappeared. La Hen placed her hand on Yi Shini's shoulder, encouraging her, leave the fighting to them, I'll take the two of you to have fun in some interesting places. Hearing this, the two were delighted, their eyes lighting up. Lu Sha sat beside the corpse, unsure of how to handle it. Ing Wang spoke up, take the spirit stone out of his body. She was a bit scared, he is from Jin Shouji, you must be sure to do that. I'm afraid it will cause a conflict. He laughed wickedly, the association allows Jin Shouji to exist, do you think it's because they are afraid of them? She picked up the talisman, smiling mysteriously, got it. She pointed, and the talisman was removed. Ing Wang said, people from Jin Shouji all have some strength, keeping them around is somewhat beneficial. Suddenly she was startled. He asked, what's wrong? She turned pale, there is no spirit stone in his body. Her words struck like lightning. He shouted, what did you say? The scene shifted to a place full of sharp peaks. The fierce lightning bolt struck the ground from the sky. A beast approached the corpse of a human, praising, "What a wonderful body." A beast much larger, several dozen times bigger, walked up, its head resembling a buffalo but with wings. "I'll give you a few days to get used to it, then you can join the plan," it replied. "This planet has lasted too long, it's time for it to end." The large dragon said, "According to this planet's time calculation, there is 1 year left until Lord Xingxiang arrives. Before that, we just need to complete our mission." It nodded, "I understand." Ying Wang sat down beside the corpse, asking, "How can this be? Have you checked thoroughly?" Lu Sha asked to confirm again. She pulled out a device, opened it, and a green wave spread over Lu Da's body. The device displayed the text, "Energy reaction, no." She closed her eyes and confirmed, "That's right, he is not a superpower wielder. There is no spirit stone energy in his body." Ying Wang pondered, "Not a superpower wielder, but possesses the strength of a level 5 superpower wielder." He wondered, could he be? Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Sha said, "You guessed correctly, he might be a cultivator, truly a shocking secret." It seems that Jin Shouji's intentions are not as simple as they appear. They then looked at Lu Da. Lu Sha asked, "What should we do next?" He ordered decisively, "Take the corpse back for the association to handle. Report to the higher-ups immediately." Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. They shouted in alarm, "Who is there?" Immediately, she waved her hand, and a rose appeared with a flurry of petals. He summoned the beast once again, its claws lunging forward. Frost quickly covered the petals and the claws that had just been created. Xuezhu, Jiao Jiao, and Yi Juyu appeared instantly. Ying Wang recognized Xuezhu from Jin Shouji. She covered her face and smiled, saying, "It seems you two have uncovered things you shouldn't know." He remained unfazed, crossed his arms, and replied, "I didn't expect you, Jin Shouji, to be cultivators. How did you pass the association's tests?" Xuezhu waved her hand, and sharp ice shards appeared. "This is not something you need to worry about right now." Lu Sha raised his hand to the sky, forming a formation, and the rose flew in from a distance. The clash between the power of the rose and the frost occurred, ultimately resulting in a massive explosion. Smoke billowed thickly. From the haze, a gigantic black wing appeared. Ying Wang exclaimed, "I can't believe it, cultivators have such miraculous powers." Lu Sha whispered in his ear, "Watch that person, he has locked onto a target." Looking towards Jiao Jiao and Yi Juyu, who were standing next to the corpse, he wondered, "Who is that person? And what about that young man? I don't remember Jin Shouji having two such individuals." Jiao Jiao raised her hand, and red threads began to spread out. Lu Sha shouted in panic, "Be careful." As she pushed Ying Wang away, a thread wrapped around her wrist. She looked in horror as the thread spread across her arm, gritting her teeth in pain. Her arm was severed. The thread broke, and the petals scattered everywhere. Ying Wang stood watching Jiao Jiao's actions, terrified, his face pale, sweating profusely. "You are the red-clothed beauty demon." Lu Sha gasped in fear and asked, "Is she the red-clothed beauty demon?" Ying Wang looked fearfully at Jiao Jiao's figure. The association has always rumored that there is an unregistered superpower wielder whose ability is to use red threads to attack and control enemies. The association has repeatedly dispatched senior officials to capture that person, but they have never succeeded. No one has ever seen the true form of this person. Years of investigation have only revealed that this person wears a red hat and has the ability to control others using red threads. All the dispatched officers have collapsed. Jiao Jiao is known as the red-clothed beauty demon. Yi Juyu crossed his arms, "It seems Jiao Jiao is even more famous than I am." Lu Sha, pale, speculated, could the red-clothed beauty demon be the boss Jin Shouji? She stood with her arms crossed, trembling. Ying Wang spoke up, "It seems we have learned some really terrifying news." Jiao Jiao smiled seductively, "It seems you know a bit too much." She raised her hand, and the threads wrapped around her index and pinky fingers spread out. He shouted in panic, "Be careful." Lu Sha, shocked and unable to collect herself, was attacked directly in the heart by the red threads, collapsing immediately in front of Ying Wang. He was extremely frightened. This person truly lives up to the rumors, their power is unfathomable. Xuezhu stepped forward to intervene, "Wait a minute. Jiao Jiao immediately stopped and looked at her. Can the boss hand that person over to me? Yi Juyu pondered, about to break through. Jiao Jiao turned back to him, and he nodded slightly in agreement. Ying Wang angrily shouted, do you really want to oppose the entire association of superpower wielders? Xue Zhu gently touched the hazy smoke, from which she created a formation called Snow Ritual. Sharp ice columns surrounded the man, leaving him no time to react. Crow feathers flew everywhere as it tried to escape, dodging the powerful attack, moving toward Xue Zhu. She conjured a wave of icy power in front of her, and from her hand, ice spread out, enveloping the bird's feet. It was hurled away by the whirlwind. She raised the umbrella, from which the power emanated, throwing the old bird away. She opened the umbrella and spun it, causing it to fly in the air, angrily letting out a growl. Aren't cultivators supposed to use superpower weapons? She paused for a moment upon hearing this, then immediately tossed the umbrella aside. If it weren't for the old man requesting camouflage, I wouldn't want to use this thing. The bird's red eyes observed her intently. Xue Zhu showed no fear, her expression impassive as she looked at it, then raised her hand towards it. She drew her hand back with a glowing source of power, asking, can a spirit stone do this? Its wings gradually froze, and it panicked, shouting loudly, what? In its eyes was the image of Xue Zhu, filled with confusion. You haven't even touched me, how can this be? It struggled in vain but was still enveloped by ice and snow. In the end, it became a gigantic block of ice that fell to the ground before the gaze of Xue Zhu. Yi Juyu nodded, smiling in satisfaction. With her innate extreme cold physique, the ice crystal soul-devouring art given to her can unleash its maximum power. She also understands her own breakthrough point, needing to rely on combat to advance. Truly a potential seed. Jiao Jiao said, it seems your ice crystal soul-devouring art has already reached the 3rd level. Xue Zhu bowed her head respectfully, thank you, boss, for giving me this skill. Jiao Jiao extended her hand towards Yi Juyu. This skill was created by the young master. If you want to thank someone, you should thank the young master. She shyly blushed and lowered her head, thank you, senior. He waved his hand and laughed, I hate all this formal nonsense. Come here. She stepped forward to stand before him. He raised his hand and pointed to her forehead. Dazzling golden waves appeared. Her vision at that moment was filled with his kind face. Yi Juyu withdrew his hand and said, you just broke through, and the spiritual energy in your body is still chaotic. Relying solely on yourself, you would need to meditate for 2 months. After helping the girl to regulate her spiritual energy, he said, now you can freely use the ice crystal soul-devouring art. She barely managed to utter the words, thank you, before he burst out laughing, interrupting her. Thank you for what? If you follow Jiao Jiao, you are also one of mine. Just keep practicing, and when your ice crystal soul-devouring art reaches the 5th level, I will give you something even more powerful. The atmosphere around them felt sweeter. In her mind, the phrase, one of mine, echoed repeatedly. The corpse of Lu Sha on the ground suddenly sprouted a pink petal, slowly rising into the air. The scene shifted elsewhere. La Hen led everyone for a stroll down the street. Ishi and I looked around and asked, Sister La Hen, where is this? It looks quite shabby. La Hen smiled and explained, this place may be simple, but it is by no means ordinary. There was only an old man sitting on a bench, using a fan to cover his face. Don't judge by appearances, the amount of treasures traded here is no less than at Chen Kaichi's auction house. She waved her hand and called out, Mr. Dong. But the old man remained silent, pointing at a board with strange patterns and said, old rules. La Hen nodded as if she was familiar with it, bent down to do something with the board, then stood up, brushed off her dress, and pointed at the board. Mr. Dong, take a look at this. The old man lowered his fan, revealing a face full of wrinkles, with one eye covered by a metal plate. Mr. Dong focused on La Hen's solution on the board. The 3 of them waited, with La Hen appearing confident while she and Wu Chen were nervously supporting her. After a moment, Mr. Dong nodded, the answer is correct, and the solving speed is quick as well, it seems you have put in a lot of effort. La Hen humbly thanked him, stating that she was like him, fond of mathematics and often spent time studying it. Mr. Dong smiled, mathematics is wonderful, everything is related to physics and mathematics. La Hen nodded, agreeing with him, and said she would continue to learn. At this point, Mr. Dong asked about the two people accompanying her. La Hen introduced Shi Ni and Wu Chen as her good friends, mentioning that they were here for business this time. Mr. Dong smiled. Of course, he knew she wasn't just here to play. If they are your friends, then let them in as well. They entered the store. As they walked through the door, Shi Ni noticed a barrier inside. The lights turned on, and Shi Ni and Wu Chen were wide-eyed in amazement. The interior of the store was filled with modern equipment, cleaning robots, and scattered papers, completely different from the simple appearance outside. La Hen explained that she was also very surprised the first time she came here. Mr. Dong is a brilliant inventor. Wu Chen curiously touched one of the robots. It displayed a smiling face and emitted sounds like a 5-year-old child. Wu Chen laughed, "Are you looking down on me?" But the robot quickly changed to a serious face. Superpower weapon detected. Superpower weapon detected? Mr. Dong asked, "Do you have a superpower weapon?" Wu Chen immediately presented his D-class superpower weapon and apologized, "I didn't know it was not allowed to bring it in." Mr. Dong did not blame him, only saying, "You can bring it in, but I do not encourage its use." La Hen sat down, curiously asking, "Not encouraged?" She remembered the last time he was still researching the spirit stone. Could it be that he had made a new discovery? Mr. Dong put on his coat. "That's right, I have been researching the spirit stone for many years, intending to use its energy to create something stronger than a superpower weapon. But now I have discovered that this energy can cause abnormalities, even invade the human brain." All three turned pale upon hearing this. Mr. Dong added, "This is just a hypothesis, there is no concrete evidence yet." Shi Ni thanked him for the reminder. Mr. Dong changed the subject. "Well, let's see what La Hen has brought for the trade." La Hen took out 2 detoxification pills. "Mr. Dong, take a look at this." He examined it closely, opened the lid of the bottle, and sniffed it. "This is a 3rd-grade pill." "What? Could it be that you're also a cultivator?" The old man looked at Shi Ni and laughed heartily. "It's been a long time since I've seen a young cultivator. La Hen, this time you've brought something remarkable. Who gave you this pill? Surely not this little girl who's only at the refined chi stage." He carefully stored away the 2 pills. La Hen then began negotiating the price. If he offered a good deal, she would consider introducing him to the pill refiner. Mr. Dong chuckled. "You really are a shrewd one. Don't worry, I won't short you a single coin. From experience, each of these could easily sell for 15 million. La Hen shook her head. That was not the price she wanted. "This is a 3rd-grade detoxification pill, it can neutralize nearly every poison on Earth. I hope to sell them at 20 million each." Mr. Dong scratched his ear. Doing business with someone this sharp in numbers really was troublesome. Still, she wasn't wrong, such pills could bring him enormous profit. "Very well. I'll transfer 40 million to you. But remember your promise, if there are more pills in the future, you must offer them to me first." La Hen clasped his hand. "Of course. Working with you eases my worries." Mr. Dong was eager to meet the pill refiner in person. After all, a 3rd-grade pill like this hadn't appeared in many years. Currently, pill refiner is the boss of La Hen. When the opportunity arises, I will definitely introduce the 2 of them to each other. The transaction ended successfully. At the Association of Superpower Wielders branch in Heng City, Lei Xiao, a staff member of the association, was sitting and drinking tea in the form of a rock person. A subordinate rushed in to report some bad news. This trouble displeased Lei Xiao. The trembling subordinate continued, "The life lamp of Ying Wang has gone out." The cup of water in Lei Xiao's hand fell to the ground. "What about Lu Sha?" His reaction made the subordinate break into a sweat. Lu Sha's lamp is still on, but the brightness has decreased significantly. It seems she is also seriously injured. Lei Xiao angrily returned to his normal human form and prepared to leave. Before he left, he reminded the subordinate, "Someone dares to touch the Association of Superpower Wielders, send me the address and phone number. Go check who has the audacity to do this." On Yi Zhuyu's side, Jiao Jiao was using red thread to examine Lu Da's corpse. At first glance, Lu Sha and Ying Wang did not have enough strength to kill Lu Da. Jiao Jiao knew this, but then who did this? Suddenly, Jiao Jiao was shocked to discover something. Yi Juyu saw her reaction and immediately asked. What have you discovered? Jiao Jiao pointed at Lu De, young master, take a look at this spot. Purple smoke continuously rose up. Yi Juyu examined it, it's almost identical to the aura of the monster from 500 years ago. Indeed, remnants of them still exist on Earth, that's for sure. He had encountered one before, but they were just minor monsters that posed no threat. What worried him was the possibility of higher-level monsters appearing. Jiao Jiao asked if he had any plans. Relying solely on ourselves against an extraterrestrial threat might not be enough. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel anger. Back then, all the cultivators had to unite to defeat it. If it returns now. Yi Juyu raised a hand to pat Jiao Jiao's head, reassuring her, don't worry, we won once, we can win again. In the past 500 years, your young master has not lived in vain. Reassured by him, Jiao Jiao felt somewhat at ease. This time, she was determined to follow the young master. After all, she is from Jin Shouji, how do you plan to handle this? Jiao Jiao used magic to create a turtle-shaped puppet, then placed Lu Da's body inside and closed it up like a coffin. The monster killed Lu Da. Jiao Jiao will definitely find it. After finishing the task, they left. Jiao Jiao asked him if they had a plan in case they invaded again. He hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Well, let's find those Yu Luo first. As Jiao Jiao predicted, he didn't have any specific plans. But don't worry, I'm here, there's nothing to be concerned about. 10 minutes after Yi Juyu's group left, Lei Xiao rode a motorcycle to the area. There are traces of ice magic here. He took off his helmet and looked at the ice energy in front of him. This energy fluctuation must be from at least 5th level superpower wielders. There was a noise from the grass behind him, and he turned around cautiously. A red petal floated down to the ground. Could this be Lu Sha? The petal reacted as if answering his question. She is very weak. He worriedly advised her to hang in there, he would take her back. Then, he got on his bike and sped away. At Jin Sha Lake Park. 40 million. He didn't expect 2 detoxification pills to cost that much. After all, the beauty pill had only been auctioned for 5 million each before. La Hen handed the card to Yi Juyu. The money is all in here. The buyer wants to cooperate with us for the long term, so the price offered is not too low. He doesn't understand business, so he can just worry about the long-term cooperation. He will not keep the card. From this 40 million, take out 10 million to help him collect the high-quality elixirs. The remaining amount should be used to buy a quiet apartment, the bigger the better. He takes out 3 million for La Hen as her payment for working for him. La Hen nodded happily at this, truly receiving a good boss. After finishing the work, La Hen left. Shi Ni and Wu Chen stayed behind. Currently, besides them, there were also Jiao Jiao, Xue Zhu, and Wu De. They found a place to sit down and discuss. He recounted the story from 500 years ago. Xue Zhu listened and turned pale. So, the reason why there are so few cultivators now is because the losses in the great battle 500 years ago were too great. Only those who witnessed it like Jiao Jiao would know, at that time, cultivators from all over the world joined forces, but in the end, less than 1/10 survived. Shi Ni did not expect such a terrifying monster to exist, one that even Yi Juyu could not defeat. He admitted, it can be said that it is completely on a different level. Therefore, if such a monster appears again now, the world we are living in will completely perish. Perish? Shi Ni and Wu Chen were frightened, these 2 children are still young. Tell everyone about this because relying solely on Jiao Jiao and Yi Juyu will not be enough, more cultivators are needed. Xue Zhu understands the bigger picture, she will do whatever is necessary, as long as it can be done, she will not refuse. So first, let Xue Zhu gather all members of Jin Shouji, and then collect all the spirit stones they have gathered over the years. Xue Zhu is well aware that if any member of the group disagrees, she will find a way to resolve it satisfactorily. The second task will be handled by Shi Ni. She needs to try to attract as many cultivators as possible. Shi Ni asked a question. What about those with special abilities? I think collaborating with them would yield better results. This is a major issue affecting the entire world, and currently, the number of people with special abilities is quite large. They are a potential force. This is also what worries Yi Juyu. Before collaborating, we need to confirm one important thing. She and I hurriedly asked what that was. We need to clearly know whether the superpower wielders are friends or foes. This is a crucial issue. At the branch of the Association of Superpower Wielders in Hang City, in a room, Lei Xiao was using machinery to assist Lu Sha in her recovery. He placed a pedal into the glass chamber and sat waiting beside it. As the energy from the device was transmitted, the pedal began to gradually transform, eventually taking on the shape of a human. Throughout the process, Lei Xiao stood there observing. When the glass chamber opened, Lu Sha sat up. Lei Xiao asked her how she felt. But the first thing she wanted to say was, "Captain, I have very important news to report." On the display screen, her heart rate was stable, and the recovery rate was at 100%. Lu Sha had fully recovered. Lei Xiao said that if she had anything to report, she should get dressed and come to his office, then he left. When Lu Sha arrived at the office, Lei Xiao wanted to know what was so important that it involved two of his people, one dead and the other barely alive. Lu Sha reported, Ying was killed by Jin Shouji's people. Moreover, they discovered that all members of the Jin Shouji organization are cultivators, and their identities as superpower wielders are just a facade. This was indeed shocking news. Lei Xiao's reaction showed that he was quite taken aback by this information. Moreover, Jin Shouji's boss is the red-clothed beauty demon that we have been investigating for a long time. Lei Xiao thought for a moment. Red-clothed beauty demon, Jin Shouji, cultivator, he understood clearly and told Lu Sha to rest first. Seeing that she had not left, Lei Xiao asked, "Is there anything else?" Lu Sha was still worried about Ying death. Lei Xiao was the captain, and she just wanted to make sure he would take revenge for Ying. Lei Xiao patted Lu Sha on the shoulder, "Don't worry, I know what to do." After that, Lu Sha left the room. At a bar, Li Ying, another captain of the Association of Superpower Wielders, was sitting drinking coffee. Lei Xiao took a chair and went to sit across from her. Li Ying did not take her eyes off the book, telling Lei Xiao, "It's late, and you still called me out. If there's no important news, you should know the consequences." Saying that, she snapped the book shut as a threat. Lei Xiao knew Li Captain's rules, "The news today will definitely please you. Then I will listen." "Go ahead, what is it?" Lei Xiao replied, "One of my subordinates died at the hands of Jin Shouji, while also bringing back important news, all members of Jin Shouji are cultivators." For Li Ying, this is indeed good news. She paused for a few seconds, this means that Xuezhu is also a cultivator. The one who acted was Xuezhu and their boss. This is the opportunity for Captain Li to officially eliminate her. It seems there is a deep grudge between Li Ying and Xuezhu. Lei Xiao was still concerned, although it was mentioned above that we could eliminate cultivators without hesitation, the people from Jin Shouji are not to be underestimated, and we need to plan carefully before taking action. This suggests that Lei Xiao must have made preparations. Li Ying wanted to hear Captain Lei's plan, and of course, he already had one. On Yi Juyu's side, after finishing the discussion, he said, "Everyone knows what we need to do now, so let's disperse." Jiao Jiao stopped him, asking what the matter was. If everyone decided to follow him, then they would become a new sect in the future. So they would need a territory, right? He felt this made sense, but it was a simple matter. She and I affirmed, finding a territory is not simple at all. The Hung market is now different from the past, housing prices are very high. A house like Sister La Hen's has already cost 5 million yuan. But who is he, really? Don't worry, I have everything prepared. He stretched out his hand, and a beam of light appeared, in his hand was a miniature model of Tian Shan. Jiao Jiao suddenly remembered that her young master had this item. With this, there was no need to worry anymore. He set up the formation in a corner of the park, where there was a large rock, and then told everyone to follow him and jump into the formation, disappearing. Everyone was wide-eyed, where did they go? Except for Jiao Jiao, who had always trusted him and followed him for a long time, so she knew what this was. She said, "Everyone, don't be afraid. Let's go." Jiao Jiao followed the young master inside, and everyone stepped in as well. After the light faded, they opened their eyes, and everyone was amazed. It's so beautiful here, truly a fairyland. Wu De, who rarely spoke, exclaimed, it's truly breathtaking. Lu Di felt that deciding to follow him was the right choice. They would stay here in the future. The immortal mansion has many rooms, and the caves in the stone walls can also be inhabited. Everyone can choose freely. After that, everyone went to select their own living spaces. Only Jiao Jiao and Yi Juyu stayed behind. Gazing at this place, Jiao Jiao was moved because it had been a long time since she had returned. Yi Juyu was troubled. If we don't eliminate all those people, it will be very difficult for Earth residents who want to live a peaceful life. Jiao Jiao believed that they would definitely win. If the battle from that year breaks out again, with the current manpower, we won't be able to do anything at all. This was the reason he was extremely worried. Jiao Jiao thought, the urgent matter right now is to clearly determine whether the association of superpower wielders is an enemy or an ally. Their strength is very formidable. If they are also opponents, we will face quite a bit of trouble. Yi Juyu didn't understand much about the association of superpower wielders, so he needed Jiao Jiao to explain in detail so he could grasp the situation. The association of superpower wielders consists of 5 divisions: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each division is led by a minister, and they are all extremely formidable figures. According to the information Jiao Jiao had, they were the highest leaders of the association. Each division is further divided into 3 squads, totaling 15 captains. The captains are usually superpower wielders of level 6 or above. In terms of superpower ranks, Yi Juyu wanted to know Jiao Jiao's current strength. She was equivalent to a level 6 superpower wielder. However, if we consider the power of the puppet, Jiao Jiao can confront at least 3 level 6 superpower wielders at the same time. Thus, superpower wielders are indeed a significant fighting resource. Yi Juyu decided to investigate the situation personally. Somewhere on Earth, 2 aliens are waiting for something. Lightning strikes the forest, and they realize that the time has come. An object resembling a spaceship descends, piercing through the canopy and creating a massive explosion, leaving behind a gigantic crater. Their plan officially begins. In the center of the crater, an alien object is placed, containing an egg inside. After the 2 aliens approach and open it, they take the egg out. With this, even the Star General Lord doesn't need to appear. We can still dominate this planet. Take a good look at this egg. It is one of the highest level star beasts of our planet. Though using it may seem a bit wasteful, this planet has cost us a Star General, so we cannot underestimate it. We just need to complete the mission. There's no need to worry too much, one of them said. To hatch it, we need to upgrade our bodies further. The body of Chen Kai-chi is truly too weak. The other person reassured that they had a plan prepared. In the northwest of the city of Juquan, a pair of feet were walking on the sand. The middle finger of Jin Shouji's right hand, Yang Guang cheered. He had finally escaped. It was unclear what Yang Guang had just escaped from, but he appeared so happy that he wanted to cry. Yang Guang looked like a monk. When he opened his eyes, those around him were frightened, but it seemed they were not afraid of him. When Yang Guang turned to look back, a huge and hideous star beast appeared. It looked like a gigantic desert lizard. Its appearance caused everyone around to flee in panic. Upon seeing it, Yang Guang showed a look of joy. He jumped straight onto its head and commanded, "Let's go. I wonder if the boss has found them." The star beast immediately became docile, no longer looking as terrifying as before. At the same time, at the Jin Shouji base, Ying led her subordinate to capture someone. "Tell me, where are the other members of Jin Shouji?" Lu Bin had been captured at this point, but he had no intention of confessing, and he even mocked. Do superpower wielders only like to use such insidious tricks? Ying understood that he was admitting he was not a superpower wielder. Sending 2 teams to capture Lu Bin, they must have known already. What were they hiding for? Ying lifted his face with her hand. "You're quite clever. Then hurry up and reveal the whereabouts of the other members, or do I need to threaten you?" Lu Bin showed disdain. "You need to mobilize 2 captains to deal with me, and you still hope to find all the members. Should you mobilize all 15 captains?" Ying felt insulted and slapped Lu Bin hard, clearly very angry. She ordered her subordinate to take him back to the association and post an announcement on the bulletin board. She didn't believe that cultivators like them could just sit still. Lu Bin warned her not to get too complacent. After he was taken away, Li Ying asked Lei Xiao, still no news from Xuezhu. But the association had issued a notice. After 2 days, they had only found Lu Bin, and the other members of Jin Shouji seemed to have vanished without a trace. Li Ying was determined not to give up, she had to capture all of them. In the immortal mansion, Yi Juyu and Jiao Jiao were sitting and watching Wu Qin eat heartily. La Hen rushed over to announce, "Quick, look at this." Yi Juyu asked her, "What happened?" La Hen used her phone to project the news that was being broadcast. The Association of Superpower Wielders announces that a newly formed team of superpower wielders is active in the Jiangnan area, which was previously Jin Shouji. It turns out that all members are cultivators hiding their identities. According to Lei Xiao, the captain of the Association of Superpower Wielders, cultivators are dangerous elements lurking in the city. If anyone sees this news, please report it immediately to the Association of Superpower Wielders number. The screen showed images of them, followed by an interview with Lei Xiao. Jiao Jiao angrily slammed the table, "Cultivators are dangerous. Don't they know that 500 years ago, it was the cultivators who saved the world?" The screen then shifted to the news that Lu Bin had been captured. She froze for a moment, unable to keep her composure. She intended to go rescue him but was held back by a hand. She said to Yi Juyu, "Those are people from Jin Shouji, I have to go save Lu Bin." He advised her, "Don't rush right now, our identities have been discovered by the Association of Superpower Wielders. Given the current situation, the superpower wielders and we are on opposing sides. But whether this opposition arises from misunderstanding or some other reason still needs to be clarified. Let me go save people, and while I'm at it, investigate why the Association of Superpower Wielders is hunting down cultivators. What about the Jiao Jiao group?" Yi Juyu suggested. "Since we can't just sit still, given the current situation, the Association of Superpower Wielders and Cultivators are in opposition. Everyone, try to contact Xian Ming, perhaps we can find the answer before I do." Jiao Jiao immediately assigned tasks to Xuezhu. "You contact Yang Guang and Le Chen, gather all members of Jin Shouji, and prepare for a trip to Xian Ming." Xuezhu had already contacted Yang Guang. He is currently in the northwest and will be back soon. As for La Chen, he has been missing for over 2 months, I will try to reach out again. Their base had been sealed by the Association of Superpower Wielders. Yi Juyu decided to go save people first. Jiao Jiao anxiously reminded him to be careful. She couldn't hide her unease about his safety. Yi Juyu reassured her, then disappeared from the immortal mansion quietly. At the branch of the Association of Superpower Wielders in Heng City, 2 children stood gazing up at the building with longing eyes. The boy turned to the girl next to him and said with determination, "This is the Association of Superpower Wielders. When I grow up, I will definitely become an excellent superpower wielder." The girl, not wanting to back down, excitedly replied, "Me too, I want to be a superpower wielder. Superpower wielders are true heroes." After the 2 children left, Yi Juyu stood silently in a corner, his gaze thoughtful. He looked back at the building of the Association of Superpower Wielders and then vanished into the cold air. Meanwhile, Lei Xiao asked Li Ying with suspicion. "That guy Lu Bin has been safely transferred, right?" Li Ying nodded confidently. "It's done. A dangerous person like him must be taken to the highest security prison." Lei Xiao remained worried and reminded her. "The Jin Shouji are no pushovers, it's better to be cautious." Li Ying smiled in response. "No need to worry, he wouldn't dare do anything." Yi Juyu appeared inside the building of the Association of Superpower Wielders. As he was walking, he unexpectedly encountered a staff member. The staff member intended to speak, but before he could act, Yi Juyu swiftly took him down with a light blow to the neck. He carefully lowered the staff member to avoid making noise, even though he was sneaking into a dangerous place. But his demeanor remained relaxed as if he were taking a stroll. The important thing now is to find out where they are holding the people. Yi Juyu focused his divine consciousness to search. Suddenly, alarms rang out everywhere. Lei Xiao discovered an intruder and immediately notified Li Ying. She quickly used the mic to announce below, "There's an intruder, bring people to Area A immediately." Yi Juyu also sensed that something was obstructing his divine consciousness. Around him, cameras and alarms were operating at full capacity. Realizing the situation, he took out his mask and put it on. At that moment, 3 staff members appeared to block his path. You dare to invade the association of superpower wielders alone? You really don't know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth, the leader shouted and quickly drew a weapon, aiming it at Yi Juyu. However, his speed was even faster than the bullet. In an instant, he slipped behind the man. His eyes sparkled, and spiritual energy transformed into a sharp sword. With just one slash, all 3 of them fell. Yi Juyu sheathed his sword and leisurely walked away as if nothing had happened. Through the camera screen, Ying couldn't help but feel worried. What's going on? Does Jin Shouji have someone this strong? Could it be La Chen? Lei Xiao agreed. According to the records, only La Chen has unclear information. The 2 immediately concluded that the intruder was La Chen. Ying continued to instruct to call out Defender number 2. The warning of an intruder echoed throughout the corridor. Yi Juyu was about to leave when the wall in front of him suddenly dropped, blocking his path. He intended to use his sword to clear the way, but the floor beneath his feet opened up, sending him into another room. This place resembled a prison cell with large iron bars blocking the way. In front of him, a pair of eyes shone in the darkness. Lei Xiao and Ying monitored all developments through the screen. This is the first battle for Defender number 2. It's quite exciting, Ying said with enthusiasm. Lei Xiao could not hide his curiosity either. The higher-ups entrusted us with this, so we must test its power. I've heard it's even stronger than Defender number 1. However, Lei Xiao still felt worried. Just don't kill La Chen right away, okay? The iron bars were raised, but no aura appeared. Yi Juyu cautiously looked around, unsure of what he would have to face. Suddenly, his eyes shook as he realized that the opponent was not human, but a massive robot. It swung its fist towards him with terrifying power. Yi Juyu, who came from 500 years ago, didn't know what to call this metal mass, but it was clearly very dangerous. While he was distracted in thought, the robot attacked with a laser beam from its eyes. Yi Juyu was knocked back into the opposite wall, leaving a large mark. Ying on the screen confidently said, "It seems we don't need to intervene anymore." Lei Xiao, eager to meet the second character of Jin Shouji, pulled Ying along to see the results. However, what they witnessed was not the expected scene. Defender number 2 was heavily damaged, with parts scattered everywhere. Lei Xiao shouted in panic, "No way, this can't be happening." Ying approached to check, her face darkening as she realized that the components made of premium steel had been effortlessly sliced in half. Lei Xiao asked suspiciously, "That guy had a knife?" Ying put her finger to her lips, signaling for silence. "Shoo." Ying gently lifted one leg, her hand pulling the belt from her waist. Then she jumped into the air with a graceful move. She landed right on top of Defender number 2, while everything around was completely silent. Ying looked around but saw no one, not even anyone below where Lei Xiao was. She called out loudly, "Where is everyone? Where did they go?" Lei Xiao quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie, his tone decisive, "Quick. Lock down the building immediately, everyone respond to the alarm, move fast." Bang! The door slammed shut. Outside, bright sunlight flooded the space. Yi Juyu gently landed on the ground, his gaze sweeping over the body of Defender number 2. He murmured, "That thing just now was quite powerful. If there were more of them, they would definitely become a terrifying force." Then he turned to look at the building, his voice deepening, "And they even have the ability to block divine consciousness." Yi Juyu's eyes flashed with determination. "Then let's see what happens." He unleashed several streams of energy, clearly sensing the structure inside the building. Understanding that, Yi Juyu smiled slightly. "It seems that Jiao Jiao's people are not here. Let's get out of here." Saying that, he vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, Lu Sha hurriedly ran over. Gasping breath. "Captain," Lei Xiao turned around, "what's going on?" Lu Sha panted, "I can't find him, he seems to have vanished." Lei Xiao pointed at the screen, "Look at this." The screen displayed an image of Yi Juyu fighting Defender number 2. Suddenly, the screen lost connection after an attack from Yi Juyu. Ying crossed her arms, resting her chin on one hand, her expression thoughtful. "Is La Chen from Jin Shouji really that strong?" Lei Xiao frowned, he might not be La Chen. Li Ying asked worriedly, then who is he? Lu Sha spoke up from behind, I think I've seen him before. Li Ying turned to look at Lu Sha, where did you see him? Lu Sha recalled, when Ying Wang fell at Jin Shouji, 3 people appeared, one was Xue Zhu, one was their boss, and the other seemed to be him. Li Ying looked at Lei Xiao, her tone serious, this person can take down defender number 2 in a short time, his strength is unfathomable. We must clarify his identity. Lei Xiao nodded, his gaze focused on the screen displaying Yi Juyu. I didn't see him carrying any weapons, so how did he cut the second defender in half? Li Ying said, putting her hand on her head and closing her eyes. For now, let's just report the facts to our superiors. The cost of creating a defender is not something we can bear, and we don't even know what kind of punishment we might face. Everyone fell silent, each one deep in thought. Yi Juyu had appeared in a different location. He sensed something unusual in the atmosphere around him. In his hand, he held a dart wrapped in a strange purple energy. This was attacking me earlier. He placed it on the ground and sat down to meditate. The poison in the left side of his chest began to emerge. A stream of purple energy slowly escaped from the wound. Yi Juyu raised his hand, and the energy flew out. He cast a spell. 2 streams of energy were trapped. Yi Juyu looked at them, wondering, what is this? He held it in his hand, frowning, could it be? Outside, deep within the cave was the lair of the aliens. They stood around a purple sphere, the core of which was the source of energy that had attacked Yi Juyu earlier. One of the aliens spoke, then let's get started. All of them raised their hands simultaneously. A purple smoke emanated from their hands, and the orb absorbed that stream of smoke. In the waiting room, Lei Xiao and Li Ying were waiting. Zhao Lu Wang walked in, sneering. I heard Captain Lei is really skilled, ruining a defender. Lei Xiao's expression darkened. Watch your words. Zhao Lu Wang sat down, looking arrogant. Did I say something wrong? That's a defender, a set worth 50 million. You've damaged the association's property and don't let anyone speak up. Li Ying replied, today's meeting is to address this issue. We are all family here, there's no need for such threats. Zhao Lu Wang put his hands behind his head. Tisk, whoever is at fault should take responsibility. That's the rule of the association. I'm not threatening anyone. Lei Xiao stood up abruptly and slammed the table. You. Suddenly, the door opened, and Li Li walked in. Zhao Lu Wang looked at her. Li Li, you heard, right? They ruined a set of defenders. He continued, in my opinion, they should compensate not only for the damages but also for the losses incurred due to the reduction in our department's combat power. Li Li's expression turned serious, her voice soft yet powerful. Silence. Zhao Lu Wang immediately covered his mouth. The minister appeared. Everyone stood up in unison, bowed their heads, greetings, minister. The minister took his position and signaled, sit down, Jay is on a mission, it's just a meeting for us. Zhao Lu Wang was about to speak, boss, defender. The minister interrupted, I've heard already. He turned to Li Ying, Lei Xiao, Li Ying, I have watched the video you sent, have you clarified his identity? Li Ying reported, Lu Sha has encountered this person, but his specific identity is still unclear, we only know he is related to Jin Shouji. Lei Xiao added, Jin Shouji is all cultivators. A voice interrupted Lei Xiao, I already know about this. Zhao Lu Wang smiled faintly, reiterating the incident of the branch building being breached, the second defender being eliminated, this is a disgrace that the association has never faced. If we don't catch him, we will lose all our face. Lei Xiao pressed, his voice deep with pressure. Captain Zhao is so capable, why don't you go catch him yourself? Zhao Lu Wang leaned on his hand, smugly replied, of course I can catch him. Just wait and see. The minister spoke up at this moment, his tone serious, enough, no more arguments. This person's strength may far exceed ours. To capture him, we need a long-term plan. He turned to Li Li and asked gently, Li Li, what do you think? Is it possible he comes from there? All eyes turned to Li Li. She asked in return, are you referring to Xianming? The minister nodded, you have fought against people from Xianming. Please share your thoughts. Lily pondered, the people from Xianming are indeed very formidable. They possess strange abilities, completely different from the power derived from spirit stones. But I have always wondered what their true purpose is. The minister suddenly changed his attitude, his voice cold, that is not important. According to the association's orders, when encountering people from Xianming. His gaze flashed with evil energy, just eliminate them without hesitation. Lily remained silent and complied. The minister continued, this time, the four of us will work together to find him in the shortest time possible. The four of them stood up, bowed their heads in acknowledgement, understood. Meanwhile, Yi Juyu was contemplating the thing that had just attacked him. If this spirit stone is used multiple times, it will cause the body to exhibit an energy form like before. If my conjecture is correct. This form of energy can corrode the human brain. Yi Juyu suddenly remembered. So that person has been completely corroded. His face darkened. If all spirit stones are like this, the consequences will be unimaginable. Thinking of this, he was startled. With a whoosh, Yi Juyu disappeared. In the dark room, La Chen was badly injured, chained to the wall. From afar, a figure approached. La Chen was startled to see him. The minister sneered. Jin Shouji, you really know how to get me into trouble. He stepped closer to La Chen, touching the mouth shield with his finger. Tell me, why can't you just enjoy your last moments in peace? Why do you have to investigate me? Even if you discover this secret, it won't change anything. La Chen gritted his teeth. You won't get what you want. The minister closed his eyes and laughed. He picked up a syringe, looked at the liquid inside, and then plunged it forcefully into La Chen's arm. La Chen screamed in pain, trembling as he watched the minister remove his mask. Too bad you won't have the chance to reveal this secret. La Chen foamed at the mouth, his gaze gradually losing its life. He trembled, unable to believe his eyes. Swish. The cloak was removed, revealing the true appearance of the minister. He was the Earth Envoy. He stood in front of La Chen, sneering, I will not let your cultivators ruin our plans again. He produced a gas tube, referring to what was inside as LYZ, this corpse is a gift for you. He opened the lid, allowing the substance to enter La Chen's nose, eyes, and mouth. Above his head, La Chen's divine soul gradually began to separate from his physical body. After the body was destroyed, La Chen's divine soul leaped up, startled to see something. La Chen's physical body had undergone a strange transformation after being occupied. La Chen's divine soul pondered, they probably don't know that cultivators can separate their divine souls from their bodies, but now that the physical body is destroyed, I can only find the boss. It jumped through the ventilation shaft, determined, this secret must be told to the boss. The Earth Envoy looked towards the ventilation window, as if contemplating something. In the town of Qingshanhu, Jin Shouji's group was walking down the street. Jiao Jiao looked at everyone and said, let's split up to gather information on Lu Qingfeng's whereabouts. Xue Zhu replied, everyone be careful. The influence of the Association of Superpower Wielders stretches across the globe, do not let them discover it. Everyone nodded in understanding and began to divide their actions. In a dark corner, a figure in a black cloak stood watching everyone. He was on the phone, reporting, hello, the whereabouts of Jin Shouji have been detected in Qingshanhu. Yi Xianai was worried, where do I need to go to find Lu Qingfeng? She remembered his smile, scratching her head in thought. As she passed by a sword chi shop, she was startled. The swords on display caught her attention. She approached closer. Oh, this is indeed a fly sword. So he must be from Xianming. She took out her token and asked, excuse me, do you know this token? The shop owner took the token, examined it closely, then stood up and called Yi Xianai, follow me. She was excited, I've found it. Yi Xianai followed him for a while, suddenly feeling something was off. Senior, are you from Xianming? Where is brother Qingfeng? Suddenly he stopped, turned around sharply, and snapped his fingers at Yi Xianai. Two figures in black cloaks appeared behind her. Yi Xianai's face darkened as she realized she had been deceived. She was attacked and fell to the ground. The man knelt before her and removed his mask. Xianming, he laughed coldly, it seems Xianming has someone hiding here. In a narrow alley, Xuezhu was walking when she passed by a cloaked figure cleaning a sword. He smiled and said, "Looking for Xian Ming?" Xuezhu turned her head in curiosity. He continued, "Xian Ming is not someone everyone can meet, perhaps you need my help." Xuezhu smiled brightly, "Senior, do you know Lu Qingfeng?" The man sheathed his sword and stood up, "Follow me." Xuezhu walked after the stranger, her eyes fixed on the shiny sword in his hand. On the rooftop of a nearby building, the sound of an airplane engine echoed, while 4 members of the Association of Superpower Wielders were arguing loudly. "It's truly disgraceful that for a small task like dealing with Jin Shouji, we have to mobilize all of us." An angry voice rang out. Li Ying thought for a moment and then spoke up, "Wen Xiao, don't underestimate them, the people of Jin Shouji are not simple at all." Wen Xiao smirked slightly, his voice full of disdain, "It's just because you are incompetent. If it were me, I could take them all down in one move." Li, with a dark expression, questioned, "So can you defeat their second defender?" Wen Xiao hesitated, "Well." Li crossed her arms, her voice serious, "They have someone who can defeat the second defender, we can't underestimate them." Lei Xiao scoffed, "Our Zhao Lu Wang is no slouch either, just don't let your guard down and lose the match." Wen Xiao shouted again, "Useless, shut up." Li Ying asked, "What is a trick?" Li explained, "It's the one who is scolding Lei Xiao." Meanwhile, Xuezhu was being led by a strange man. He pointed ahead, the destination was right in front of them. Xuezhu gently thanked him. Suddenly, he drew his sword, but at that moment, ice had tightly locked his feet. He was startled, "You." Xuezhu smiled, and the assassins behind her had also been frozen by her. He couldn't believe his eyes, "When did you notice?" Xuezhu stood on the block of ice, controlling the sword, turning its tip towards him. She coldly laughed, "The fly sword of a cultivator is not used like yours." Xuezhu quickly took down the cloaked figures and contacted her teammates, "Boss, we've been exposed." Jiao heard the news, her face showing signs of worry. "I'm having trouble here too. You contact everyone first." In front of Jiao were 3 men in black cloaks. The leader aimed a gun at her. He sneered, "If you make any moves, I will shoot immediately. Just come with us quietly." Jiao coldly laughed, "Isn't the news from the Association of Superpower Wielders supposed to be very accurate? Will that work on me?" She waved her hand, gathering energy into the shape of a petal. The cloaked men panicked, and the gunman hurriedly fired wildly. The bullet flew straight toward her, but a puppet appeared and blocked it. Jiao controlled the puppet. The cloaked men frantically called, "Report to the captain." But before they could finish their sentence, the puppet appeared behind him. Jiao directed her finger, and the puppet lifted him into the air. Crash! The mask shattered, blood sprayed out, and he was thrown far away. His companions were terrified, shooting wildly at the puppet, but the bullets were all blocked by an invisible shield. Jiao smiled triumphantly. "Let your captain come up here. Your lackeys are not worthy opponents for him." She controlled the puppet to spin around. A decisive attack. But suddenly, something like cotton blocked the puppet's assault. The captain of the Association of Superpower Wielders had appeared. Li Ying scoffed, "Your ability is cotton, even if it's stronger, you won't escape." Zhao Lu Wang ran up behind Jiao, startling her. He stroked his chin, his voice full of surprise, "The legendary red-clothed beauty demon. Boss Jin Shouji is actually such a beautiful girl, it's truly astonishing." Li Ying reminded him, "Don't waste your breath, you all quickly go find the others. This girl is mine." Lei Xiao looked at her cautiously, "This girl is very strong, are you sure you can handle it alone?" Li Ying turned her head, her voice full of confidence, "You know I have a grudge against Jin Shouji. With their boss here today, let me deal with it. Didn't the intel say there are 5 of them?" She shouted, "According to the intel, people from Xian Ming might also be here, so hurry up and catch the other 4, we absolutely cannot let them come into contact with anyone from Xian Ming." Zhao Lu Wang leaned back, putting his hands behind his head, "What? You're starting to give orders now? I want to see if you can actually defeat this girl." Li Ying furrowed her brows in anger. "Mr. Zhao, can't we unite a little at this moment?" Li passed by and called softly. Mr. Zhao, follow me. Zhao Lu Wang adjusted his glasses, a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek. Jiao Jiao looked at the two of them, her heart filled with contemplation. After all, having 4 captains appear at once, their strength is still a mystery. She looked at Li Ying, then we will deal with it first. Lei Xiao instructed Li Ying, you must be careful, we are going to catch the others. Li Ying nodded, and Lei Xiao jumped up and disappeared. Li Ying turned back to ask Jiao Jiao, it's just us left to talk, how do you want to die? Jiao Jiao scoffed, you are quite confident, aren't you? Li Ying smiled smugly, you are just a cultivator, do you really think you can defeat me? To be honest, I have killed even the peak cultivators of your kind. Jiao Jiao replied, I want to ask you something before I make my move. Li Ying crossed her arms, her gaze full of pride like a victor, and smirked lightly, go ahead, after all, you won't live much longer, so if you have something to ask, hurry up. Jiao Jiao looked at her seriously, her tone cold, your association of superpower wielders. Why are you hunting us cultivators? Meanwhile, Le Chen's physical body had been possessed by something dark. His eyes opened, a cold purple light flashing. Clank! The chains that had bound him before were broken. The Earth Envoy, the true identity of the Minister Association superpower, stood there asking Lyz in a calm tone, how does it feel in this body? Lyz responded without a hint of hesitation. Dear Earth Envoy, this body is filled with energy, enough for temporary use. The Earth Envoy nodded, his gaze cold, the Star General Lord will arrive on Earth in just 1 year. The reason for waking you up early is that there is an urgent mission to assign to you. Lyz asked back without any hesitation, what do you need me to do? The Earth Envoy presented an object before Lyz, his tone serious, for the plan to invade Earth, the Star General Lord is most concerned about the cultivators on this star planet. The previous invasion failed because of them, but this time we have a thorough plan. At the place where the Dragon King is brooding, the Insect Emperor is about to hatch, I need you to find this for me before the Insect Emperor is completed. Lyz held the object in his hand. His eyes were filled with doubt. This is... In the photo was something resembling an octopus tentacle, streaked with red and white veins. The Earth Envoy stood beside him, his voice calm as he explained, this is what the Star General Lord left behind after being defeated. It can cause serious trouble for cultivators. Right now, it must be lying somewhere on this star planet. With your abilities, finding it shouldn't be difficult. Lyz nodded firmly. Understood. I'll set out immediately. The Earth Envoy watched Lyz's figure disappear into the distance, silently thinking to himself, I hope that after all the effort we've poured into this star planet, we'll at least gain some benefit from it. Meanwhile, Yang Guang was sprawled across the back of his mount, Xiao Ji, enjoying the clear blue sky. What beautiful weather. Suddenly, a violent tremor jolted him awake. He sat up, scolding, Xiao Ji, can't you be a bit steadier? But Xiao Ji only pointed ahead, eyes full of vigilance. Yang Guang followed his gaze, and froze. It was the very thing shown in the photo that the Earth Envoy had entrusted Lyz to find. Yang Guang frowned, puzzled. What exactly is that? Back at the confrontation between Jiao Jiao and Li Ying, Jiao Jiao stepped closer toward her. The cold tone, association of superpower wielders, why are you hunting us cultivators? Li Ying scoffed, her voice full of disdain, do you need a reason? This is an order from above. Jiao Jiao furrowed her brows, her eyes filled with suspicion, have you ever thought about why? Our cultivators have existed since ancient times, and you superpower wielders want to eliminate us. Have you ever wondered why? Li Ying's expression darkened, her tone impatient, don't waste your breath, you won't escape today. Jiao Jiao didn't say more, she waved her hand, and a magic circle appeared, controlling the puppet. A puppet emerged behind Li Ying. She glanced back, quickly threw a piece of cloth, tightly gripping the puppet and kicking it away. Jiao Jiao continued to control it, the puppet's hand launched a chain, attacking Li Ying. She managed to catch the puppet's hand, throwing it back toward Jiao Jiao. Another puppet intercepted the counterattack. All the puppets were destroyed. Jiao Jiao assessed, a troublesome type of ability. Li Ying placed her hands on her hips, her voice full of pride, my ability is to turn my body into iron and control its form. You only know how to control these things, so you are no match for me. Cultivator, truly weak. Jiao Jiao chuckled softly, her gaze cold. Is that so? Li Ying was startled, looking in disbelief at the shattered pieces of the puppet flying up and reassembling. Jiao Jiao stood in the middle, with two new puppets, stronger than before, on either side. One flew straight towards Li Ying, and her expression changed. It's faster now. As the puppet approached, Li Ying shot out white foam, but the puppet was already there, swinging its fist hard, causing her to stumble back a few meters. Jiao Jiao raised her hand, and a third puppet appeared behind Li Ying, grabbing her and restraining her movements. The other two puppets attacked together. Boom! A loud explosion echoed. Li Ying was enveloped in a layer of white fluff, smoke rising. Jiao Jiao was sweating, murmuring, according to the intel, the captain of the Association of Superpower Wielders are all superpower wielders of level 6 or higher. This Li Ying is probably a level 7 transitioner. Transitioner, in a peaceful land, with a clear blue lake and lush trees, Ishi Ni was being controlled by the villains. A new figure appeared, Luo Di from Jin Shouji. He adjusted his hat, his tone cold. Return that girl to me. The black-cloaked figure carefully placed Ishi Ni down and turned to remind his companions, Luo Di and Wu De of Jin Shouji, be careful. The two companions nodded and rushed straight towards Luo Di. He swung his sword lightly, piercing through one of the men. Wu De had dealt with the remaining ones, those two were taken down immediately. Luo Di glared, his voice deep and powerful, hand over the person. The man who was holding Ishi Ni sneered, you think too much. Our captain has arrived, I advise you to run while you still can. Luo Di turned to Wu De and ordered, you hold him, I will find a way to save her. Wu De nodded in understanding. Luo Di swung his sword, flames erupting from the blade as it sliced through the air. He moved closer to the man. Sensing danger, the man immediately fired a shot, and the flames from Luo Di's sword struck. The man raised his armored hand, blocking the sword strike with his arm. Luo Di shouted loudly, Wu De, save her. The man facing Luo Di was also startled and yelled to his companions, hold the person tight. But his companions trembled, unable to stand. They shook their heads helplessly, and suddenly black birds appeared all around. Swish! A stream of black air with tiny sparks. They collapsed in a pool of blood, black feathers falling around them. Wu De picked up Ishi Ni and called Luo Di, it's done, retreat. The steel hand of that guy grasped Luo Di's flaming sword. He chuckled menacingly, you can't escape. Luo Di glared, oh, really? Swish, the flame from the sword turned into a lightning bolt. The man didn't have time to react and was struck by the lightning, his body battered. He was smoking and collapsed. The other two had long turned their backs and left. Suddenly, a voice rang out, after hitting people, you still want to leave. It was Lei Xiao, who had transformed into a giant stone figure. A punch to the ground shattered everything around, gentlemen, the game is over. Luo Di turned his head and noticed the appearance of Zhao Lu Wang and Li Li. Zhao Lu Wang put his hands in his pockets and laughed, what is it? Just two little towers of Jin Shouji. I told you, it's much more fun at their boss's place. Li Ying escaped from the cocoon, full of pride, I told you, your ragged things are useless against me. Boss Jin Shouji is just like that. Jiao Jiao looked at her, annoyed, so this battle continues. I just want to know the real purpose of your association of superpower wielders, but it seems that a captain like you doesn't know much. Li Ying was confused when she heard Jiao Jiao speak, then this war should end. Li Ying crossed her arms, your puppets, even if you use about 3 or 4 of them, can't do anything to me. I see your strength is just that. Jiao Jiao chuckled softly, raising her hand to manipulate the magic circle. The difficulty of puppet manipulation lies in its countless forms, each puppet has its own characteristics. A puppeteer can do many things that skills cannot. For example, halfway through her sentence, a puppet leaped out from the magic circle, holding throwing darts in its hands, which it launched at Li Ying. Li Ying transformed into white cotton balls to block them. She still stood there smugly with her arms crossed, smiling faintly. From the puppet's mouth, a pipe appeared. Jiao Jiao smiled and continued, for example, it can have many attributes. At this moment, Li Ying finally noticed the unusual situation. Her expression darkened, eyebrows furrowing, eyes widening, sweat dripping down her face. What is this? Not good. A fireball shot out from the puppet's mouth. It flew forward, burning everything in its path. Li Ying, caught in the flames, was charred black. Jiao Jiao turned her head and walked away. Cotton, isn't it enough to just use fire? Jiao Jiao pondered, there are still 3 more captains. Shuezhu, you all have to hold on. On Yang Guang's side, he had retrieved the strange object from the ground. It seemed that getting it was quite difficult. His body was drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. He recalled the struggle he had just to obtain it. It had elongated and attacked him from all sides. Yang Guang looked at it, puzzled, what exactly is this? He brought it closer to his nose. It has an aura similar to a spirit stone. This thing is definitely not simple. He held it up high to the sunlight, but what is this thing actually for? Suddenly, there was a disturbance. A red halo appeared around Yang Guang's body. It healed his external wounds, and the injury on his hand gradually recovered. Yang Guang unexpectedly raised his hand, looking at it in shock. He foolishly held it up, laughing, wow, I found a treasure. Meanwhile, Lei Xiao blocked the path of Luo Di and Wu De. Luo Di assessed the situation as not very promising. Wu De, the situation isn't good at all. Wu De picked up the scythe, the gathering point is close to us. Trust their boss, we just need to buy some time. Lei Xiao scoffed, just relying on the 2 of you. Luo Di swung his sword, how will we know if we don't try? The 2 moved forward, Wu Da's scythe slashed across Lei Xiao's chest, while Luo Di brought down a fiery strike from behind. Lei Xiao was unfazed, he raised his fist and punched straight at the 2. The 2 were hit and sent flying far away. Boom! Luo Di lay face down on the ground, trembling and staring wide-eyed up. Lei Xiao looked towards Zhao Lu Wang, signaling with his hand, capture them all. Zhao Lu Wang gritted his teeth in anger, who are you ordering around? You piece of worthless stone. Bang! A loud noise came from beside them as a figure approached Yi Xian'ai, who was lying unconscious. Zhao Lu Wang grasped the energy-binding rope glowing with golden light. Luo Di saw Lei Xiao leap high into the air, clenching his fists, a sinister smile on his face as he slammed down right where Luo Di lay. Boom! Lei Xiao struck down, the punch causing an immense shockwave. The ground and rocks in that spot shattered and flew everywhere. Li Li immediately sensed something was wrong when sharp shards of ice began jutting out from the ground. She quickly leapt high into the air to avoid them. Glancing back, she saw Zhao Lu Wang also swinging upward on a rope, nimbly evading the deadly ice spikes. On Lei Xiao's side, a thick cloud of dust shrouded the area. As it slowly dispersed, Lei Xiao stood frozen in disbelief, staring at a puppet that had intercepted the punch he had thrown at Luo Di. From above, Li Li descended, spotting that Shuezhu and Jiao Jiao had arrived. Zhao Lu Wang sneered at the sight of Jiao Jiao. Ha, I told you. Li Ying couldn't possibly handle boss Jin Shouji. If she's shown up here, then Li Ying must already be locked away in the ice chamber. Shut your mouth, Lu Wang. Lei Xiao roared angrily. Deal with them first. Jiao Jiao swiftly maneuvered the threads connected to her puppet. Zhao Lu Wang countered, directing his own threads to shoot straight toward her. The 2 sets of threads clashed violently, tangling and snapping against each other, right over Yi Xini's body. Meanwhile, Shuezhu engaged Lei Xiao. A massive wall of ice suddenly surged up, blocking all of Lei Xiao's movements. Seizing the chance, Luo Di and Wu De silently retreated to position themselves behind Jiao Jiao. Their own puppet threads wove forward, intertwining with hers in a deadly net of attacks. Zhao Lu Wang smirked as his ropes suddenly turned to iron. Jiao Jiao became serious, realizing that her puppet strings could not withstand Zhao Lu Wang's iron. She thought to herself, I heard that the captain of the Association of Superpower Wielders is ranked by strength, the smaller the number, the stronger the power. This Lu Wang is the captain of Team 13. Seems like he is a bit stronger than Li Ying of Team 14. Zhao Lu Wang pointed at Jiao Jiao, chuckling lightly, asserting himself, I am not foolish like Li Ying, saving someone in front of me is not an easy task. Jiao Jiao rubbed her head, pondering something. Zhao Lu Wang stroked his chin, wondering, is the energy condensed into threads? He glanced at Lei Xiao, assessing the situation. It seems Jiao Jiao is using pink thread energy to control the puppet. She must have more trump cards. Xue Zhu whispered into Jiao Jiao's ear, boss, the thick-headed guy and that rope boy are both easy to deal with. We need to be careful of that one. The person Xue Zhu referred to was Li Li. She stood with her arms crossed, eyes closed, chewing gum, appearing completely calm. Jiao Jiao nodded seriously, I can sense her aura. Li Li's voice was firm, much stronger than those two. Li Li opened her eyes, facing the cave of the aliens. They were still supplying energy to the purple brain sphere. The sphere had completed the energy absorption process. The alien sat down, beads of sweat on his cheeks, finally done. He opened his eyes and stared intently at the sphere. A crack appeared on the surface, as if something was about to emerge. Jiao Jiao turned to Luo Di and Wu De, it seems we've reached the limit. Luo Di, Wu De, you two go to the back and rest, make sure to protect Shi and I well. You can't handle these guys. Luo Di immediately complied, picking up the unconscious Yi Shi and I. Jiao Jiao glanced at Luo Di and Wu De as they carried Yi Shi and I to hide behind a nearby tree. She turned back to Xue Zhu, who was twirling his hands, glancing at Jiao Jiao for advice, how do we handle 2 against 3? Jiao Jiao looked towards Li Li, who was calmly leaning against the tree, and said to Xue Zhu, leave that one to me. You two buy some time. Just then, Lei Xiao smashed through the ice wall created by Xue Zhu, charging straight ahead. Zhao Lu Wang also followed, falling down near the spot where the ice wall had been broken. He laughed loudly and said to Lei Xiao, Stone Head, this brat claims she can take us both on by herself. Lei Xiao smirked and replied, although I don't want to cooperate with you, a quick finish isn't bad. Zhao Lu Wang shook his head, no, you misunderstand, I don't want to team up with you. This one is yours, and I. He looked towards Luo Di and Yi Shi and I, who were unconscious, and coldly said, I will deal with these lackeys first. From his hand, fiery whips shot out to attack Wu De. Seeing the dire situation, Wu De immediately charged in with his red scythe, but was quickly ensnared by the whips, pulling him towards Zhao Lu Wang. He smiled triumphantly, useless, my ropes can change material at will, your blade can't cut through. He swung his hand, and the scythe slipped from Wu Da's grasp, flying back to him. Zhao Lu Wang held the scythe and disdainfully remarked, beautiful but useless, heavy in a foolish way. He tossed the scythe aside and unleashed numerous fiery whips again. However, the whips were abruptly blocked by a wall of ice that appeared out of nowhere. Zhao Lu Wang angrily shouted at Lei Xiao, are you a useless person or what? Not even a girl can stop it. Lei Xiao clenched his fists, his whole body turning to stone, igniting a flame. He spoke in a deep voice, shut your mouth and open your eyes to see my new technique. He extended his arms forward, enveloping his entire body in a force like an arrow, charging toward Xue Zhu. She quickly created ice beneath her feet, using the sliding force to retreat, successfully dodging Lei Xiao's attack. He gritted his teeth, sweating, this guy is using the slippery ice to increase his speed, and he's even faster than me. Before Lei Xiao could retract his attack, Xue Zhu utilized her incredible speed to slip to the side. Her hand struck like lightning against his punching hand. With exceptional agility, she used Lei Xiao's own force to throw him into the lake. Xue Zhu calmly stood with her hands on her hips by the lake, her cold gaze following Lei Xiao as he struggled in the water. Meanwhile, Zhao Lu Wang stood behind, his eyes never leaving her, silently analyzing every move that had just occurred. Blocking my attack while also detecting Stonehead's intentions, condensing ice beneath her feet first. Then using the sliding speed to minimize his attacking force. In such a short time, she was able to devise such a perfect strategy. This girl is indeed not simple. When Zhao Lu Wang reached this conclusion, Xue Zhu cautiously glanced back. Behind her, Lei Xiao emerged from the water, shouting in anger, you dare to play me. Xue Zhu smiled slightly, pointing downwards. It was at this moment that Lei Xiao realized something was amiss, staring in shock at the lake water that only reached his knees. Without giving him a chance to react, Xue Zhu maintained her calm expression and raised her hand to unleash her power. From her palm, waves of cold air spread out, and ice quickly crept up to Lei Xiao's feet. He panicked and shouted, "This is not good." But it was too late. In an instant, Lei Xiao was frozen into an ice statue. Zhao Lu Wang witnessed this scene and couldn't help but grit his teeth and mutter, "This fool." Xue Zhu turned to him, her voice icy, "Next, it's your turn." Zhao Lu Wang, still maintaining his arrogant demeanor, replied, "What? I'm not that fool." Jiao Jiao glanced at the situation and mockingly said to Li Li, "Your teammate seems to be of little help." Li Li coldly replied, "We are just carrying out the mission together, he doesn't count as a teammate." Jiao Jiao smiled sarcastically, "Is this the style of the Association of Superpower Wielders?" "On the contrary, it's very similar to the rumors." Li Li tilted her head slightly and asked, "What rumors?" Jiao Jiao chuckled softly, "I've heard that your association prioritizes missions, disregarding personal feelings, and that you won't hesitate to use any means to achieve your goals." Li Li did not refute this, only coldly added, "If you already know, why waste words with us? We face many battles and understand the need to reduce the enemy's numbers first." Upon hearing this, Jiao Jiao immediately realized the situation was dire, panicking as she exclaimed, "No, that's not right." At the same moment, Li Li's figure seemed to dissolve before her eyes. On the other side, Xue Zhu was focused on creating ice walls to counter the fierce fire whips of Zhao Lu Wang. Li Li suddenly appeared behind Xue Zhu. Jiao Jiao rushed over and shouted, "Xue Zhu, be careful." But the warning came too late. When Xue Zhu realized Li Li was there, she silently exclaimed, "I'm done for." Li Li thrust the dagger sharply into Xue Zhu's side from a hidden angle, but just before it made contact, a surge of power knocked the dagger from Li Li's hand. Everything seemed to freeze. Between Li Li and Xue Zhu, a man suddenly appeared. Li Li looked at the stranger in panic, "Who are you?" Yi Juyu, with two fingers gripping the broken dagger tightly, stood protectively in front of Xue Zhu, a confident smile on his face. "Me? They all call me master." Li Li dropped the dagger and jumped back, his expression changing. Yi Juyu casually tossed the broken hilt aside, smiling in appreciation, "Very good reaction, the captain of the Association of Superpower Wielders really has some skill." Zhao Lu Wang also paused, looking at the newcomer. Lei Xiao, just freed from the ice, turned around, trembling as he looked at Yi Juyu, announcing, "He is the second Defender's destroyer." Zhao Lu Wang did not believe it, scornfully asking, "Hey Lei Xiao, are you sure? This guy looks too weak to withstand a gust of wind, can he really defeat the second Defender?" Lei Xiao rubbed his still frozen shoulder, affirming to Zhao Lu Wang, "Even though he was wearing a mask at that time, I am certain of this physique, just now he was able to block Li Li's attack with one hand." Zhao Lu Wang was startled by those words, recalling the earlier situation. Yi Juyu appeared, bringing with him a strange atmosphere that made everyone wary. Lei Xiao, with his heightened instinct of vigilance. Curiously observing him, he thought to himself, "Who is this character? What is his background?" With his fists clenched, he was ready to attack at any moment. Then, Lei Xiao spoke up, his tone full of warning, "According to the information from Jin Shouji, there is no data on this character. He seems even stronger than our boss. Everyone, be careful." On the other side, Jiao Jiao happily ran over to greet Yi Juyu. "Young master, why are you here?" she asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Nearby, Xue Zhu didn't say anything, but the expression on his face couldn't hide his joy. Yi Juyu did not hide it and replied frankly, "I discovered something important, so I followed it here." Xue Zhu curiously asked, "What is this big matter?" But he didn't answer immediately. Instead, he glanced at Li Li, who was still on guard from a distance. "Let's deal with the immediate trouble first," he said calmly. Li Li also realized that the newcomer was not simple. She gritted her teeth, her expression darkening. "There's a bit of trouble now," she thought. Meanwhile, Zhao Lu Wang seemed to still be unaware of Yi Juyu's true abilities. He smugly gripped the fiery whip, preparing to attack. "No matter who he is, capture him first and talk later," he shouted, raising his hand high. From the palm of his hand, countless beams of light shot out, intertwining into fiery whips, forming a gigantic hand that descended from the sky to strike Yi Juyu. The power of the attack was so strong that it altered the colors of the space, leaving only the bright red of the fiery whips. Xue Zhu and Jiao Jiao quickly reacted to this. Xuezhu summoned a blast of ice between the two hands, while Jiao Jiao called forth a magic circle to control the giant puppet behind her. In contrast, Yi Juyu remained calm. He simply smiled gently, holding a leaf that had fallen due to the force of the fiery whip, blocking the two of them. "Leave it to me," he said, simultaneously controlling the fallen leaves around him, transforming them into sharp arrows that shot towards Zhao Lu Wang. Zhao Lu Wang, still confident in controlling the fiery whip, mocked, "This rope is not ordinary, you intend to block it with leaves, you are just." But before he could finish his sentence, the leaves controlled by Yi Juyu easily severed the entire fiery whip. Zhao Lu Wang was astonished, his mouth agape in speechlessness. Yi Juyu smiled. The tone was filled with disdain, "I'm sorry, but my leaves are not ordinary types." He raised his hand again, and the severed whip segments suddenly lifted their heads. One of them burst into flames and shot towards Lei Xiao. Instinctively, he raised his petrified arm to block it, but the flexible whip easily pierced through the stone arm. In pain, Lei Xiao collapsed, clutching his injured arm. Yi Juyu didn't stop, continuing to manipulate the whip, transforming it into a fiery arrow aimed at Lei Xiao. "Not bad in terms of hardness," he commented, his tone full of interest. Lei Xiao glared, helplessly watching the whip rush towards him. "It's over," he exclaimed, his face changing color. Just then, Li Li suddenly appeared, using her spatial ability to neutralize the attack. She created an energy vortex, sucking the fiery arrow into it. Lei Xiao escaped death, breathing a sigh of relief and stammering his thanks to Li Li. She coldly commanded, "Report to the captain, this guy is stronger than we imagined." Yi Juyu paid little attention to the failed attack. He stroked his chin, assessing Li Li's abilities. "This superpower is truly impressive, it can even utilize spatial strength." Meanwhile, Zhao Lu Wang still couldn't believe what had just happened. "The leaf that cut through my steel-hard wire and pierced Lei Xiao's stone arm. How is that possible?" he muttered, breaking out in a cold sweat. Jiao Jiao moved close behind Yi Juyu and whispered, "The abilities of these superpower wielders are very strange, but as long as I know the specific effects of their powers, I will be able to deal with them more easily." Yi Juyu nodded slightly, his gaze radiating soft golden halos. Yi Juyu used his special vision to observe the three members of Li Li's group. Surrounding him was a brilliant halo like golden flames, completely different from the purple flames encircling Li Li's group. He frowned, pondering what he was seeing. In terms of corrosiveness, these two are much higher than that girl, but her ability is clearly superior. It's obvious that the level of corrosiveness and the strength of the ability are not related, so there's only one possibility left. He suddenly vanished from Jiao Jiao's sight, startling her. Not only Jiao Jiao, but Zhao Lu Wang and Lei Xiao were also taken aback when they suddenly couldn't see Yi Juyu, exclaiming in astonishment, "Where did he go?" Only Li Li suddenly jolted, glancing back. Yi Juyu had appeared beside her at some point, causing Li Li to quickly turn around defensively. She harnessed her superpower, creating a vortex of energy to attack Yi Juyu. He remained unfazed, casually raising his hand to block it. With just a gentle wave of his hand, he neutralized Li Li's abilities. Immediately after, he transformed his hand into a palm and without hesitation struck directly towards her. At that moment, the ground beneath them suddenly heaved up into a small mound. But in an instant, it transformed into a gigantic wall of earth, blocking Yi Juyu's path. Behind Li Li, a mysterious figure appeared, cloaked in a wide robe, with a face obscured by a strange mask. She sensed someone approaching and immediately turned around, alert. The newly appeared figure wore the peculiar mask, revealing only their piercing eyes staring ahead. Yi Juyu struck the earthen wall forcefully, causing it to nearly explode into countless small pieces. Amidst the chaos of flying debris, the ground became uneven and littered. Yi Juyu and the masked figure faced each other, the atmosphere growing tense. Li Li recognized the newcomer and felt relieved, turning her head to smile at him, "Minister." Zhao Lu Wang and Lei Xiao also recognized the identity of the man. The group bowed their heads in respect, "Minister." The minister glanced at them, his voice laced with anger, "A bunch of useless people." Yi Juyu stood still, assessing the newcomer. He sensed something unusual. This guy's aura, could it be? Jiao Jiao, standing beside him, whispered information about the person who had just appeared. This person is one of the 5 ministers of the Association of Superpower Wielders, with unfathomable strength. Young master must be careful. Yi Juyu looked at the minister, his gaze piercing through the cloak and the tightly fitted mask, revealing the bizarre appearance that the man was trying to conceal. Finally, he confirmed his suspicion, his expression darkening as he thought, indeed, not bad. This kid is different from the previous mutants, he is a genuine alien. While Yi Juyu was assessing him, the minister had also recognized his identity, a cultivator. How are these guys still hanging on? Didn't the Star General Lord almost wipe them out 500 years ago? Immediately after, he turned around, angrily shouting at Zhao Lu Wang and Lei Xiao, I previously said that the association will never spare a cultivator. There are so many cultivators here, yet you do not seize the opportunity to make achievements, it truly disappoints me. Both of them listened to his scolding and could only silently swallow their words. Li Li, seeing this, softly interjected, Minister, this person is very powerful, I am not his match. The masked man listened to her and coldly replied, even you are not his opponent. Humph, I didn't expect such a formidable cultivator to exist. Yi Juyu remained calm in front of those people. He asked the 3 behind Li Li, do the 3 of you know why the Association of Superpower Wielders never spares cultivators? Li Li was taken aback by his question. Even Zhao Lu Wang and Lei Xiao did not understand what was happening, they looked at each other and shook their heads in unison. The minister seemed to be touched in his pride, furiously shouting, seeking death. He summoned his powers to create a gigantic stone, as large as a small mountain. Without hesitation, he hurled it straight at Yi Juyu. The stone flew like a massive arrow from above, aimed directly at the top of his head. However, Yi Juyu maintained a calm expression, showing no fear in the face of that fierce attack. He gently turned to Li Li's group and said, it seems that no one knows the answer, so today I will explain it to you. A brilliant beam of golden light appeared in Yi Juyu's hand. He gripped it tightly, a determined smile spreading across his face. Upon hearing these words, Li Li felt a surge of confusion and repeated, why do we have to hunt cultivators? Suddenly, she recalled that this was the same question she had once posed to that minister, Minister, why must we hunt cultivators? But the answer she received was nothing but meaningless words, lacking any reasoning, cultivators are our enemies, just remember that, no need to ask more. Li Li couldn't help but fall into contemplation, murmuring to herself, that's right, it seems we never questioned this matter again, we only knew it was an order from above, and no one ever thought carefully about why. Yi Juyu gently swung the sword made of countless golden rays. A powerful slash cut through the massive rock. In an instant, the rock was shattered into pieces by the brilliant golden beams. Yi Juyu stood amidst the shattered fragments. But not a single piece touched him. The minister saw this and shouted, it's not over yet. Another boulder rushed towards Yi Juyu. He remained undaunted, once again swinging his golden sword to shatter the newly appeared rock. Luo Di and Wu De stood by, wide-eyed at the scene before them, unable to believe their eyes. Luo Di exclaimed, Wu De, is this what humans can do? Wu De replied in astonishment, it seems we made the right choice, he is even stronger than the elder brother. The minister raised his hand, and a burst of purple light suddenly appeared in his palm. The earth and rocks around him immediately surged up, transforming into gigantic boulders aimed directly at Yi Juyu. But in an instant, a flash of golden light erupted, and all the earth and rocks around the minister were shattered into fragments. Yi Juyu appeared right behind him, gently brushing off the dust from his body. The minister seemed taken by surprise, unable to react in time. The mask on his face was cut and fell to the ground before Li Li's astonished gaze. Li Li trembled and exclaimed, what is this? Both Zhao Lu Wang and Lei Xiao were also shocked by the minister's appearance. Zhao Lu Wang asked Lei Xiao, the stone man, I can't be mistaken, can I? What is this? Lei Xiao also replied nervously, I don't know either. Xue Zhu and Jiao Jiao, standing beside them, were equally astonished. Xue Zhu couldn't help but say to Jiao Jiao, although I have heard about their existence for a long time, seeing it with my own eyes is still shocking. The mask and cloak of the minister fell away, revealing a bizarre face with small, elongated eyes, pointed ears, and a bulging head, completely unlike that of a human. The green skin with strange features further terrified everyone. Yi Juyu glanced at him and explained to Li Li's group, this is the truth behind why superpower wielders hunt cultivators. 500 years ago, these extraterrestrial beings invaded Earth, and it was only thanks to the cultivators' efforts to eradicate them that Earth was protected. The association of superpower wielders and the spirit stones are part of their conspiracy. The alien trembled at these words. Yi Juyu looked at him warily, and suddenly he leaned back and burst into loud laughter. He snapped his fingers at Yi Juyu, while his other hand covered his face, a smug smile blooming on his lips. I can't believe someone actually discovered this. But now that it's discovered, what does it matter? At his snap of the fingers, Lei Xiao and Zhao Lu Wang suddenly stiffened, bound by strands of purple energy, their expressions becoming vacant. Li Li remained calm, but she too was enveloped by the strands. She collapsed, clutching herself as if trying to prevent herself from losing control, but the purple energy strand still wrapped tightly around her, refusing to let go. Yi Juyu observed the reactions of Li Li's group, reaffirming his suspicions. His voice lowered, as if speaking to the alien, it seems I was not mistaken. You are using the level of spirit stone exploitation to control humans. The superpower of the spirit stone, once exploited to a certain extent, can even turn humans into your tools. Jiao Jiao, filled with indignation upon hearing this, said, this is truly a deep and cunning scheme. Everyone is competing for spirit stones, but little did they know it was the biggest trap of all. The alien remained calm, showing no significant reaction, as his scheme had been uncovered. He grinned, confidently addressing everyone, I told you, even if you discovered it, you wouldn't be able to do anything. Superpower wielders have spread across the earth. Ah, there's one thing you don't know. The spirit stone not only controls humans but also makes them 100 times stronger. Saying this, he raised his hand and lightly snapped his fingers as a signal. The sound of the snap echoed, and Lei Xiao suddenly froze, gritting his teeth. His petrified arm swelled up, turning into sharp stone spikes. His entire body also expanded, quickly transforming into a gigantic stone mutant, losing all semblance of a human form. Yi Juyu stood on the ground, looking up at the giant Lei Xiao had become, silently assessing, if only considering the fragmented aura, this guy is 10 times stronger. He rested his forehead on his hand, slightly furrowing his brow, feeling uncomfortable, this is a bit troublesome, I need to deal with him first. But just then, he noticed that Li Li was not in a good state and glanced at her. Li Li seemed to be trying her best to resist the controlling command within her body. She raised one hand to her chest, curling her fingers, pressing her palm against her heart. A golden light flashed from where her hand touched. She bent over, and from behind her shoulder, a purple light in the shape of a spirit stone gradually emerged. The alien minister was astonished, staring wide-eyed at Li Li. Li Li, what do you want to do? She gritted her teeth, trying to say each word clearly. Before I clarify everything. As she spoke, a purple spirit stone gradually emerged from her body. She was determined, I will not be controlled by you. The alien, upon hearing this, immediately moved behind her, his voice arrogant, being controlled by us is an honor for you earthlings. He reached out to push the spirit stone back into Li Li. But before his hand could touch it, another hand blocked him. He looked over in astonishment. A flash of gold appeared, and the spirit stone completely detached from Li Li's body, gently falling into Yi Juyu's hands. Li Li sat there, gasping for breath, as if she had exhausted all her strength. Yi Juyu gripped the spirit stone tightly and crushed it into tiny pieces. The alien gritted his teeth in anger, you. His eyes were bloodshot, and he immediately turned around, using his tail like a blade to attack Yi Juyu. But Yi Juyu didn't bother to dodge, he turned and formed a shield to easily block his attack. The minister was astonished, you can block it? Yi Juyu did not reply, only smirked. Then he grabbed his hand. Pulling hard towards himself, he then threw the alien far away towards the nearby mountains. Suddenly, the ground shook, and Yi Juyu frowned, looking up. The giant stone creature had begun its attack, punching down into the ground, the force creating a massive explosion. Xue Zhu leaped high to evade. While hovering in the air, she formed a stance to unleash the ice crystal soul-devouring art, water domain. Ice emerged from the ground, quickly restraining the movements of the stone giant. Yi Juyu raised his head and smiled in appreciation. This little girl has quite a talent, she has become much stronger in just a few days. At that moment, a figure shot like lightning from the cliff back into the battle. The alien lunged towards the group, one hand extending with sharp claws, the other clenched into a fist, ready to attack. Yi Juyu calmly raised his hand, effortlessly stopping his blow. The alien exclaimed in astonishment, "Who are you? There can't be a cultivator this strong on Earth." Yi Juyu coldly smiled, still gripping his opponent's fist tightly. "Cultivators are not something you can casually probe into. I'm also quite curious why you keep coming to Earth." Xuezhu gritted her teeth, hands forming a seal, turning to Jiao Jiao who was preparing to attack beside her. "This guy is very strong, we can only hold him off for a while." Jiao Jiao was enveloped in bright red flames, red threads swirling around her. Closing her eyes, she said, "I need a little more time." At that moment, fiery whips suddenly appeared, stretching out and launching forward. They quickly joined forces with the stone giant, shattering the icy barrier around Xuezhu. Zhao Lu Wang stood atop the stone giant, excitedly shouting, controlling countless fiery whips. "The feeling of power increasing is amazing, long live the spirit stone." Xuezhu resolutely declared, "I will hold them off." A sharp, scale-covered tail shot up into the sky, its tip piercing through the defense surrounding Yi Juyu. He kicked hard at the alien's knee. But the impact made him frown. His strength has increased as well. These guys seem different from 500 years ago. On the other battlefield, Jiao Jiao opened her eyes, her red irises flashing with a strange light. Beneath her feet, a gigantic formation had formed, covering a vast area. She raised her hand, the red threads entwined, shouting, "Summon the little lizard." A small, dark green dragon-like creature curled up in a stream of golden light, charging fiercely into the body of the stone giant. The strong impact caused the giant to stagger and fall towards Yi Juyu. He quickly grabbed the alien's flailing tail, spun a few times, and used its own tail to tightly bind it. Before the alien could understand what was happening, it was securely tied up, looking up to see the massive stone giant, like a mountain, crashing down. All it could do was gasp in horror, while Yi Juyu had gracefully dodged away. Jiao Jiao and Xuezhu shouted in unison, "Yang Guang." From atop the dragon-like spirit beast, Yang Guang waved and smiled brightly, "Hello, boss, Xuezhu, how are you? Do I look handsome coming back this time?" The spirit beast seemed to be in pain, its eyes glistening with tears, rubbing a large bump on its head, with a big spirit stone embedded in its forehead. A teenager in a short robe with a shaved head jumped down in front of Jiao Jiao, knelt on one knee, and bowed. "Yang Guang pays respects to the boss." Jiao Jiao did not ask any questions and immediately scolded, "Where have you been all this time? We couldn't contact you." Yang Guang smiled brightly, wiped his nose, and explained, "I was breaking through to the golden elixir stage." Jiao Jiao widened her eyes in surprise, "Golden elixir stage, have you broken through already?" Yang Guang smiled proudly, surprised. "No, I am currently at the first level of the golden elixir stage, now I am the one with the strongest power in the Jin Shouji team, right?" Jiao Jiao tilted her head and asked Xuezhu, "What is your realm?" Xuezhu replied calmly, "Fourth level of the golden elixir stage." Yang Guang gaped, pointing at Xuezhu, "Are you a freak?" Xuezhu got angry, stepped closer to Yang Guang, and threatened him by putting her hand behind his head. "What did you say?" Yang Guang quickly corrected himself, "Genius, I meant genius." The ground shook again, and Jiao Jiao shot a warning glance, "Stop talking, the battle isn't over yet." The stone giant has stood up, turned around, and is emitting purple beams of light, slowly approaching our group. Yang Guang looked at the giant, puzzled. "I wanted to ask earlier, what is this thing? It's even bigger than a lizard." Jiao Jiao waved the red threads in her palm and turned to say, "It's a long story, we'll explain everything when we get back. For now, let's deal with the troublesome thing in front of us." Yi Juyu appeared, raising her hand to signal everyone to retreat, "Everyone back off." Yang Guang didn't understand the situation and pointed at him, "Hey, who are you?" Jiao Jiao and Xuezhu were startled. Jiao Jiao tapped Yang Guang on the head, angrily saying, "This is my young master, I told you about him before." Yang Guang's eyes suddenly brightened, about to exclaim, "Master." But before he could say it, Jiao Jiao quickly covered his mouth and gently reminded him, "Stay quiet and observe, this will be beneficial for your cultivation path." Yang Guang immediately fell silent, his gaze fixed on Yi Juyu standing in front. In Yi Juyu's hand, a golden light began to radiate. The stone giant, with its gigantic arms, swung a powerful punch toward him. Yi Juyu remained unperturbed, simply raising his hand to block the attack. Yang Guang couldn't help but gasp, thinking, "No way, is he really going to block that punch with his bare hands? That's so dangerous." But strangely, the stone giant's punch was completely halted, and his entire body suddenly stiffened. From the point of contact between the arm and Yi Juyu's block, countless beams of golden light erupted, rapidly spreading throughout the stone giant's body. In an instant, his massive form was destroyed from within by the streams of golden light. Shattered into small pieces. Lei Xiao was buried inside, appearing unconscious among the rubble. Zhao Lu Wang, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel horrified. He thought to himself, "Who is this guy? Such a terrifying force." Just as the thought of fleeing crossed his mind, he suddenly remembered the alien minister and quickly looked around. "Oh no, where is the minister? Has he fled?" But before he could react, Yi Juyu appeared right in front of him, delivering a powerful strike directly to Zhao Lu Wang. He was sent flying, falling to the ground unconscious. Yi Juyu looked towards the pit created by the stone giant earlier, but the alien was nowhere to be seen. He thought to himself, "Has he escaped?" At that moment, Jiao Jiao approached and asked softly, "Young master, is that guy a star soldier?" Yi Juyu stroked his chin, recalling what he knew about that race, and replied, "By the characteristics, he is indeed a star soldier. But compared to 500 years ago, they are much stronger now." Xue Zhu and Yang Guang, hearing this term for the first time, curiously asked, "What is a star soldier?" Yi Juyu looked up at the sky and slowly recounted. 500 years ago, the aliens invaded Earth, not just one person, but an entire gigantic army that covered the sky. They were divided into 5 ranks: Star City, Star Guard, Star Soldier, Cavalry, and Star General. In his mind, the image of the giant monster carrying fierce red flames and destruction from years ago resurfaced. After hearing this, Xue Zhu couldn't help but clench her fists and said softly, "The one just now was only a star soldier, yet he was able to easily defeat me." Yi Juyu nodded, not denying it but instead encouraging her. "That's right now you are not his match. Therefore, you need to make the most of your time to train." At that moment, a small golden figure appeared in the sky, quickly flying towards Yi Juyu, interrupting their conversation. He looked up and immediately recognized Ling Pe. A tiny golden figure flew in front of Jiao Jiao and then stopped. She pointed at the little person in astonishment, exclaiming, "La Chen." La Chen stood in front of the three, hurriedly announcing the newly discovered news. "Boss, I finally found everyone. I discovered a shocking secret. The leader of the Association of Superpower Wielders is actually an alien." The surroundings suddenly fell into silence. La Chen looked around, a bit disappointed. "Do you all know already?" Jiao Jiao didn't explain in detail, only asked, "You just fought, but where is your body?" La Chen shouted angrily, "That guy took it. He let an alien take over my body." Jiao Jiao glanced at Yi Juyu, reassuring La Chen, "Don't worry, if it's about the body, the young master will definitely find a way." Yi Juyu nodded, raising his hand towards the sky, "I understand the situation, but I need to forge a new body. Right now, my spiritual energy is not enough, so you all wait a few minutes." Jiao Jiao asked in surprise, "Young master, are you really going to use the cultivation technique from 500 years ago?" Yi Juyu smiled and confirmed, "You guessed it right." From the sky, another Yi Juyu riding a deep red fly sword quickly flew down. He jumped off the sword and stood facing the waiting Yi Juyu. A strange scene unfolded before everyone. 2 Yi Juyu stood facing each other, one with a deep red fly sword on his back. Yang Guang couldn't help but gasp, stammering, "What is happening?" 3 hours ago, in a dark cave, a purple tentacle embedded with spirit stones broke through the shell and emerged. A spider-like monster with 6 short legs and sharp pincers appeared. Its body was covered in sharp spikes, and it had a single large eye in the center. The alien with the face of Chen Kai-chi excitedly shouted, "It's a success, this thing consumes energy." Another alien approached, unable to hide its joyful expression, and said enthusiastically, "This is our strongest star beast. When it hatches, this star planet will surely belong to us. If we can capture it like the Star General Lord did, our contributions will be immense." The alien with the face of Chen Kai-chi still couldn't believe it, reaching out to touch the small creature resembling a spider, questioning, "I heard it's called Lei, but being so small, can it really take down an entire star planet?" Suddenly, he widened his eyes in alarm, but before he could react, the monster shot out 2 tentacles that pierced his arm. In an instant, the alien's entire body was drained dry. The other alien looked on in panic, eyes wide. Stammering, "What is happening?" A bright red figure suddenly appeared behind him, grabbing his shoulder. The fire minister had been standing there for some time, explaining coldly, "The breath of the earthling on him has not been completely eliminated." Lei mistook him for food. The alien trembled, turned to bow, "Fire minister." Then he seemed to regain his courage and pleaded loudly, "Please save him. We are teammates who have known each other for a long time thanks to the Spirit Stone awakening our consciousness. He is carrying out an important mission assigned by the Star General." However, the fire minister seemed unwilling to save him. He slowly explained, "Not bad, you have an important mission. First, you need to check the development of the Spirit Stone to a certain extent on Earth. Through the Spirit Stone, your consciousness will be awakened here." The alien felt cold sweat dripping down as he listened. The fire minister suddenly glared at him, "As for the second mission." The alien felt a chill run through his body and stared wide-eyed at his superior. At that moment, a tentacle pierced through him from behind. The fire minister's voice remained cold, "The second mission is to nurture Luo-E." Luo-E had just been born and had to swallow a few spirit stones to fully develop. He laughed loudly, standing and watching as his subordinate was drained by Lei, showing no sympathy for the withered hand reaching out towards him. The remaining aliens were terrified, retreating together before turning to flee from the fire minister and the beast at his feet. But unexpectedly, he waved his hand, and the beast seemed to respond to the command, leaping into the air and shooting out numerous tentacles, piercing the bodies of the fleeing aliens. Before long, desperate cries echoed everywhere. Around the star beast, the bodies drained of life were piled up, and the star beast had grown significantly. The fire minister saw this form and was very pleased, clapping in appreciation, "Well done, Luo-E, you've completed the initial evolution so quickly. Indeed, these perfected spirit stones are most effective for you, but next, you must carry out your own swallowing plan." The fire minister, with Luo-E, looked down from above at the bustling city surrounded by mountains, happily ordering, "Then let's start with this city first." At the same time, at the location where Yi Juyu's group had gathered, Yi Juyu, holding the bright red spirit sword that had just appeared, handed the sword to Yi Juyu, who was standing there. Smiling, "It's been tough." The two quickly leaned their faces close together. Yang Guang moved from one shock to another, only able to widen his eyes in confusion. "What's going on? What's happening? What is this all about?" Jiao Jiao stood in front, raising her hand to her lips to signal for silence. At that moment, Yi Juyu suddenly transformed into a transparent shadow, merging with the other person. The spiritual energy from this fusion surged powerfully, radiating outwards from Yi Juyu. The impact caused the water in the lake to splash high, making the group stagger. She immediately summoned a giant wooden shield to protect herself. Xuezhu braced himself, using ice to anchor his feet to the ground, while Yang Guang was unfortunate, having nothing to hold on to, and was blown away. Fortunately, the little dragon quickly reached out to grab him, using its large body as a support on the ground, trying to keep both of them from being swept away by the force of the gust. After a while, Yi Juyu slowly opened his eyes. He felt full of energy, comfortably grasping the spirit sword that emitted a bright red light, continuously flowing in his hand. The remaining spiritual energy still lingered around them. Xuezhu frowned, raising his hand to shield his face from the wind, squinting in amazement. "The aura is too strong, even stronger than the monster from earlier." Jiao Jiao turned to Yi Juyu with a worried expression, "Young master, how do you feel?" He rubbed his neck and replied casually, "Still fine, this time the spiritual energy is enough to forge a new body." Hearing this, Jiao Jiao couldn't help but feel excited, expressing her previous worries, "I forgot you had this trick." At first, I thought that the injuries from the battle 500 years ago had reduced your cultivation. Yi Juyu gently patted her head, comforting her. How could that be? This little cultivation can't compete with an alien. He then walked over to Li Li, who was still struggling against the energy from the spirit stone surrounding her. Yi Juyu focused the spiritual energy on the tips of his fingers. Although Li Li was still gritting her teeth in pain, she tried to keep her eyes on his actions. Once he had gathered enough spiritual energy, he pressed 2 fingers directly into Li Li's shoulder, helping her completely eliminate the energy from the spirit stone. At that moment, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, looking up at Yi Juyu to express her gratitude. After finishing with Li Li, he walked back towards the divine soul of La Chen, rummaging through his belongings as he went. Very quickly, he took out a small jade bottle. Yi Juyu knelt down on one knee, presenting the jade bottle towards La Chen's divine soul, and said slowly. Creating a new body requires several types of herbs. I need some time to gather them. In the meantime, you can stay here to prevent your divine soul from dissipating. Jiao Jiao also quickly encouraged. Hurry up, trust the young master, he will definitely give you a new body. La Chen nodded in trust and quickly slipped into the bottle. Jiao Jiao looked joyfully at Yi Juyu holding the jade bottle, her eyes filled with hope. Great, this time La Chen can also be remade. We will have a chance to save Lu Bin, and then our group will be complete. But it's a pity that the star soldier just ran away. He paid little attention and turned to ask Xuezhu. How long has he been gone? Xuezhu quickly checked her phone and replied. 2 minutes. Yi Juyu immediately turned serious. Wait for me a moment. He stepped onto the fly sword, and both he and the sword shot forward like a golden arrow in one direction. Elsewhere, the ground suddenly bulged up into a small mound. The Earth Minister emerged from the ground, cautiously looking around, silently calculating and reporting the information he had just gathered. Damn it, this Earth still has powerful cultivators existing, I must quickly report this news to them. After ensuring he was safe, he crawled up from the ground, brushing off the dirt from his body. But suddenly, a golden light shot towards him from a distance at an incredible speed. The Earth Minister glanced over warily, but before he could defend himself, Yi Juyu borrowed the force to rush in and delivered a powerful attack infused with spiritual energy. The punch was so strong that it created an explosion of spiritual energy, shaking the surrounding forested mountains. As the spiritual energy dissipated, it revealed a fairly deep pit and a large opening. The Earth Minister was struck to the point of distorting his face, lying flat in the pit. Yi Juyu dusted off his hands, his expression grim as he looked down from above. Run. No way. The star soldier he had struck lay motionless, and suddenly something light-colored flew out from him, resembling an egg but somewhat strange. He grabbed it and angrily crushed it, as it had caused him to suffer a loss 500 years ago. Seeing that the high-ranking members of the Superpower Association were also aliens, he guessed that the entire association had been invaded. He speculated about what had happened to the association. And realized that this was not simple, he needed to contact Xian Ming to inform him of the situation. Suddenly, he heard a clattering sound on the ground that caught his attention. He picked it up and brought it to his nose to sniff, wondering what it was. On this side, Yang Guang was very impressed when he saw him wielding the sword. He excitedly asked Jiao Jiao when he would learn how to use that flying sword. Seeing him so excited, she replied, "You can learn at the Golden Elixir stage, the young master will teach you and Xuezhu." He jumped up joyfully, saying, "Great, thank you, master. Long live the master." Yi Juyu flew over to where they were talking, which surprised him a bit. He told them he would rearrange the museum and select suitable spells for them, requiring them to quickly improve their strength. Jiao Jiao asked him, "Have you dealt with that star soldier yet?" He recalled and said he had taken care of it. That person couldn't do anything to him, but he wasn't sure about an additional star general. Since the number of cultivators was not as many as 500 years ago, they needed to quickly increase their cultivation. Xuezhu approached and, hearing him say this, asked when the star general would arrive. He was also unclear about this. But if the superpower wielders and the association were established by them, it can be seen that they have not given up on Earth. This danger is even more perilous than 500 years ago. Jiao Jiao also mentioned that this time it has been confirmed that the association is controlled by the aliens. The urgent matter is to rescue the 3 Yuluo and the remaining cultivators to strengthen their forces. He agreed with her, suggesting they follow the original plan and go to Xianming to assess the situation. He also remembered the object from earlier and took it out to give to Luo Di, asking him to pass it to La Hen for research. Li Li saw it and said it was probably a communication device. She had seen those aliens use it. Hearing her say that, he asked if she knew how to use it. She replied, a bit frightened, that she did not know. He rarely showed his face, she had only met him once, but she could try to study it. Upon hearing her, he turned and handed it to her. She said he didn't need to be polite, that she should be the one to thank them. He took a moment to comfort her. As for the spirit stone, they had just discovered its ability to control others. With a determined look, she stared straight at him and expressed her desire to join the group. However, she is also worried because she has lost her superpower. He patted her shoulder, reassuring her that a cultivator is much stronger than a superpower. Jiao Jiao extended her hand to welcome her into the group. Yang Guang whispered in her ear from behind, warning her that she was not trustworthy. She felt helpless because every word he said resonated in her ears. He took out a book of hidden techniques and a vial of medicine from his belongings, handed them to Li Li, and said they were very suitable for her. They were somewhat similar to her previous superpower, so she would quickly get used to them. He had previously looked at her roots and bones and found that she was very compatible. She was astonished to become a cultivator, something she had never believed possible before. She thanked him, and Xuezhu also encouraged her to practice the immortal cultivation art. Jiao Jiao was delighted that the group had gained another general. Suddenly, she remembered someone that Li Li had captured and asked if she knew where Lu Bin was being held. Li Li thought carefully and recalled that the captives were being held by Ying and Lei Xiao in a secret location. But she could lead them there. Jiao Jiao inquired about their strength, and Li Li summarized the situation. She said that if they quickly rescued him before the news reached the minister, they can put everyone in there. Jiao Jiao turned to him and said she had to go save Lu Bin. He agreed, and she and Xuezhu went to save him, while he went to find Xianming. He gave them a piece of the token and instructed them to crush it if they encountered danger. Yang Guang did not hear his name and asked where he would go. Jiao Jiao assigned tasks to the others, asking Yang Guang, Luo Di, and Wu De to take Xianai back to the mansion. He treated Xianai, helping her regain consciousness. Xianai woke up in panic, saying they were deceived and that someone was lying in wait. He reassured her, saying everything had been resolved. He asked her to return to the mansion with the other 2. The 3 of them rode a green beast back to the mansion. After everything was settled, he tested the effectiveness of divine consciousness. His power erupted, causing the ground to crack. A circle of golden light appeared in the sky. He used his ability to observe everywhere and finally found Lu Qingfeng relaxing, enjoying the sensation of having his feet washed. He stopped using his power once he found the target. In City S, a couple was affectionately walking together, hugging and kissing passionately. Suddenly, something slowly crawled out. On the news, reports were spreading about missing people, along with warnings for everyone to stay safe when going out. The fire minister sat leisurely, sipping his drink, when the water minister stormed in, striding straight toward him. He slammed his hand down on the table, startling the fire minister into stopping mid-sip. Was Lei's doing arranged by you? Why wasn't it reported? The water minister demanded furiously. On the table lay horrifying photos, victims drained until only skin and bone remained. The fire minister leaned back casually in his chair, reminding the water minister of their respective ranks. But the water minister's anger only deepened. Lei is crucial. Once perfected, he could secure this place for us before the Star General arrives. Something like this requires the approval of all 5 ministers. The fire minister explained calmly, I wanted Lei to mature, that's why I let it proceed. Besides, Mu and Jin aren't here, and Earth is still occupied with Xianming. The water minister dropped into a chair, his tone firm. If we can't discuss this properly, then we need a reasonable countermeasure. The fire minister's face darkened. And what exactly is a reasonable countermeasure? This city has so many people, what's the problem if Lei absorbs a few? The water minister slammed the table again, shouting in his face, fool. It's only been 20 people, and already panic is spreading, many are investigating this incident. He reminded them that they were using spirit stones due to the lack of personnel. If Lei continued to act this way, it would alert Xianming and the allied forces. They needed to wait for Lei to fully evolve before they could resist. The fire minister asked again, to perfect Lei, a large number of people is needed, and they will be discovered sooner or later. Suddenly, the water minister remembered something and asked, do you recall that absorbing people with spirit stones will help Lei develop faster? The fire minister looked surprised upon hearing this. The fire minister expressed concern when thinking about the possibility that the opponent could use their consciousness to control those people. He wondered if allowing Lei to absorb them would result in a significant loss of their forces. Meanwhile, the water minister leaned back in his chair, casually stating that it was sufficient to absorb those who were not controlled. He explained that the opponent also had a large number of people under control. Captain Hoa still felt uneasy and reminded them that those who possessed spirit stones were not easily deceived. The water minister, with a sly smile, suggested that they could take advantage of the superpowered force exchange to execute their plan. The two of them happily raised their glasses to toast for coming up with a perfect scheme. Outside, a girl had been watching them for a long time. After hearing the entire plan, she turned to leave but accidentally bumped into a flower pot, creating a noise. The water minister heard it and shouted loudly, "Who's out there?" and quickly rushed to the door. The girl mumbled a spell, and when he opened the door to look around, she had used invisibility, standing right beside him without him being able to see her. He looked back and forth, feeling strange, then turned inside to remind the fire minister to be careful as there were still some people not under control. After he closed the door, the girl smiled. Huang Huiyan held a prescription paper in her hand trembling slightly. She sat in a chair, recalling the doctor's words that her illness was very difficult to cure and required over 300,000 for treatment. Since then, she had always been in a state of distress. She sat there, unable to hold back her tears, wondering why she had contracted this illness. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hurry up, there are guests arriving." She stood up, wiped her tears, and replied, "I'm coming out." The manager saw a man and asked, "Is it just one person?" Yi Juyu pointed to his face to confirm, and the manager's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "President Su Liang. Finally back again." He brushed past Yi Juyu and headed to the back. Su Liang stepped out of the car. The friendly manager greeted him. Recently, he had been busy preparing for the superpower exchange contest, so he had just arrived now. Huang Huiyan met him and was startled. She greeted him, and he said he was there to find someone. She offered to show him the way and asked for his friend's room number. Yi Juyu pointed in that direction. Lu Qingfeng was relaxing on the couch. When he walked in, Lu quickly sat up and asked how he knew he was there. Yi Juyu replied that it was Lu who told him to come find him. Lu happily threw his arm around him and asked if he wanted to join Xianming. He also reminded him to relax and pointed to Huang Huiyan, saying she would help him unwind. She prepared a basin of hot water for him. As he stepped in, a soft golden light radiated from the basin. She felt amazed when she touched the water, as if she had entered a world full of beautiful flowers and greenery. She turned back, still astonished by what had just happened. She felt her pain disappear without understanding why. "This feels so wonderful, I've never experienced anything like it before." Huang Huiyan looked at him and asked if that was something he did. Lu Qingfeng, who was eating a banana nearby, asked if he found the service here comfortable. "I think that enjoyment is also necessary, but first and foremost, we must protect our homeland." She continued to massage his legs. Seeing him close his eyes, the boy angrily exclaimed, "Can you really sleep like this?" He sighed and said that when he reached the realm like him, he wouldn't need to sleep anymore. He lay down to take a short nap. Huang Huiyan stood up and told him she would go get some herbs. As she stepped outside, she unexpectedly ran into Su Liang. Su Liang stared at her, unable to look away due to her beauty. She quickly walked past, leaving him standing there. She recalled how he had once bullied Xiao Na, so she didn't dare to get too close. He blushed and asked the manager why he hadn't introduced her to him. The manager replied that perhaps he hadn't noticed her before. With a mischievous look, he said he wanted her. The manager laughed and said he would arrange it for him. As she was carrying the herbs back to her room, she suddenly encountered the two of them again. She quickly turned to leave, but Su Liang called for her to stop. She didn't dare to stay, hurriedly entering her room and closing the door. He looked angrily at the manager and asked what was going on. The manager was sweating and said he would go call her for him. She sat in the room, trembling and muttering, "Don't find me," in a constant state of anxiety. The manager entered, loudly commanding the girl to go to Su Liang. He explained to Yi Juyu that someone had called for her, so they would switch to another server. Yi Juyu opened her eyes, her gaze filled with fear and desperation, which stirred something in him. Lu Qingfeng got angry, suspecting they were trying to cut in line, and shouted for them to wait their turn. The manager's face darkened as he forced the girl to follow him. Lu Qingfeng stood up, placing the girl behind him. He was furious, radiating a strong wave of spiritual energy that frightened the manager. Seeing this, Su Liang had to admit that Lu Qingfeng was not someone to be trifled with. The manager trembled as he opened the door, mumbling that Lu Qingfeng was a superpower wielder, and he didn't dare to touch him and would wait until they were done. Su Liang, angry, grabbed the manager's hair and slapped him in the face for making him wait. His face was as dark as ink as he stepped inside. Huang Huiyan was startled to see him appear. Su Liang grabbed her hand and asked if she knew who he was. Lu Qingfeng chanted a spell, and a water orb flew towards Su Liang, knocking him back. He didn't care who he was. Su Liang angrily called Zuolei in. Zuolei, with his tall and strong build, entered and received the order to kill Lu Qingfeng. Huang Huiyan, frightened, said she would follow Su Liang if he didn't touch them. Zuolei placed his hand on her shoulder, sending a jolt of electricity that made her cry out in pain. Lu Qingfeng quickly caught her and threw a powerful punch at Zuolei. The two forces collided, and Zuolei was pushed back. Yi Juyu, who was relaxing, immediately gathered his energy and shot a drop of water that hit Zuolei's chest, causing him to fall in pain. Lu Qingfeng looked disdainfully at the weak Zuolei and asked Huang Huiyan if she was okay. She replied that she was fine. Yi Juyu was surprised to see her unaffected by the electric shock. He held her hand to check her pulse and discovered something unexpected. Su Liang was panic-stricken, thinking that Zuolei, a level 3 superpower wielder, was killed in an instant. He wondered who Lu Qingfeng really was. Lu Qingfeng searched Zuolei's body and found a spirit stone, exclaiming with joy. He warned Su Liang, "Remember this for the future, don't jump in just because of a pretty girl. Money doesn't always solve everything." Su Liang trembled back, still trying to intimidate him despite his fear. "You dare to kill superpower wielders and steal spirit stones. The Association of Superpower Wielders will not spare you." Lu Qingfeng scoffed, unconcerned, examining the spirit stone and mocking, "Wow, this one is really ugly." He continued to tease, "You don't need to worry, the Association of Superpower Wielders has actually been wanting to capture me." After saying that, he called out to Yi Juyu, "Brother, let's go, things have gotten serious, and senior sister is about to scold us again." Before leaving, Yi Juyu handed Huang Huiyan a gem, advising her that if she wanted to change the situation, she should crush it. Huang Huiyan was surprised, wondering, did he just talk to me? As Lu Qingfeng and Yi Juyu left, Su Liang hurried to step aside, feeling fearful yet unwilling. He called the Association of Superpower Wielders, trembling as he said, "Hello, is this the Association of Superpower Wielders?" On the way, Lu Qingfeng admired the spirit stone, exclaiming, "This tiny stone contains tremendous power. It's truly miraculous." Yi Juyu curiously asked, "What do you plan to do with it? Use it for yourself?" Lu Qingfeng shook his head, "You know about the conflict between Xianming and the Association of Superpower Wielders. The spirit stone can turn people into superpower wielders, but we in Xianming prohibit its use." Yi Juyu sighed, "Then why are you still taking it?" Lu Qingfeng laughed loudly, "You are still too naive. This item, even if it can't be used, can be sold for money. This black spirit stone is worth at least 1,000,000 taels. After I sell it, I won't have to worry about materials for making a new fly sword." Yi Juyu was surprised, "Is it possible to do that?" Lu Qingfeng signaled for silence, "But don't tell senior sister, or we'll get scolded. After I sell it, I will treat you to the most luxurious foot massage." Yi Juyu, feeling dejected, asked, "So are we going to Xianming now?" Lu Qingfeng stroked his chin, "That's right, but I must remind you that when entering Xianming, you have to take a test. Right now, you haven't reached the refined chi stage, and I can't sense any spiritual energy in you. Yi Juyu replied calmly, I have already reached the refined chi stage, so you can rest assured. Then he continued, alright, after joining Xian Ming, I will plan and guide you in your cultivation. For now, you don't need to cultivate anything. When the time comes, I will find you an extremely powerful magic formula. The scene shifted to the muddy land of Shishi, where Jiao Jiao was manipulating the red thread. Everyone held their breath in anticipation, and then a wooden bird flew back. Yang Guang eagerly asked. How is it going, boss? Jiao Jiao replied. The situation is just as Li Li said. There is no captain on duty here, only 2 officers and 1 defender. Li Li stood behind, adding, the combat capability of defender number 5 is much stronger than that of the captain. If we charge in now, we might trigger the alarm. Recently, there has been a division of the Association of Superpower Wielders within 30 kilometers. If they deploy their aircraft, they could arrive in just a few minutes. If that happens, we will be in big trouble. Yang Guang laughed excitedly, isn't that great? We can directly engage in battle with the Association of Superpower Wielders. Jiao Jiao, annoyed, tapped his head, demanding he shut up immediately. Then she turned to listen to Li Li speak. Xue Zhu turned back to ask Li Li, you must have a plan, right? Li Li held up 3 fingers, I know how to control defender number 5, but right now I don't have a spirit stone, so I've lost my ability. I might not be able to take down those 2 officers. If you need me to control defender number 5, you must deal with those 2 officers within 3 seconds. She also assessed, those 2 officers, even if they are captains. But their strength is only at the level of 5th tier superpower wielders. Dealing with them in 3 seconds is quite difficult, Jiao Jiao said disdainfully. 3 seconds? You're underestimating our cultivators, Li Li said, looking at her suspiciously. Jiao Jiao turned to ask Xue Zhu, each person has a different name, is that okay? Xue Zhu smirked, 1 second is enough. In the room, Officer 1 sighed, it's really comfortable here, with nothing to do. So, what do you say? Should we have a drink tonight? Officer 2 disagreed, if you're not afraid that the captain will find out and drink, I won't. Even though there's nothing going on here, the people we oversee are from Jin Shouji, we can't be careless. Officer 1 ignored him, haven't you heard? The 4 captains were sent to Qing Shanhu to surround and suppress the remnants of Jin Shouji. They've probably been captured by now, and there's no one left to rescue the guy inside. Besides, except for a few captains, no one knows he's locked up here. Don't worry. Officer 2 sighed, I hope that's the case. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling. As soon as he finished speaking, he was startled, a tiger person stood in front of him. He panicked, both defending and shouting, what is that? The tiger man punched the second officer, a thunderous explosion. The first officer trembled, holding the alarm bell, but before he could press it, snowflakes suddenly appeared. Xue Zhu used the ice crystal soul-devouring art, summoning snow. A spike of ice rose from the ground, freezing the first officer before he could ring the bell. She brushed her hands, saying, just right on time. Li Li exclaimed in admiration, so impressive. She thought to herself, no wonder the Association of Superpower Wielders always hunts cultivators, it seems I was right to follow them. Yang Guang stood in front of the ice block, exclaiming, Xue Zhu, you're really something else. She, filled with evil energy, moved close behind him, making him scream in fear, no, no. Suddenly, the cliff exploded, and defender number 5 appeared, blocking their way. Jiao Jiao shouted in panic, Li Li, what's happening? Li Li immediately turned pale, saying, they activated the emergency awakening system, but this type of system usually triggers when the captain dies, I didn't expect it to be different here. 2 trashy guys were defeated, yet defender number 5 activated anyway. Xue Zhu quickly asked, is there any way to control it? Li Li hurriedly replied, I need you all to buy me some time to break the password. At this moment, their defense system activated the targeting lock on Xue Zhu. Intruder detected, artillery fire preparation is nearly complete. 2 large cannons appeared on its shoulders, gathering energy with a thunderous sound, firing directly at Xue Zhu. Immediately, Yang Guang projected a barrier to shield Xue Zhu, but he was still knocked back by its force. Seeing this, she created an ice shield to support Yang Guang and ultimately succeeded in blocking the attack, though her body was still quite injured. Jiao Jiao rushed to Yang Guang's side. Are you crazy? Clearly, Xuezhu could have dodged it. Why did you charge in to take the hit? He carefully explained, it could be dodged. But the force of the cannon would create a massive shockwave that would alert the nearby enemies to come over. Besides, this minor injury is nothing to those tough guys. He confidently took out the red twisted tentacle he had collected earlier. In no time, its red energy healed his wounds. The two girls were shocked at this sight. How is that possible? How did you do that? Just then, Lily spoke up to warn, the artillery shell is incoming. The tough guy confidently braced himself to take the hit once more. Xuezhu and Jiao Jiao quickly acted to neutralize its attack, while Lily successfully cracked its code. The robot immediately stood still, unable to move, startling everyone. After all, its combat capability was on par with level 7 superpower wielders. Jiao Jiao curiously asked Lily, how many more things like this are there in the Association of Superpower Wielders? She replied slowly, I know there are a total of 8, and since we have defeated 2, there are probably still 6 left in their hands. Upon hearing this, Jiao Jiao sighed in relief. Fortunately, the number isn't too many. She turned to Yang Guang and asked about the item he was holding, wondering how it could have such miraculous effects. He himself was unsure of what it was, having stumbled upon it on the road. At first, he thought it was a tree, but once pulled out, it instantly took on this form. It had domineering healing abilities, but it required sunlight to replenish its energy. Jiao Jiao held it in her hand and asked, so, after using it, do you feel any discomfort in your body? Yang Guang calmly replied, there are no side effects at all. They could only put it away and ask the young master about its origins later. After that, Jiao Jiao quickly rescued her chubby friend, one of her subordinates. At the large hospital, the treating doctor of the green-haired girl was astonished. This is impossible. Your illness has completely healed, but this is truly absurd. Currently, hospitals around the world have no cure for this illness, let alone the possibility of self-recovery. His expression became serious. Have you encountered anything strange lately? She immediately recalled the time she massaged his feet and panicked. Could it be that time? Then she bent down to thank the doctor and hurriedly left. Deep down, she firmly believed that the handsome guy must be immortal. Looking at the small jade piece in her hand, she instantly crushed it. A loud bang startled her, revealing a bear that looked like a dog. It claimed to be a divine beast, but it couldn't resist the sight of delicious food. It asserted that it had lived for over 2,000 years, even older than its master. You might be the one chosen by the master, possessing a rare talent for cultivating immortals. After you finish eating, I will take you to train. She looked at her palm, thinking, cultivating immortals, could I actually cultivate immortals just like the stories I watch on Lucy's channel? That's amazing. The young master from the other day was now with a level 4 superpower wielder named Ying. He recounted the story of how his level 3 lackey was defeated to the other man, but he found it hard to believe, one move to kill a level 3 superpower wielder. The opponent must be at least level 5. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Suddenly, Su young master spotted the girl here. His face became malicious. Looks like luck is on my side. Inside, the little bear was still introducing itself, named Xiaojin. But that was the name its master called it. Normally, it should be called Gene Lord. After that, it bragged about cultivating immortals who could perform supernatural feats. You could say it was as strong as a superhero. Su young master and the level 4 superpower wielder stepped in front of her. Hee, the little beauty is indeed charming, we meet again. She was frightened and stepped back. What do you want? His face turned vicious, wanting to ask for information about the 2 people who had accompanied her that day. She had said, I don't know. But he stepped closer, threatening her. If you don't spill, you'll have to come with us. Her body trembled in fear. Don't act recklessly, there are many people here, I'll scream. The superpower wielder immediately used his bracelet, arrogantly saying, I've created a barrier, even if you scream, no one will hear you. Just then, Xiao Jin spoke up. This shabby barrier dares to be used in front of Gene Lord. The other one refused to back down, shouted, a pig can talk now. Xiao Jin became extremely angry. Who are you calling a pig? Your whole family is a bunch of pigs. It waved its short hand. Suddenly, all four of them appeared in a strange place. The two men turned pale with fear. Where on earth is this place? Meanwhile, Xiao Jin was holding a fried sweet potato stick, exuding a terrifying aura. With a whoosh, it flew towards the two men like a bullet, easily piercing the shoulder of the superpower wielder, causing him to cry out in pain. Immediately after, it turned back and delivered a fatal blow, headshotting the young master. In the blink of an eye, both had been taken down, returning to their ancestors. The girl, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but admire, Jin Lord, so gluttonous yet so powerful. When it snapped its fingers again, the two were back at the previous restaurant. Indeed miraculous, it explained with arms crossed. What you just saw was my innate skill in the wild domain, those two have no way back now. After eating to their fill, I will take you to another place. After that, the two left the restaurant. At the same time, on the side of the Association of Superpower Wielders, the Fire Minister was extremely confused upon hearing the news that the Earth Minister had gone missing. The Water Minister confirmed, he has definitely run into trouble, we can't even contact any of his henchmen. The Fire Minister speculated, could it be that he was captured by a cultivator? But according to our investigation, there aren't many cultivators left on Earth. Moreover, given the Earth Minister's strength, it's rare for anyone to be able to defeat him. At this moment, a panicked subordinate rushed over to report, something terrible has happened, the place where Jin Shouji Lu Bin was held has been attacked, and Lu Bin has disappeared along with the fifth guard. The Fire Minister furiously shouted, what did you say? His hand smashed the table instantly, who on earth dares to confront us? The Water Minister speculated, it must be the work of Jin Shouji's people, there must still be a powerful group of cultivators hiding on this planet. The Fire Minister proposed a solution, it seems we need to quickly let Luo Yi evolve. The Star General Lord once mentioned that on his way, there is a planet of good quality, so we should resolve this matter as quickly as possible. We can only follow the previous plan for Luo Yi to consume it during the superpower exchange contest. Meanwhile, in Yi Bing's room. She was thinking about Yi Juyu, wondering where he had gone lately. Outside the door, her brother was still apologizing for chasing away her great elder. Yi Bing continued to act sulky towards her foolish brother, who had driven away the great elder she had worked hard to invite with a pile of Coca-Cola. She then raised her phone to announce, look, the superpower exchange contest will be held earlier than expected and the rewards have also increased. Hearing that the first prize is 20 spirit stones, Yi Young Master was taken aback, what is going on? Not only that, but the rewards for the lower ranks have also increased significantly. This will attract superpower wielders from all over the country, and the difficulty this time has increased exponentially. Yi Bing was furious, if you hadn't forced Master to leave, we wouldn't be in such a passive position. Now you figure out how to find a contestant yourself. After that, she slammed the door, leaving her brother with no face. That afternoon, Yi Young Master contacted someone from Jin Shouji. The guy who was obsessed with wearing the Luo Di mask appeared. Yi Young Master wanted to collaborate to win the competition this time, and the rewards would also be shared with them at 30%. Luo Di was surprised, the competition time has come earlier than expected, and moreover, the rewards have been increased. He thought silently, with so many spirit stones, what does the Association of Superpower Wielders really want? I need to report back to the boss. Yi Young Master thought carefully, if Lord Luo Di helps, we will definitely be stronger than that little guy. Although he refines pills skillfully, his strength may not be that strong. At the same time, Yi Juyu was brought by Tian Ming to participate in the sect entry competition of Xian Ming. He carefully used his divine consciousness to check, indeed, there are many cultivators at the level of Exceed sect, I wonder what the strength inside Xian Ming is like, I have to go in to find out. In front was the registration area for the sect entry competition, which would take place tomorrow. While Lu Qingfeng was still bragging, he was caught by his senior sister. She rushed over fiercely, where is your little guy that made me spend half a day looking for him? He scratched his head awkwardly and pointed at his friend, I'm showing him around, he will participate in the sect entry competition of Xian Ming tomorrow. The orange-haired senior sister began to scrutinize and evaluate him, then irritably said to Lu Qingfeng, recruiting disciples is not your business, why are you recommending someone? Hurry up and follow me, the elder is looking for you. Lu Qingfeng hurriedly left, and before he went, he said to his friend, you can rest at the guest house in front, I'll come find you after I finish my work. Then, he was led away by a deacon. In front of him were 3 candidates who would also participate in the sect entry competition tomorrow. He stood with his hands on his hips and introduced himself, I am Lu Xiao, the law enforcement officer of Xianming. I am in charge of everything related to tomorrow's exam. If you pass, I will be your senior brother. As long as you perform well today, your chances of passing tomorrow's exam will increase. He silently assessed, just a 7th level foundation establishment stage deacon dares to meddle in the selection of disciples. Who exactly is managing Xianming? Yi Lu suddenly spoke up, may I ask what we need to do? Lu Xiao waved his hand to signal them to follow him. The group continued deeper into the forest. Yi Lu, seeing the handsome guy, began to introduce herself, I am Yi Lu, why do you want to cultivate immortals? He replied nonchalantly, to protect the earth. This made her chuckle, you're really funny, we're so weak, how can we protect the earth? If anything happens, the superpower wielders will take action, we won't be needed at all. The group stopped in front of a bamboo grove. The girl with bright eyes praised, this place is indeed beautiful. Lu Xiao sat down, picked up a bamboo shoot, and said, this is called an immortal shoot, it's a type of elixir. Each of you is responsible for picking 100 shoots. If you perform well, I will give you extra points by tomorrow night. His face turned sinister as he warned, be careful when digging, don't damage the immortal shoots, or you'll have to face the consequences. The guy in black asked curiously, Deacon Lord, are these immortal shoots for the disciples to access the sect? Lu Xiao's expression darkened as he threatened, that's none of your business, stop eavesdropping. He turned to Yi Lu, telling her she didn't need to pick bamboo shoots and should follow him instead. Meanwhile, he was silently assessing, this place is the boundary of Xianming, where the magic weapon protects the spiritual energy, allowing the immortal shoots to thrive. The state of the spiritual energy seems to be related to spirit stones. He observed Lu Xiao leading Yi Lu into a bamboo house and immediately understood his intentions. A bald guy saw him hesitating and scolded, if you keep standing around like that, how am I supposed to talk to senior brother later? He called out to him, you've broken the immortal shoot. The guy examined it closely, indeed, one piece is damaged, and immediately knelt down, clutching his head in panic, it's over. This time I'm really done for. Inside the room they had just entered, Lu Xiao locked the door. Yi Lu anxiously asked, what should I do? He began to act shamelessly, you don't need to do anything, just sit on my lap. Upon hearing this, Yi Lu wanted to run away, but he pulled her back, if you leave, you will lose your chance to join Xianming. Serve me well, and I will help you pass. Yi Lu became angry, if I don't want to go in, then I won't. Don't be ridiculous. At that moment, Lu Xiao unleashed his spiritual energy, which surged like arms to tightly bind her. He leaned closer to the girl, his face sinister, let me teach you how to spell today, haha. Just then, Yi Juyu, who had somehow already sat down in a chair with his legs crossed, surprised him, how did you get in here? He simply waved his hand, and the green spiritual energy was shattered, rescuing Yi Lu. Sweat poured down his face as he questioned, who are you? While he was still preaching, the immortals had not yet arrived but were already demanding to dual cultivate with his girl. As if he were from a backward place, he rushed in anger to attack him. However, Yi Juyu merely activated his divine consciousness, causing the man to immediately collapse. Yi Lu, terrified, stepped back and asked, who exactly are you? He calmly replied, of course, I am a true cultivator. Her expression was filled with admiration and excitement. You are amazing. What realm are you in? I've heard that cultivators can be divided into refined qi, foundation establishment, and golden elixir. You could defeat that guy, so you must be stronger than foundation establishment. He awkwardly responded, I'm just a casual cultivator. This girl admired him even more, the more she looked, the more handsome he appeared. She asked if he could defeat superpower wielders. Her face revealed a calculating expression, I've heard that superpower wielders are stronger than cultivators. If it weren't for the expensive spirit stones and my grandfather insisting on cultivating immortals, I wouldn't have joined this place. He quickly explained, there are many realms for cultivators, and they are naturally stronger than superpower wielders. Once you enter Xianming, you will understand. After dealing with the corpse, they went outside together. He kindly called out, the deacon said no need to uproot the bamboo shoots anymore. Yet those two still refused to believe, as ignorance must be compensated by hard work. The next day, everyone gathered in the Xianming hall. Above, Elder Xianming, Pabing, was speaking. Today is the annual disciple selection competition of Xianming, consisting of 2 rounds. Those who pass both will officially join Xianming. Below, he silently assessed, is the elder only at the golden elixir stage? I wonder what the strength of the master pavilion here is. A disciple rushed over to inform the elder, Lu Xiao has gone missing. But he didn't care and immediately started the competition. The rules for the first selection round are very simple, kill a Shuehong duck or survive for 3 days in Shuehong Mountain, and you will be considered to have passed. Next, they were given materials about the Shuehong duck. It is a low-level star beast, and there is a small chance it contains spirit stones within its body. When it encounters humans, it will actively attack, making it very dangerous. After that, all the contestants set off to Shuehong Mountain. Lu Qingfeng shouted from a distance to cheer, Yi Juyu, do your best. I'll be waiting for you at Xianming. This guy really is quite chivalrous. At Shuehong Mountain, he detected a strong smell of blood. From behind, a Shuehong duck, moving at lightning speed, attacked him. However, he blocked it with his sword. He tightly grabbed its beak and lifted it up. Clearly, this one looks more like a rat. Who's the fool that named it a duck? Then, he swiftly dealt with it with a single strike. He silently thought, where did the origin of the alien eggs come from? How did aliens create them and why did the star beast appear here? Just then, a piercing scream of, help, caught his attention and made him turn back. Yi Lu was being chased by 2 ducks, running for her life. He gently used 2 leaves to propel himself forward, striking like arrows to rescue her. She urgently pleaded for him to save her, unaware that he had already dealt with the 2 ducks, leaving them in a daze. He approached their corpses to check, saying, there really is a spirit stone, but it hasn't formed yet. Yi Lu asked innocently, what is this? When she learned that it was a spirit stone, she immediately asked to sell it. He exclaimed, are you planning to sell it and use the money to become a superpower wielder? His face grew serious as he reminded her, this spirit stone is not a good thing, in fact, using it can be life-threatening. Do you still want it? Yi Lu refused to believe it. If that's the case, why are so many people risking their lives to obtain it and become superpower wielders? Unable to convince her through normal means, he could only assert that he wanted her to become a cultivator, as cultivators are much stronger than superpower wielders. They walked towards the center of the island, where many people were gathered. A man in a black cloak with his face covered was shouting, everyone, come help me kill the Shuehong ducks. On the central island of the lake, there are many, and perhaps one can find spirit stones on them. A spirit stone can be worth over 1 million, even up to 10 million. We should take the risk to get rich. Everyone, upon smelling money, excitedly shouted together as they crossed the bridge to the island. Yi Juyu quietly released his divine consciousness. He discovered that there was a very powerful star beast on the island. The one luring everyone to the island definitely has ulterior motives. He and Yi Lu advanced together. He reminded her, no matter what happens, absolutely do not stray away from me. She blushed and linked her arm with him as if she had already accepted it. They crossed the bridge to the other side of the island. At this moment, a masked figure in black appeared to report to Elder Pabing, they have all arrived. He calculated maliciously, stroking his beard and asking, how many people in total? The subordinate replied, this time there are a total of 147 participants, excluding the 12 who have already exited through the first round. The elder's face darkened, this number is a bit low, most of them have some basic cultivation of immortals, and the quality isn't bad. He then ordered, cut the bridge, with a rather sinister expression. On the island, Yi Lu questioned him, didn't they say that the Shuehong ducks have all gone to the island? Why don't we see any? He calmly replied that there were no Shuehong ducks here, which startled her, then why are we here? One person hurriedly spoke up, what did you just say? There really aren't any Shuehong ducks on the island. How do you know? He explained, the only reason everyone is gathered here is that there is a powerful star beast, clearly intending to use us as bait. As soon as he finished speaking, the wooden bridge leading to the island was set on fire. Everyone realized he wasn't bragging but still felt panicked and scared. At that moment, he summoned a flying sword, its powerful spiritual energy radiating, then directly stood on the flying sword, causing everyone to stare in astonishment. They respectfully said, "Please guide us, Senior." At the same time, in the Lei Wufeng outer scene, a young man with silver hair and black glasses was using a flying sword to peel pineapples. His movements were skillful, clearly indicating he was an expert in the cultivating immortals world. With a wave of his hand, the pineapples were neatly sliced into hundreds of equal pieces. He was Xian Ming Jian Hall Master, Wu Shaoxing. He leisurely enjoyed the pineapple and asked his disciple, "Has the new selection round started yet?" The disciple replied, "It has already started, Hall Master." This startled the Hall Master. "Oh no, I'm in charge this time, why didn't you call me? Hurry and get over there." On the island, the star beast resembling a crocodile had begun its hunt. He could sense it approaching and shouted, "Everyone stay behind, I will ensure your safety." A tall, tattooed guy didn't believe it and told him to tone it down. "I see it's just an ordinary crocodile." Then he confidently charged forward with his fist. Star Beast turned around 180 degrees, and its large tail immediately swatted him down into the lake. Everyone who saw this was terrified and ran away in panic. He had to speak up to reassure them, "You all don't need to worry, I guarantee your safety." In an instant, he used some leaves as a sword and lunged at the monster, killing it instantly. At the same time, the elder was leisurely eating a fruit. The strength of these people basically can't compete with the star beast at the golden elixir stage. In half an hour, they will probably all be killed, haha. Just then, Wu Shaoxing flew in with a sword, his mouth also munching on a large pineapple. The elder respectfully said, "Greetings, Jian Hall Master. The trial has begun, the first round is currently on the island." The Hall Master glanced over there, pondering, clearly, there's a bridge here, isn't there? Upon hearing this, the guy started to sweat coldly, thinking it was just to increase the difficulty of the game and stimulate the potential of the candidates. The Hall Master, thinking he was serious, praised him, "You have a good mind, just build a new bridge in the future." The old man spoke up, "Everything has been arranged properly. You can relax and enjoy yourself, you can leave everything to me." However, the Hall Master did not leave but leisurely sat and waited, fearing a reprimand from Master Pavilion. The old man was now pale with fear, wanting to quickly make his escape. On the island above, he was resting his chin, feeling strange. This crocodile is not a star beast but made of metal. This must definitely be the work of the Association of Superpower Wielders. The Hall Master could no longer sit still. He wanted to take a round to check on the potential seeds but was stopped by the old man. He insisted on checking by himself and reporting back to the Hall Master. This aroused the Hall Master's suspicion, something must be going on the island. He quietly followed him. As soon as he landed, he used his tools to call the crocodile, but there was no response. Realizing something was amiss, he was even more confused, not knowing where it had gone. After looking around for a while, he discovered that the crocodile had been killed, and he angrily questioned him. He merely exclaimed, "This one dared to attack, we just happened to kill it. Protecting our lives can't be considered against the rules, right?" The old man was still stubbornly talking nonsense, "The physical strength of the crocodile, even I couldn't cut it down. How could you rookies possibly do that?" He calmly replied, "Do you know where it came from?" The old man turned pale, "Who exactly are you?" "I don't care who you are, just get out of this competition now." Yi Lu spoke up to defend him, "You schemed during the trial, intending to kill us, didn't you?" The old man wanted to take action and eliminate witnesses. He gathered his energy, preparing to attack them. In the blink of an eye, a sword flew straight towards his sister, leaving her no chance to dodge. At the most dangerous moment, someone rushed in to block his attack with a sword formation. It was Jian Hall Master Wu Shaoxing. The elder trembled at the sight. He could only argue, claiming it was just part of the test. Yi Lu would not remain silent, saying, "He arranged this, he nearly killed us." When Jian Hall Master looked towards the robotic crocodile, the old man immediately commanded it to flee. In an instant, countless swords hovered around the Hall Master, infused with powerful spiritual energy, easily suppressing the crocodile. At that moment, the old man had to lay his cards on the table. He pressed a button, and numerous Shuehong ducks were controlled to charge at him, but they were ineffective. In the blink of an eye, golden sword chi erupted, taking them down. Yi Juyu beside him also exclaimed, "This little guy wields his sword very well, his spiritual power must be quite strong." The elder's face turned darker than a pot bottom. Just as Hall Master was about to capture the old man for questioning, suddenly, his sword was blocked by a purple tentacle. The figure that appeared wore a mysterious black cloak. He unleashed his tentacles, which immediately disintegrated into countless strands rushing to attack. The Hall Master swung his hand, releasing a sword chi that shattered the small tentacles in an instant. Then, he shot two flying swords straight at them. While one tentacle struggled to fend off one flying sword, the other flew straight toward the old man, sending him flying far away. It pierced directly into his forehead, rendering him unable to move. The man in the black cloak was also quickly dealt with by the Hall Master. After that, the Hall Master personally led the surviving individuals to Xian Ming for the second round of the competition. Yi Juyu silently released his divine consciousness and discovered a gigantic formation enveloping the area. Indeed, it's quite interesting. When the Hall Master waved his hand, the formation appeared beneath their feet, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves in a vast arena. The Hall Master explained, "The second round will take place in this square. The rules are very simple, after half an hour, whoever can still stand on the platform will pass." After saying this, he immediately disappeared. A terrifying roar startled everyone. It was a large bear with sharp claws. Not only that, but above it was a star beast resembling a phoenix soaring through the air. It unleashed wind blades, causing chaos and dust to swirl everywhere. He immediately realized, the great Earth hero and the Fire Blaze Marquis, truly nostalgic. At that moment, one man quietly took out a pitch-black sphere from his coat. Taking advantage of no one paying attention, he threw it directly at the giant bear. In the blink of an eye, the giant bear seemed to be sucked into a void, disappearing instantly. From the black hole, a giant robot from the Association of Superpower Wielders was summoned. Everyone looked at it in confusion, not knowing what it was. The Hall Master warned, "Everyone retreat quickly, the elders prepare for battle." Just then, another robot was summoned here. The Hall Master quickly attacked with countless fly swords, but was repelled by the laser beam from its eyes. He wiped the blood from his mouth, secretly lamenting, "This attack power is too strong." In an instant, 6 giant robots had been summoned, causing the Hall Master to feel a bit panicked. He hurriedly called someone to inform Master Pavilion and the other Hall Masters that he would hold this place. However, his attacks couldn't break through its thick armor. The fly swords were knocked away, truly difficult to deal with. Yang Goe Hall Master also appeared to assist, but still didn't forget to have a drink to boost his spirits. At the same time, water suddenly appeared from nowhere like a vast ocean, wrapping tightly around the giant robots and tossing them into the sky. This spiritual energy was indeed domineering. A beautiful, graceful girl appeared, gliding over the water like a fairy descending from the heavens. She is Master Pavilion Yu Luo of Jianming. He immediately recognized that she was one of his wives. Her strength had increased significantly. That is the reason Xian Ming has been able to survive until now. Yu Luo was overjoyed, unable to believe her eyes, and then ran to embrace him, astonishing everyone. This concludes part 1. Everyone, please remember to like and support Lucy with a subscription.